Hello Internet Land, it's Balena with Release Party 6. If you've never watched one of these before and you don't know what a release party is, a bunch of us get together and decide a feature that we'd like to finish off live on the internet and then play with. That's generally what happens. And this is number 6, but first we'll do some introductions. I'm Phil Wilson, I work in balenaLabs. I'm mostly thinking about app enablement and blocks. Mr. Chris?
Hello, I am Mr. Chris. Today I am Mr. Product Chris, and just trying to figure out getting all the components for balenaHub and the stuff we're working on together.
Alexandra?
Hello, yes, I'm Alexandra. I'm working here as a UX UI designer and looking forward to work on the screens and get everything set.
Andrea?
Hello everyone, I'm Andrea. I work in Balena as a developer, and today I will help with the front end and UI. Yep.
Just developer, or can we invent some more kind of like flashy title, like
10x developer? Oh, sounds good.
Go on, Thomas.
Okay, so hi, I'm Thomas. I'm also part of balenaLabs. I'm a hardware hacker. I work on building projects, application enablement, and today I will be helping push with new features on balenaHub.
Roy?
Hello, I'm Theodoris. I'm a full stack engineer at Balena, and today I'll be doing some backend to enable this OpenFleet thing.
And new joining, Amit?
Hello, I'm Amit. I work as a front-end engineer here, and I'll be working on the landing pages for the apps.
Cool. I mean, that brings us on to Mr. Chris. What are we doing today? What is Release Party 6? You might as well do the top of the hour summary straight off.
The 0 hour counts as an hour that needs a summary, does it?
It does, yeah.
I thought I'd escaped that one. Okay, so I think it was, which release party was it? You know, I can't keep track of all these things. Like Release Party 2 maybe was where we did balenaHub, the first one.
Yeah.
So yeah, back in Release Party 2, we released the first version of balenaHub, but it's just kind of like a toe in the water, like a sniff of what's to come, I guess, because all it is today is like a glorified list of applications that run on Balena. And so that's not anywhere what is happening to Tomas.
Yeah, it's not distracting at all, is it? You carry on, Chris.
It's just like a brick wall fading. So yeah, it's like just a list of apps is far from what we actually want to achieve with balenaHub. So today we're kind of taking a big step in that we're going to be enabling OpenFleet functionality on balenaHub. And I guess what that means for the user is that they're able to just join a device or download an OS image and flash a device and get that software pre-configured. So if anyone's heard of or used the Fold for COVID project, which is something we did last year, it's that same concept, except we're making kind of like the general version of it available for like enabling the general use case. So it means for like the developer's point of view, they can go on and add their application as an OpenFleet, and that means the setup process for that application for the user is as simple as downloading an OS image and flashing it. It's very complicated to explain, but once today we get the features up and live, we'll be able to play with it and show you and sort of demonstrate how it works at the same time.
Yeah, and we'll have 7 hours to try and explain it every hour.
Yes.
So we'll probably get better at explaining it.
Yeah, we probably will. We can't get worse, can we?
I don't know.
Let's have a look. So it's, I guess it's worth saying, like, this is more than we can build in just 8 hours, even with all of us working flat out. So we have done some prep work leading up to today. Like I know Andrea and Theodori for sure, and Amit, and then Alexandra, like everyone's been working to prepare for this. It's been more like a hack week than a one-day release party. So, but hopefully we've done enough prep and we've got everything sort of in order, and we can bring all the pieces together live and launch something. Sound good?
Yep. Sounds good.
Sounds good.
So I guess we should break it down into the bits we need to try and get done today. So yeah, like you say, we've been already doing some work this week, quite a lot of work. And release parties, the first one that we ever did, we tried to do everything, like even working out how to do it live, all the way through designs, implementation, releases, testing, and that turned into somewhat of a marathon that might not have been the best viewing. It certainly wasn't the best to be in, I felt. But that doesn't mean that that's how every release party goes, does it? Like sometimes we might just do the last few bits and then drink beer and play with it. Or we might do some of the work and then drink beer, or who knows, any combination.
Well, yeah, I think that's the thing. It's like in the other ones, it's kind of like building the feature has taken the entire release party. So we were hoping in this one, maybe we can build it and then have some time to play with it as well, rather than just ending the stream.
Yep.
Uh-oh, I can hear myself. It's fine. There we go, fixed.
It's like existential crisis.
It's that thing when you hear yourself played back. It's a brain stall. Cool. Okay, so what milestones did we have? We had some. This is Tomas and I, because it's such a big project. We're having trouble kind of figuring out distinct milestones last night when we Tomas.
Yeah. Other than like everything collapses into a single milestone, which is we're done.
We've digitized it.
Too exciting.
It's either done or not done.
Yeah, I was going to get the overlays added.
What do we have? I'm trying to find our list. Where is it? Oh, right. I can go through the list while we bring up the overlay. So we have 4 big milestones, or I guess they are all equally important. The first one is we need to enable applications to be public. This is allow users to convert their application to a public application. And what this means is that the application can be accessed without Balena Cloud login. This will be done through the application settings page on Balena Cloud. That's our first milestone. Next milestone is to get out all the stuff required to actually view and browse the applications, or rather the open fleets on balenaHub. So there are some minor and some major changes needed to be done on the hub front end. That's our milestone number 2. Milestone number 3 is we want to update hub to include a bunch of documentation and like static content that kind of like explains what's all about, right? What hub's about, what maybe some frequently asked questions, what's a block, what's an application, what's an open fleet, etc. And last but not least, we want to like play live with this, show like a demo, if you will, and that's where Fall for COVID comes in. Fall for COVID was actually like our first open fleet. It dates back to last year when the pandemic started. Fall for COVID is already available. Like you can, if you have a device, join the fleet, the open fleet. But what we want to do is to migrate that and get it into Hub to show that like you can get your own application and have like the same functionality we have today with Fall COVID. And that's number 4.
It was kind of like when we did Fall for COVID, people were emailing saying like, how did you do this? Like, how can I do this?
Yeah.
So I mean, we took our time, but we got there. Like, now we're going to say, here's the option. Here's how you do this.
Yeah. Well, it looks from the outside, it might look like simple and it's like easy, but like there's a lot of stuff happening on the back end, and to allow like no login, to allow users without a login to join and like be able to download the application. It is a lot of backend work and stuff behind the scenes. So yeah, it took a while, but we got there, and hopefully we're doing it right.
Yeah, it's one of those things where for one case it's kind of like, well, we can kind of make an exception and make this one thing work, but if we want to enable the general use case and allow everyone to do the same thing, there was a ton of questions that needed answering.
So at the top of the screens, I've done my job. We've got our to-dos in place.
Wow,
thank you, Thomas,
that's a beautiful overlay.
Thank you. I mean, Alexandra did some of the work, but I delivered.
Do we need a milestone for milestones added, like the meta milestone?
Sure. Otherwise, I've got nothing to tick myself.
Yeah.
Cool. So they're like design things that we can look at, or are we not going to talk through designs of what stuff will look like yet?
I think we can talk through design.
Usually we do.
That's a good idea.
Usually it's like a nice starting point, because then we can say this is where we're trying to get to by the end of this stream.
Mm-hmm.
Do you
How about
want
to share my screen?
There we go. That sounds good. You're on the ball. I see we've got some comments in chat.
Oh, have we? Sorry, I was remiss doing my sketch work.
Amit's hair.
We've got some hype train.
Yep. Rahul's monitoring the number of Red Bulls.
Alex Programmadi is in chat.
Are you sponsored, Doris?
No. Can I?
Yeah.
I think they tend to go for like extreme sports, don't they? But maybe it could be like extreme software development
programming.
I mean, let's make driven programming a trend.
Ooh, you also have the small cans. So.
Here we go.
Oh,
sorry.
it's a normal one.
Okay.
I should be a better MC. I'm doing other things. Sorry. I'll be good now.
Okay. So what we have open here is balenaHub, the website. And as talked before, so there are like some slight changes happening here. So for one, if you're familiar with balenaHub already and the cards, one thing you might notice is we removed actually the buttons. This is something we try out here. Let's see, we're going to monitor if it works out, if people understand. But we kind of assume that our users are familiar that cards are clickable, because this is a very common pattern, as well as, of course, for pointing devices, we're going to have hover state, which, of course, supports this feeling. And this actually happened because we have more actions now happening. So this is why we kind of tried, because what's happening now and in the past months, so we're adding always new features. And so in order not to get it too cluttered there, we try to keep it simple. This is why from time to time, we also remove things again in order to be very clean and hopefully easy to understand. What we see here, these empty cards, this is on purpose. These cards are just showing how it would look like in case we cannot access any description. Or this is, for example, just a fallback icon if an open fleet didn't add any icon. Yeah. So once you click on a card, which means you kind of open a detail app page, so to speak. This is here. Here we have a nice summary of the app, and we get a map. Yeah. So we can see where actually the devices are at this time all over the world. So this is the example for Balena Sound. Of course, it's just dummy data and everything. So we have the summary here. We included a share functionality. we have here, this is our main call to action now, which is hopefully quite visible what we want the user to do. We want him to use this button in comparison to, we have more options, of course, but this is the main call to action, and we hope it's also visible to our users like that. Then, of course, we have the description as we had before. You can, of course, still see which device you can use for this application. And as talked before, we have this new way now. So if you click Get Started, you can run the app on your device without the need to log in. So it's just if you want to use Balena Sound out of the box, if you don't care about making anything custom, if you don't have like a very special, unique case you want to try out and you just want to try it, get it running, then you would have this new flow. So let's say we click Get Started, then it opens. We stay on Hub because, as mentioned, we do not have to go to Balena Cloud. It opens, you select the device type, download URS. You also have the device setup instruction here, of course. And yeah, you flash your device and it's ready to go. As easy as that. It's almost like one click and everything works.
Yeah, it just works, TM.
A couple of things to dig into there. With that map, it's anonymized to an extent, isn't it, Mr. Chris? We're not going to be able to zoom in on somebody's house and see where their Balena Sound might be running. It's the general vicinity.
Oh, good point.
Yeah, so it's, I mean, they're geolocated based on IP anyway, so it's not super accurate.
Yeah,
and then
mine's like 5 miles down the road.
Yeah, and then in the case that, like, for whatever reason it was accurate for that IP address, we take the longitude and latitude, and I think we just chop the end off. So, like, any device will get sort of that precision data, and it will move slightly, so it's not even in the same vicinity.
My IP originates from a bus stop in the next village, it seems.
Well, even in this case, it would be like chopped, so it would just be moved into a field somewhere.
Cool.
Yeah.
Alex, Programmer DE has a good point here. Can you fill the comment, Phil? Yeah, we do have devices running Balena OS on space, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
How?
I think so.
This map cannot show that.
Do we need dynamic icons that move over the map depending on where they are?
Yeah, we need Google Maps for the galaxy.
Earth, but others are just floating past in orbit.
Stay tuned for release party 8.
Yeah, surely they need Balena Sound on the ISS. Like, that could be it.
It must get pretty dull up there. They must need some tunes, surely.
Yeah. It's perhaps worth, if we go back to the application list. I think that was an awesome summary, Alexandra.
Yeah, really well.
I'm not quite done yet. I would have still a few more. Okay, so 2 addition actions, we can start from here. So as you can see, we have new buttons here. It's for this app. And this, if you're familiar with balenaHub, this opens the same workflow from what we called so far deploy with Balena. So this is this action, and we have the view code, which brings you to GitHub. If you're, then you can check out the code there, obviously.
Okay, and so my 3 actions are, I can either just run this as a open app, and I'll just get whatever the release is, and it will run without me having to do anything. Or I could fork it, which means I want that app, but I want it to be into my Balena Cloud account, because then I might want to configure it or do something else with it. Mm-hmm. Or I could look at the code in GitHub, because I might want to clone the whole code base and make some changes and then deploy that as my own app, or even make that a different open app, I guess.
Exactly. Yeah.
Winner.
So I think, as Alexandra said, it's kind of like the primary action that we're thinking most people will want to use is the get started one, because that's kind of like, I just want to use Balena Sound as it is. Like, I'm not going to delve into the code. I just want the functionality. But in the case of I want to customize my device or add other applications, that's where we've added the fork. So that's kind of, in sort of GitHub terminology, that's kind of taking this application and creating your own copy, which you could then modify and put back on balenaHub if you wanted. So if you didn't like our Balena Sound, you could modify it and make, I don't know, Dave Sound or something. I don't know. A bit like you could just modify it and put it back on with the features that you want to add. So
I want Dave Sound now.
Yeah, we have to make that a thing.
Yeah.
So we want to enable that kind of, it's very analogous to GitHub in that like you can go on GitHub and fork an open source repo and you can make changes, and like if users like it better, like that may become like the de facto sound application instead of Balena Sound.
When we get this working, I'm definitely forking it and making Dave sound, but it'll only play Rick Astley.
Yeah, that's cool. I see Laura's a fan of the buttons there. She was very much an advocate of having buttons instead of text links, so we nailed that.
Was there anything else you were going to point out, Alexandra, before I rudely interrupted for a second time?
No, please go ahead. I'm done here.
Cool. You said, could we go back to the list of apps, Mr. Chris?
Oh yeah, so I was going to say, so that's probably something that's not obvious to people who just look at balenaHub today, is that each app that's on balenaHub has an associated Balena Cloud application in the background. So there's no separate like balenaHub backend that we're going into and adding applications. We built the catalog with this kind of future setup in mind. So balenaHub is going to the Balena Cloud API and figuring out which applications have been marked public and loading all that metadata. So
yeah, so this isn't like a list of apps that we've got somewhere else, like a static set of JSON or anything else that defines what these cards look like. This is all sourced from apps that are running in Balena Cloud.
Yeah,
it's just at the moment they all run in our account, our Balena account.
Yep. Yeah, so it's filtered by the Balena Labs organization in Balena Cloud. So even if someone's contributed an app, to date, like people have gone onto the form, submitted it, and then we've added it for them and kind of got it running. But that's one of the major changes today, in that we're opening that up so anyone can add their own applications to balenaHub. And again, it's kind of analogous to GitHub in that no one's going to be saying, no, you're not allowed that, you can't do this. It's going to be a case of you can go into Balena Cloud and tick the box that we're adding, and it will appear on Hub straight away.
Cool. Hello, Mr. Andrew.
Hey, what's up?
Hello.
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 This
so
is
I guess
how all our internal meets start for anyone outside of Balena watching.
The hellos.
Hello.
So which ones can I move from to do to in progress? Presumably the public apps enabled is in progress.
Yes.
Yep.
And open fleets becoming available, is that in progress?
Yep. I mean, that's kind of the one that Tomas and I were struggling with, because it's the open fleets available kind of encompasses 90% of the work. But it was either break it down into 100 different things or lump them all together. So that's what we came up with.
But then the documentation and migrating Fold for COVID, they're to be done later.
Yes.
I am on it like Sonic.
Are you going to be our tester, Phil?
Sure.
Yeah. That's what's up.
Oh, Alexandra made it really easy for me last time, and now it's really difficult. She made me look really good last time. I'll get there. So, Andrew, what do you want to introduce your time? Your time. I was reading at the same time. Do you want to introduce yourself and what you do and what you're doing today?
Definitely. Hey, everyone. I'm Andrew Nem, lead content strategist. I'll be helping build out informational goodies, docs, blog posts, perhaps updates to the hub page. What time is it over here, Mr. Nem? It is 5:26 a.m. I'm sorry for being slightly late.
That's commitment.
It's noted. It'll be brought up in your performance review.
Ah, dang it.
Right, let me see if I've done this right. Let me see if I can still do sketch. Yes.
Nice.
Well done.
Thank you.
Right on.
Thank you.
Look at that.
You still got it, Phil.
Yeah, never left me.
Have we brought back the hot damn status?
No.
Oh, no, Phil's controlling that. It's going to be like very precise, specific project management statuses.
Intuitive statuses.
That's it. Yeah, ones where we know what on earth's going on, ideally.
Oh, okay.
It might be worth talking a bit about like what kind of apps make sense as open fleets,
That's a good point.
because it's kind of
Hang on, I'll set you up. Just
okay.
put a pause
Okay.
in there, ready. So, Mr. Chris, presumably not all apps. Don't laugh in the middle of it, Alexandra. I was in the flow.
Take two.
Serious work.
Take two.
All right. Mr. Chris, this is good because when we put chapters in this for YouTube, we want to get in past all of this rubbish.
Yeah.
Right. Business face.
Maybe we can jump straight into why do open apps make sense or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Right. For anybody doing the chapters, ready? Cue. So, Mr. Chris, presumably not all apps would lend themselves. You can't smile at me and expect me to get through it. Not all of them would make a good open app, presumably, because some things need configuration or hardware or some other thing that means it's not that suitable.
Yeah, but I guess I think like long term we can do an open app for everything.
Yeah.
But today the difference is it's kind of like we need more functionality to cater for those use cases where a user needs to heavily customize a device. So I think Balena Sound is a good example because it's kind of if you don't care about customizing the device, you're happy with the default name, you're just using the 3.5 millimeter audio output jack on the Pi, you're not using a DAC cat, like you're just kind of taking it as it comes, then it makes sense to join the Open Fleet because it just installs the software and it works. Like you plug it in, you don't need to find the device on the network, you don't need to configure anything on a local web interface or anything like that. You just plug it in, it pops up in Spotify or on Bluetooth or on AirPlay. So in that regard, that's fine for an Open Fleet. But in the sense that, okay, I want Balena Sound, but I want to use a custom DAC hat, which means I need to load the DT overlay. Today, we're not able to add that because from the fact that you're joining the Open Fleet, you're just getting the defaults and there's no way to override those.
Yeah, because people who are joining an Open Fleet, they may not have their own Balena Cloud account. The point is that they shouldn't have to sign up or log in to add it.
Exactly.
And so they don't have the point where they could add configuration values or anything like that.
Yep. Yeah, you're spot on. So
Today.
yeah, that's the main thing of Open Fleets is that someone can get started without having to sign up or log into any services. We're just giving a download OS image button and you flash that and it's done.
Yeah. And the way that feels to me, like I explain it to in my own head, is if I buy a device, let's say like a Google Assistant, I just plug it in and it will do its thing. I don't have control over the code. I can't configure it beyond, the things the app allows me to do. But it's just running the Google code, and it's a device. It's a device that sits in my house and does what it does, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if somebody wanted more control over their Balena Sound device, then they would add it to their own app in their own cloud account, and then it's theirs to control however they want. They could even make it do something completely different if they want.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that's a super important thing to touch on as well, is that even when these devices are going into the Open Fleet, we don't want to create that situation where it's just a black box and you can't do anything with it. So like one of the immediate things we want to address after this release party, so after we get this functionality out there, is adding a local interface to the device. So it's kind of like, if you just want it to do its thing, it'll sit there. But if you decide, oh, hey, I built this Balena Sound and it's great, but now I want a DAC hat, we want to give the user the ability to log into that device, set the configuration, and sort of make the customizations necessary. And that's, again, without signing up to any services or anything. That's directly on the device. But then it's kind of like the next step would be someone could then adopt that into a balenaHub account, and that would then provide them with remote access to that device. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of, we have the roadmap ahead for all these features we want to add to make Open Fleets make sense in all cases in the future. It's just today we're doing the ones that kind of make sense and you can generally use them without too much configuration. So InkyShot is a pretty cool example, because you just kind of flash the device and it gives you random quotes and you're done. Mm-hmm. It's like, it doesn't even have any configuration.
I have one somewhere. Oh, there it is.
And this was greatly inspired by all the efforts behind Fold for COVID, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know what that message says there.
It says Chris is actually a hairy breed of dog.
Oh man,
Random quote I got.
it's
Yeah.
harsh. Yeah.
That's the kind of stuff
Random
you get
quote
on Inky Shot.
generator. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to wait before I continue on the citizen science thing. I wanted to also give a shout. Apparently, we are so successful with these release parties that we now have Twitch bots. Messaging
Trying to
bots.
monetize us.
Yeah, look at that. That's a milestone. We should add that to that top status bar. Has Twitch bots.
What spam
Status
have we received?
complete. Yeah. Spam accomplished. But yeah, a big type of open app that I'd like to see in the future would definitely be more citizen science projects. For instance, like in our area, I mean, many areas around the world, we're very worried about the dry season approaching, potential forest fires, and imagine everyone just contributing a device to an open fleet that just has a simple sensor to measure temperature and humidity, right? And being able to have that mapped across, however many parts of the world, that would be a cool example of an open fleet that I'd like to see over time.
Yeah, that's another amazing thing. It's if you're building an open fleet, that's a cool use case, and you can have people add sensors to your fleet. They don't have to worry about config or setup or anything like that, and you can start to sort of aggregate that data and build any kind of citizen science project. I mean, that's kind of the thing. We want to get this functionality out there to see what people build with it, because we can't think of all the use cases, and we're sure to see some super cool stuff.
Definitely. I have a question for Amit, if we have a quick minute for open questions.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for him to respond.
Oh, yeah. I hear him. There he is. I need to know, Amit, are you working on something like IoT related awesome for your house, or did you get really upset at your light switch and like yank it out of the wall?
Yeah, nothing fancy, like basic constructions is going on at my place. So yeah,
it's still
and then
functional.
COVID happened, so everything stopped.
Are you gonna put like a smart light kind of thing in? Can we
just join the wires together? Join the two wires you want.
Actually, I'm adding a smart light over there. So yeah, good guess.
Nice. And you'll find his affiliate link in the show notes below.
If you'd like to donate light switches to Amit.
Martin makes a good point. So I said Inky Shot doesn't have any config, and he's actually right in that it does. But it's kind of like, so if you put it in the open fleet today without this local UI we're talking about, you have no means of changing that config. So it's kind of like it does its random quote thing. But then in the future, if we were to add a simple web interface to Inky Shot, you could imagine you could go on that interface and you could change the font, change the sizes, change the weather. So today you're going to have to fork it and deploy your own app, but in the future that may be part of the open fleet, and so we could expose those configuration variables even if you're in the open fleet.
You can also set a specific message, can't you? That's like another config. Yeah, I didn't actually get Chris is a hairy breed of dog as a random quote from a server. That was
just one of the random ones. Yeah.
Yeah. That was my own breed of randomness.
I thought you created chrisquotes.com. You were like plugging me on it the other day. I signed up. What do you mean this is all fake?
Yeah. So other types of apps that would be good because they do something useful without any config is like the Minecraft server. You just want it to run Minecraft presumably and then connect to it. That's all you want to do. Yeah. That's another good candidate.
I see Alex is in the chat. Hopefully he's going to be one of the first contributors to set up their own open fleet once we launch this.
That'd be cool. Yeah, I've got a Scratch project so that children can code on the Scratch block programming thing. So that runs on Pi 4s or Pi 400s, and that's another one where I can envisage schools and coding clubs. They could just join an open fleet and they don't even have to create a cloud account and look after releases. Nothing. I can do that for them.
Oh, you just made Scratch like classroom ready?
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. And I will happily look after that fleet for sure, because
they'll
be doing good stuff for people.
Yeah, I can think of.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I can think of times where I worked at a school in the past, and although they were trying to use Raspberry Pis for the kids for a classroom, they were spending a lot of the time like flashing SD cards, setting up the software, and making sure like every student had the same setup.
Yeah.
Whereas to Phil's point, you just download the OpenFleet image for Scratch, flash it to all the devices, and they're all the same. They all work. They all do the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah. And then if there are any bug fixes or improvements or a new version of Scratch or whatever it may be, they don't have to worry about that either, because I'll look after the fleet and they'll just get all the latest version and bug fixes without doing anything.
Yeah.
And Scratch isn't the only kind of STEM-oriented early days teach a kid to code app out there. Like for you intrepid community members listening, you can follow Phil's footsteps and add. There are a number of them, right? Not Scratch competitors, but Scratch-like apps. So
yeah,
we'd love to see them contributed.
I know Microsoft have got Microsoft Make Code that you can do various things like microbit and a bunch of others, but it's all the same. It's all the same blocks, really. So if your child learns to code in one, or adults, it's quite fun. It's quite fun just hacking about, making stuff in those interfaces. But yeah, it's a good way. And then the other thing, that when they've made something with the blocks, by clicking all the blocks together, you can also see what the JavaScript that it's generated is, or in some cases Python, what it's generated, so they can map between the two and say, oh, that block's doing this piece of code, and it's a good introduction. Super good for schools and code clubs. Yeah, so we'll make that an open fleet. I'll definitely try and get that done today.
Sweet. Did you teach a class, Chris?
I did not.
Oh, I was imagining teacher Chris being like, hello, students.
Hello, students.
What do you want to learn? Stuff like that.
Yeah, maybe that's something I should get into. I feel like there's an opportunity there.
Balena school.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can influence the next generation of hardware hackers.
Yeah.
I think maybe it's worth talking a bit on like the trust thing, because it's kind of like although I could add my device to Phil's Scratch app, it's like, why would I trust that or like how can I see like what that app is doing is what I expect it to be doing? And so that's something like we're actively working on, and so we're kind of tackling it to start with by making sure that any application that's an open fleet is a non-commercial and open source fleet, and that you can go and find the code from the app page that Alexandra was showing us earlier. That's probably an important thing to cover, because essentially what we're doing here is enabling people to manage thousands of devices for free. Kind of like the condition of doing that is that it's open source, so people can go in and see what the app is doing and see what code's actually running on the device.
Okay, so how do we ensure that the code can be found somewhere? So if somebody comes along and they want to join the Scratch app fleet, they can go and find it on Hub, and they can click into where that source code is. So we have to be able to click through to GitHub, do we, and see the source code for that to appear on Hub. And
like
so
at the moment it's GitHub, but in the future it could be GitLab, any other source repo or that we want to support.
But there's a one-to-one mapping between something you could join in Hub and it has some code you can go and look at in something like GitHub. Yeah.
And this is kind of a natural development of the deploy with Balena process, because in order for that process to work, there needed to be an app, or in order for it to work on Hub, there needed to be the application in Balena Cloud, like we talked about earlier, that provides the metadata in the card that's shown on Hub. But then there also needed to be the associated GitHub repo, so that when you click that deploy with Balena button, it goes to the repo and fetches it and then sends it to Balena Cloud. And so we've still got that association now. The only difference is you're joining that fleet of devices that's already running that code. You're not having to go off and copy it and make your own build every single time.
Yeah, because I mean, it's super important, especially things like, I know we're centering on Scratch at the moment, but for like a school that's going to be deploying devices into a classroom, it's even more important that you know those devices are doing exactly what you think they're doing and nothing more, rather than people just trust Phil from Balena, who occasionally sits on the internet for 12 hours waffling.
And I think it gets into like how we want to rank apps and how we want to promote them, because like we're hoping we'll have thousands of apps on Hub one day, but for the person coming in, there could be Scratch and there could be 100 different forks of Scratch. So you're like, well, which one do I choose? And so we've got to figure out, and these are problems for us to solve at Balena and in balenaHub. It's like, how do we figure out which one of those 100 different Scratch apps is the one that people have verified does what they want? Like, which one are they using?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the classroom gear is set up differently. How do you choose the right one to fit your unique set of device types and whatnot?
Yeah, exactly. Because I guess someone could have a group of Raspberry Pi 400s or something with the keyboard built in, and someone else could be using, I don't know, like Intel NUCs or x86 devices with separate keyboards and mouse and all that kind of stuff and monitors.
Did we just trigger your past IT? Life?
Oh, yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Do you want to take some questions from the audience, Mr. Chris?
Yeah. Questions from the audience.
There's a Mr. Rahul in chat. He says, what if it downloads a precompiled binary for which the source is not shared?
Oh, Rahul with the tough questions.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a good question. What if it does download? I'm just going to repeat the question with another question mark on the end of it.
Just read it slowly. Back to it.
I think it's a case of making sure everyone's able to verify what's going on, isn't it? So it's like, as long as it's not hidden away. So presumably I'd still be able to go to the source repo and see that that project contains precompiled binaries. And then I guess it's if I'm concerned enough that that's going to be doing something questionable, then that's, at least we've created the visibility so that it can be kind of dug into and researched and figured out. I mean, that's kind of the main thing, is ensuring we give transparency, because we don't want to create this black box IoT device type situation, which seems to be so common.
Exactly. There's a Mr. Kyle Harding who says it would be nice to associate each release with a Git commit, so that you can say that specific commit is the version I'm running.
Yeah, I think we're working on that, aren't we? Tomas has been someone thinking about that, or at least sort of more precise versioning, so that the version shown is somehow traceable to the source that it was compiled from, or built from, rather.
Yeah,
it is coming. I think today we will enable. We will show the version that the application is running on in the application page, and that's a starting point. But yes, eventually we will add more information to that. Hopefully soon.
Yeah. There's a big list of to-do items that this unlocks, isn't there?
Yeah, and that's worth pointing out. That, like Chris said in his introduction, that back in November, I suppose it was, release party 2, where we put Hub up for the first time. That was like a glorified list of applications, and that's all it was at that point, and deploy buttons with each one. But that was never going to be, this is what Hub will be for now. This is a long journey that we know where we're headed, and we're just moving along this, aren't we? So this is like the next thing we add, and then after this, there'll be more release parties where we add more things.
Yeah. So just before we started streaming, Thedori was already lining up the next 3 release parties.
Release month.
It's like, okay, we won't do this today, but can we do it in a release party next week? I think was the direct quote.
Yeah. And we're open and willing to listen to all suggestions. So if somebody's watching and they're thinking, well, what would be really great is if you could see this in Hub and that would relate to something in GitHub, then let us know your ideas and we'll incorporate all of them into our thinking for sure.
I think a big use case is going to be those kind of projects where the setup process is really complicated. So we've all seen those projects where it's like, install these packages, configure this file, install these packages now, put these files in the right place. Like, there's a really long setup process. And so it's quite common for projects to circumvent that by creating a custom-built OS image specifically for their project, because you get things like there's like a Kodi OS and like a RetroPie OS and all those kind of things that are hard to set up. They just solve the problem by giving someone an OS image. But that's not easy to do for if you're just like one developer and you focus on a particular language. You don't want to be building OS images and maintaining those as well. So indirectly, what the OpenFleet setup is giving you is a pre-built OS image for your users to download and flash without you having to think about any kind of setup of that kind of stuff.
There's also another cool feature that we are working on, and again, estimated time of arrival is uncertain at this point, but with all those projects you mentioned, like you get the Volumio OS or whatever, and like if you want to add another application or something else into that, like it can be kind of hard because like you might not know what OS they have or what services the OS is running. So you perhaps the instructions for whatever you want to add are not specifically written for that particular OS. So one of the things we want to enable is multi-applications on Balena OS. So you would be able to eventually install more than one app on your device if you so want to. So yeah, that's another cool feature I think that will be awesome once we nail that.
Yeah.
And if people are watching
kind of
thinking,
demand.
yeah, I was going to say, if people are watching and thinking, but I really want that, when's that coming? Then make noise, because that's the way that it will get bumped up the list.
Go on the forums and shout.
Yeah.
I am angry because I can only run one application.
Yeah, tweet us. Yeah, I'm blocked by the lack of multi-app.
Yeah. So I can imagine that could look like something like, just to continue with the Scratch example, it could be, there may be some other applications that work well with Scratch in a classroom environment. So it's totally feasible that someone at a school, a teacher, they could make their own OpenFleet, which is Scratch plus, I don't know, RetroPie, depending on what the intention is. They could bundle several apps together into their fleet, and then that would work for their class. But simultaneously, they're publishing it as an OpenFleet, so other teachers somewhere else in the world can go, hey, I want Scratch and RetroPie too.
Right. And we have, I think, one. So right now, if you want to combine two applications, you need to do it manually, like add the services to the Docker Compose file. And if you want that as an OpenFleet, like the result, you need to create, that as an application, you need to create a new one. And there is actually an example of that in Hub at the moment with, I think it's Home Assistant plus AdGuard.
Yeah, that's right.
I might be wrong, but so you have on Hub an application for Home Assistant, but then you have another one for Home Assistant plus AdGuard, and then there is one for AdGuard.
Yeah, there is. That's one of Mr. Kyle's, isn't it?
So you can imagine, like, with there is infinite amount of combinations. So, and we don't want to have infinite applications that are just combinations of other applications. So it is something that we'll be working on.
We have a blog post, don't we? Some furry faced man wrote a blog post about how to combine projects. I seem to remember.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he's talking about you, Chris.
I thought he was. That one's quite popular. Was it?
It's the multi-tool post, right?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Raspberry Pi is a multi-tool,
and it combines
one device or something.
Pi hole and something else, doesn't it?
Yeah, balena sense hole or whatever it was.
That was the oh gosh, yeah. Phil, that was your first demo video that didn't happen. Remember, you were making a garden sound. You had balena sound.
Yeah,
and. Was it just like sensors, balena sense?
No, it was it was balena locating, which is a cool project some cool guy made, and then balena sound so that the children could have music in the garden.
That's right.
And Wi-Fi repeater so that even at the bottom of the garden, we had great internet.
This guy not only is asking hard questions, but is also promoting his own projects on the stream. Come on, man.
Yeah. He's referencing a Hack Week project from our Balena Summit last year, where we built a compose tool, but we'd named it Hans.
Hans the composer.
Get it?
Just to make it really easy. I remember Alan's comment about, oh, I kept trying to Google Hans the composer, but Hans Zimmer kept coming up for some reason. It's like...
And that's something that is another thing that we're working on. So you can select more than one and bring them in as an app, like Thomas is saying, multi-app. But then Hub also has blocks, so it doesn't just have apps. And we could talk about more what blocks are, but they're pieces of an application, almost like fragments of an application. And the idea is that at some point we'll be able to, the users will be able to select the blocks they want and bring them into a single app. And it's like a way of making a custom app just by dragging and dropping bits together. That's something else Hans the composer will hopefully help to solve in the future. So if that's what you want,
touched on blocks yet,
you should get in the forums, hit us up on the tweets, let us know I need Hans in my life.
Go on the internet and make noise. That's the answer.
Yeah. Blocks.
Wait, do you want the intro question so that we can chapterize this properly?
Yeah. Right. So who's doing the chapters? Ready? Cute.
Hey, Phil, tell us more about balenaBlocks.
Oh, okay. So you can't laugh. You can't laugh around this.
Was this rehearsed?
Oh, okay.
Blocks. So blocks, yeah, they're like app fragments. So if you're making your own app and there's something that you know really well, perhaps you've got a piece of hardware and you know how to make that function and get some data out of it. It's a sensor or it's a controller for something. But then the thing that you want to make has a bunch of other functionality. It might have a display to show, like if it's a sensor, you might want to bring that data in and then display it in some charts. You may want those charts to appear on an attached screen, and you don't want to have to do all of that stuff yourself. All you're interested in is the smarts you've put into your sensor. So these blocks they can do all of those things for you. So in that case, we can make it so that your sensor service can send in some data. It will be stored for you. It will be displayed on a chart for you. If you've attached a screen, it will just appear on the screen for you. So all of those come in as blocks. And they're effectively a bit like modules or packages when you're coding. You don't want to implement all the cryptographic stuff or the requests work. You just want to do the code that you're writing, and you want to bring in all those packages that do work for you. And these are the same thing, but in a container level. So they get brought in as separate containers to provide functionality to your app. And what we want, as I was saying, what we want to do in the future is, right now, what you'll need to do is you'll need to add the blocks to your Docker Compose file, and then you can add your custom code in as well, and then that will be pushed as a whole app. But what we want to do in the future is be able to use Hub, so you can select the blocks you want to use and say, generate an app, and that app will appear in your cloud account, just composed to those blocks. And Mr. Allen, who might appear later today, he's just about finishing now a version of Balena Sense where it's composed completely of blocks and has zero custom code whatsoever. So in the future, when we are allowed, so you can do that today with Docker Compose like he has, but hopefully in the near future, you'd be able to go and say, I want the sensor block, and I'd like the dashboard block, and I'd like even a browser block, and you've made yourself a Balena Sense at home just by selecting which blocks make that app up. And like Chris was saying earlier, we don't know all the things that people want to make. So we're trying to make all the pieces and get other people to contribute pieces that we can't think of. In the same way you can contribute apps, you can also contribute blocks by the end of today, hopefully.
Yep.
And then who knows what people out there in internet land are going to make and enable others to make with reusable app fragments.
Yeah. I think that's the cool thing, because I can't help but think it'd be really boring if we had to think of all the use cases and no one else could contribute any.
Yeah.
So it's if we give people the tools and the freedom to just try stuff out and put it up on Hub and see if other people like it and what works, like that seems a much better world to be in.
Sure.
I shared the URL for the Balena Sense V2 because it's a beautiful thing to see. It's
Yeah.
just a compose file, and it's
See if
I
I
love
can,
it.
see if I can go and find it.
Where's
Should print
the
it out and
URL?
mail it to Alan.
I shared it in the YouTube chat.
Oh, there we go. Did you?
Oh, it probably, if you're not logged in, it won't let you share a link to the chat. You have to use the Balena account.
Ooh, I am.
Good try.
Okay.
Are you?
Let me drop it in here.
Yeah. All right, we'll bring it over. Here we go. All right, everyone. Print this out for your wall. Get it framed. What? I'm being serious.
I mean, you could literally print it out because it's just one file.
It's beautiful.
Good morning, Alex.
What? Look at that thing.
And
I think Alan's PR was like minus 4,000 lines of code and plus
yeah.
70 or something, wasn't it? So it's super cool. That's a good demonstration of blocks
Yeah,
in action.
we're supposed to have some type of hack day competition where we want to go and remove a bunch of lines of code. I mean, without destroying any functionality, of course. And this guy has already won that competition before he even started.
Yeah. So Alan's he's remade Balena Sense by bringing in influx just as its image, bringing in the dashboard block, bringing in his new sensor block. There's a blog post that's up now about the sensor block. Bringing in connector, which some dude made, and those things together the sensor block goes and finds your connected sensors to your device and brings in the data. Connector then takes that data and pushes it into influx for you, and then dashboard will go and find influx and display you a dashboard. And those things together are what make up Balena Sense. But without you having to push any code, configure anything, tell it about the services, nothing. You just deploy this to your device, plug in the sensor, and there you have Balena Sense with no custom code. And what's even more cool is if you plug in multiple sensors, all of that will go and find all of the sensors you've got. So you'll have Balena Sense plus extra stuff. If you've got a UVA sensor, you'll get that. Noise, light levels, who knows? Who knows what you're going to plug in and see?
So I have a question for you, Mr. Phil. Is Balena Sense V2 going to be an open fleet on Hub?
Yes, it will. There's no reason not to.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking, because it's like someone can just flash the OS, and because it's all auto-configured, the open fleet version, they'll be able to plug in the sensors that they have, and it just does everything. You don't have to do any manual configuration, so it would work even though it's a different use case per person.
Right, so we've been prompted in the private chat. Thank you, Alexandra. It is the top of hour, so who wants to do the summary?
Turn. Yay.
Andrew, do you want to do it?
Alexandra gave a great update in the middle of the hour as well.
Yeah, I can do it. So for those of you who are joining at the top of this hour, we are in progress on release party number 6, where we are introducing the world to open apps and fleets and giving users the ability to self-submit their edge applications to balenaHub. So hopefully, not hopefully, by the end of this release party, we'll be able to migrate some of our own private apps into open ones, which will allow many users to simply join. You don't need to sign up for an account. You just bring your device to a project. We want to create that experience for everyone else out there. So maybe you have some cool citizen science project. Maybe you have some cool edge IoT app that you really want the world to see. Well, we're going to give you that chance to make that happen.
Lovely.
Thanks.
Lovely. It's the bar, new bar,
Ooh,
Chris.
coffee.
Much less waffly.
Right away.
He had a cool accent. It was much better.
I feel like I go on for ages. Like,
hello.
Yeah.
Today we are. No. Just kidding. I won't do that to you.
And he's probably sleepy too.
Yeah.
Still sleepy, right, Andrew?
Have you even
Oh,
had a
yeah.
coffee?
Still,
I'm working on it.
I can see though the sun coming in through your window now, which half an hour ago that wasn't the case. But
I hear the chickens. Like, Dad, wake up.
Which one? Which specific chicken?
May. Her
There's a
name's
man
May.
who knows his hens.
Yeah. That's how I know I was down with Chris when I first started at Balena. I got a chat that says, "There's a man who knows his hens." I was like, "Man, we relate." Cool. So yeah, welcome everyone. Hope you enjoy the stream.
There's some love for Alan's PR. Has anybody ever got love for their PR before on the internet?
Alan's a pioneer.
Yeah.
I mean, in many ways than just writing code. I mean, that guy's blown our minds this week with all the skills that he's been showing off. I might drop a screenshot later of how talented Alan is.
Oh,
With his permission.
I know.
Have you got a
know
link
what you're
to
talking about.
the happy hour episode where Alan showed off that sensor block?
I was grabbing links. First, I'll share the blog post. So this isn't a post about Balena Sense 2.0. It's more of a post about the sensor and pulse blocks. I want you all to check that out. Not to leave out Mr. Tomas, but he also did the same thing where he took us behind the scenes of the audio block. So look at that too.
Yeah, it's worth saying, like, the audio block is what underpins Balena Sound. So all the thousands of people that are rocking Balena Sound at the moment are already running a block on their device, the audio block. In fact, 2 blocks, because if you're running Bluetooth, that's also a block.
And I got to go hunt for that happy hour episode. One moment, please. I thought I had it. Apparently I don't.
Do we have the technical difficulties overlay?
Hey, it's not that bad. We had one. I don't know where it went.
Stay tuned on like a jingle.
Does not being able to find a link count as a technical difficulty? Or is it just lag? It's just it's human latency, man.
It needs like elevator music to fill in time.
Yeah.
Well, if there's one man who can do impromptu jingle type music, it's you.
Here we go. Hopefully this is it.
Yes.
I always get worried sharing YouTube links because I never know if it's like work related or like the secret K-pop playlist that I'm listening to in the background or like
cake making videos.
Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure this is Alan's happy hour episode though. If it's not, then enjoy BTS, I guess.
I've been watching loads of woodworking videos lately.
Nice. That's a man who knows his hardwood.
No, but I'm learning.
Oh, there you go.
So I was going to, just for people that haven't looked at all of the blocks yet, normally you're
I thought you were going to show your video.
My woodworking video, no.
I got worried for a sec.
No, I won't do that. So the ones that we've got, you saw Alan in that Docker Compose. He's using connector that moves data around on your device intelligently. You can also configure it to tell it where to put your data if it can't find it for itself. Dashboard is a Grafana implementation that will go and find sources of data like influx databases, and it will find the data, interrogate the schema and find the data and try and plumb it up into visualization itself without any input. You can customize it from there. FBCP is not particularly well titled, but it's frame buffer copy, so it will find TFT touchscreens that are attached to your device and it will configure them so they will display something on there without you having to configure the screen. Browser, that's a hardware accelerated Chromium instance, and it will find any sources of HTTP data on the device and it will automatically display them. So there's quite a lot of customers using those for things like either showing off dashboard outputs, or the other common use case is if you've got like a point of sale system, you've got an Electron app or something like that running on the device, then it will put it onto a screen and then customers can use that as their touch interface to print tickets or look at information. We've got the soon to be retitled Finabler. That's for anybody rocking the Balena Fin, and it adds It makes it easier to get the firmware flashed and updated for the co-processor, and also allows you to access an API so you can use some of the co-processor functionality, like making the device sleep and wake up again in the future. Wi-Fi Connect, that will put a block on your device that if your device doesn't have internet access or loses internet access, it exposes a portal, a captive portal, so you can configure Wi-Fi or reconfigure Wi-Fi to get it back on the internet. Audio and Bluetooth are the two we've just talked about. They make up part of Balena Sound. And then the sensor and the pulse block are the two that Alan have added recently. So sensor will bring in any connected sensor data. There's a list of sensors that are supported, so check out the README, but it will bring those in and provide those as a source of data to the other blocks. Pulse can count pulses on GPIO pins, and then Duplicati is a way of backing up your data that's on your device. So that's what we currently have. But what we really want is, by the end of today, we will have enabled self-serve submissions for not only apps, but also blocks. So make a block, submit a block. Let's see what you come up with.
Ooh, is Lucian giving away free Dogecoin? I gotta know.
Ooh.
What's he doing?
Sounds like a threat to me.
I have a special surprise for everyone working on the release party today.
Ooh.
Makes me a bit worried.
Could be anything. Yeah, being Lucian.
It's either an anime meme or cryptocurrency. We'll find out.
Or both.
Or but ooh, the combo. I like that.
Hello, Alex.
Hello there.
Hey, we have a bit of a user story / question to tackle here.
User stories are always questions, and
Oh yeah,
questionable even.
Methan. Good morning, folks. Sorry for a long message. Never apologize for that. We love reading them. I have a specific requirement. I like to build a Balena dashboard like UbiDots, with the difference that I want to create a widget for data coming from different devices, such as a BME 680 sensor in the basement, a soil sensor from the garden. None of them are connected to Balena physically, but send data over MQTT. I only say that because that's the way Phil says it. MQTT. I am using connector, Telegraph, MQTT, and InfluxDB. And finally, and added a dashboard block, but I'm not able to customize the dashboard. Then looked at Balena Sense. Can it meet my requirement?
Yes, sir. So the thing you'll need to do is you'll need to log in to Grafana that the dashboard block provides, and then you'll be able to edit all of those dashboards. And then when you've got the dashboard looking how you want it to look, you can go in and grab the JSON that's the model. I think they call it the model. You can add that to your project. I think if you put it in the, is it the provisioning folder, yes, Mr. Chris? Then it will get pulled through, and that will be the default dashboard that appears the next time. And you can then add that to your code base, that JSON file that provides the model. So all of the users will then get your changes, your default ones. That should all be in the README of the dashboard block. If something needs to be made more clear, then let us know, and we'll write up that process perhaps as a blog post.
Yeah, or perhaps if there was any, if we need to go into discussion about it, it might be worth starting a thread on the forums, and then we've got a bit more scope than YouTube chat. Yeah. But it's perhaps worth mentioning that, like we were talking about earlier, all the apps on Hub are related to a Balena Cloud app in the background. It's the same for blocks. So as Phil said, after today, we're hoping that you'll be able to submit blocks of your own by creating the same app in Balena Cloud and marking it as public and setting it to block, and then other people will be able to find it and try it out.
And there's also a happy hour episode that Andrew will find now, where I live hacked an app on the happy hour episode, and as part of that, towards the end, I did that. I went through, I logged into Grafana and changed my dashboard and made it look a bit more pretty, so that might help you get started as well. We have another new joiner. Hello, Lucian.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. How's it going?
Hello.
Oh, we're only an hour in. It's good. We're still rocking
cool.
some energy.
So I do have a surprise for everyone working on the release party today. Andrew was correct. I'll see if I can share my screen and see if this works.
I didn't mean to steal thunder. I apologize.
All right. I've made a special one-off NFT for Release Party 6.
No.
Yes.
And if Once we wrap the release party, I guess Chris just send me a list of everyone who participated, and then you can create a wallet on BSC, and I'll send you an NFT.
Okay, cool.
So good.
That's awesome.
Just a little bit of digital native memorabilia for the release party. I apologize for my design skills. I actually made this whole thing in Chrome because I'm not very clever.
Oh, it's cool.
That's pretty good, man.
Yeah,
I like it.
You realize you're setting a precedent now. It's like there has to be one for every release party.
I think that would be really cool.
It's like mission patches.
Yeah, exactly.
And then combine them to make better ones, like crypto kitties.
Yes, it's called the product, Andrew.
It's true.
So yeah, just a little bit of fun for the participants.
Wow.
Yeah, release party NFT.
It's good. Martin is just like typing out what's happening. It's great.
The cost of minting these is going to go up and down all day because the markets are in chaos. so maybe we'll try and time it a little bit.
Jesus. By the way, you know, this is definitely another release party worthy feature. But the previous message we put in reminded me of this thing. It's been like I've wanted to make it forever, and it'll be especially awesome combination with Balena Sense, which is, I think we've called it device window. That's the spec that people who have access to our specs can find. And basically it had a special URL on the device that the dashboard would find and put in a special page in the dashboard. So the idea is, like, if you want to extend the dashboard with device specific content, like configuration, like on the device, you know, like, or maybe feeding some data back, you could plug that into the dashboard essentially from the device directly. So you don't, the idea is so you don't have to make your own dashboard, right? Like if the device could like inject some content into the main dashboard, maybe you wouldn't have to make your own. And we've actually spec'd that out and everything. The problem tends to be one of security, because the device would have to open up some URLs that somebody on the internet can get, but not anybody on the internet can get, right? So that's what's really get locked in.
I think that would be a nice incentive. Well, it's another reason for people to go to the next level. So if you've got your device in the open fleet and you want to enable kind of remote access and additional functionality on top of that, that's when we'll be needing you to sign up to balenaHub and adopt that device, and then that's when you can kind of access that device window functionality that Alex is talking about.
You know, now that you said that, I'm realizing the combination of Balena Sense, Open Fleet, and this feature accessible to Hub is, yeah. I mean, yeah, to control, if you want authenticated access is one thing, but imagine just, you know, like you've wanted often to do, you know, to just create a cloud equivalent of the, you know, like have a lot of Balena Sense, like weather stations or whatever, like gathering data in one place. I mean, this isn't exactly that, but at least you can see all the data in one place.
Yeah, it's close to that. It's kind of, it goes back to the citizen science projects we were talking about earlier on the stream. It's like, although open fleets permit everyone to get their sensor up and running, what they're not doing today is aggregating that data so someone can come and look at the data from the fleet. And that's something that we need to look at as well.
The thing that's always on my mind for this stuff is to, and this is actually not even hard per se, we just never really get to it, to do some sort of a CRDT or some other distributed storage thing, really, where the devices can store collective data on themselves, so to speak. Like, you know, they come together to make a storage unit that they all can put data on. So you have basically a cloud without a cloud.
Yeah, Chris and I hacked on that for a bit once. We do need to come back round and have another go at that, Mr. Chris. I was thinking about that again at the weekend.
It would make sense.
IPFS thing, or is that?
Yeah, IPFS is what we were looking at.
Yeah, there's like services built on top of it,
wouldn't it? because if we had the open fleet going and we had the IPFS system built on top of that as we had it going when we hacked it, Phil, then you'd be able to query from one device and receive the data from all the other devices.
Yeah. I was on some long Twitter link from one account to the other account to another account, and I was going through all of those kind of services that are now being built on top of IPFS that provide this sort of distributed storage, distributed databases. I was going through that at the weekend thinking I need to hack on that again pretty soon. Yeah.
Phil, have I told you the story about the community cloud computing paper? Have you heard that one?
No.
Really? So this is my academic career was on something else, but I wrote one paper that took off, which tells you that, by the way, it's always quantity, never quality. It doesn't matter. This is actually a well-known fact about academia. Like you don't know which paper is going to take off. It doesn't make a difference.
Right.
Like how
So
many
you edge your bets.
Yeah. Anyway, but so we wrote this paper with a friend of mine that explored the question of how do you make a data center without a data center, basically, right? How do you make a cloud without a cloud? Hence, the title was Community Cloud Computing. And we sort of laid it all out. We're like, well, you need distributed naming infrastructure, you need distributed resource sharing, like memory and storage and compute, and then you need distributed transactions, and then we're like, well, to power that, of course, people need to be trading those resources, right? So you need some sort of a distributed currency that allows microtransactions to happen for people to like pay each other for that stuff. Now, this sounds silly, but the year was 2009 when we wrote this. And unbeknownst to us, it was like 2 months after the Bitcoin paper had come out, which like has no mention of Bitcoin or anything, right? But my takeaway from that paper was like, there's so much stuff to do here. Like, I need to do something else, because this is just like to get anything to work. Like, there's going to be so much technology needed to be built out that, like, yep, okay, I got it. I did the analysis. Like, there's so like, this is going to take a while. I'd rather do something more sort of conventional. And in a way, Balena, you could think about it as a gateway drug. Like, we could build that stuff eventually, but also we don't need to build that stuff to start with. But I find it fascinating how, do you see Filecoin, Namecoin, all those things are basically slowly building the stuff we had listed out in that paper. Not that they're doing it because we listed it out on the paper.
No. Filecoin was one of the things I was reading through at the weekend. That was what sparked off my thought that I need to get back into hacking on
that. But yeah, no, it's fascinating to see it come alive. And yeah, the ultimate dream was, I think that was in sketches for the follow-up paper we never wrote, but and I think now, again, this is going to sound, I don't know if it's happening, actually. Maybe Lucian would be able to tell us. But imagine an agent, right, who doesn't have its own base at all. It lives on the network, so it constantly has to generate value for somebody to collect currency, to get contracts from other agents to buy resources for its future, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like it's almost like the way I was visualizing it, imagine like a road with bricks, right? And you constantly have to keep buying bricks to put ahead of you on the road, because you're rolling. The time, your speed is fixed, so you're rolling. So you constantly have to buy bricks to put ahead of you, otherwise you fall into the void, right? So and then we're like, can you hibernate? What happens, in extreme situations if you have nothing, like maybe some storage? Can I hibernate, or maybe pay somebody to like wake me up when, whatever. I don't know if that stuff exists already, but it's inevitable. Like, once all those technologies exist, you can have, actually quite complicated agents that are active, that are just live exclusively on the network.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could see something like distributed storage. If that could be brought in as a block, that would appeal to a bunch of app developers. That's something that is a hard problem to solve. Even if you're just going to configure it yourself, you're not going to try and make it. You're just going to configure something. Chris and I found that was still hard to get up and running and configured. If we can just make that, add it to your app, and there it is. This is how you use it. There's an API exposed. Then
This might be the most powerful use case for blocks I've heard, because you don't just get a capability on the device, right? You get your fleet to do something for you as a whole.
Yeah.
And even for open fleets, it's I mean, of course. Why didn't I think for open fleets, you basically get win-win, like positive sum game dynamics, right? Because the more devices on the fleet, the more robust these networks become. Usually it's like, the more, it's not just like incrementally adding a little bit of storage, it's adding robustness, adding speed to the network. So you get network effects basically. Yeah, this is just blowing my mind right now.
When are you going to start on the docs updates, Mr. Andrew, or the blog post?
Oh, reading my mind. That's what I'm doing right now.
Nah.
Hence focus face. Come on, man.
I thought you were, well, I didn't know if that was your focus face. You definitely had some kind of trying to concentrate face.
I was watching that woodworking video that you linked me. That's what I was doing.
Yeah, nice.
I wasn't working. That's not my style. Yeah, right now we are working on the informational docs-like bits. So we're not going to add net new docs. Instead, we're going to supplement the existing pages on hub.balena.io. So we will be beefing out the contributing page, because the way to contribute will be completely different by the end of this party. And then we'll add a net new how it works. And that'll cover what's going on, what are open apps, open fleets, and include frequently asked questions.
I shall set docs to in progress then.
All right. I earned it in progress. That's the participation.
That's all your interest.
Yeah. I'm on the board now.
Well, you don't think you were that wrong, PJ?
Hey, PJ, how dare you give away my secrets? Well, I always tell Alex about catching people Googling when you're on Zoom calls, because when they hit Google, the screen goes white, right? And if they're on a big enough screen, like their entire face glows. So when they don't know what you're talking about, you're like, yeah, so, do you know about the megalodon shark? And they're like, yeah. And then if their screen goes white, they're totally Googling the megalodon or whatever you're talking about.
That's why I have the Dart Reader extension, so you can't catch me out.
It's a nice hack.
Yeah, that Carl and I are like brothers, just separated by thousands of miles. I was watching that devs program the other night, and I got through the last episode, and I immediately had to ring Kyle. Like the last 60 seconds of the program happens, like, get Kyle on the phone. It was midnight here, so I knew he was going to be awake in Canada.
That's on my binge list for this weekend. I'm excited.
Yeah.
Re-up the Hulu premium. Yeah. Give it a go.
I want to get Alex's take on it.
Are you watching it, Alex?
What am I watching?
Devs.
Devs? What's that?
It's it's a tech company doing AI, but they have like a labs team, but it's a kind of secretive labs team. And if you make it, you get promoted to this devs team. But they're making something, and the bit that made me think about Balena was this guy was brought into the devs team, and it's like a floating room that's held up by magnets inside a outer shell room, and it's got like a gold cage, and it's all glowy and all mystical, and the geezer's brought in across like this lift shaft that moves on magnets. So it connects, because it's got a vacuum around it to keep it air separated as well. And then he sits down at his desk, and the CEO says, this is where you're going to work. And the guy, any questions? And the guy says, yeah, what are we doing here? And the CEO says, I'm not going to tell you that. You're going to have to work that out by reading the code, but there's loads of time. And I was thinking, this is like me joining Balena. I need to spend 3 months working out what I do here. Cool.
Yeah, and what about all the ridiculous, setup? The reason for that will become apparent later as well.
Yeah. But then, I'd love you to watch that show and then tell me your theories about what it was about.
I'm not gonna cringe, because like I tried to watch Silicon Valley, and I bet
that was really cringe. Later. No, that was awful. But, this is much better.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. I'll try.
I had the
Because,
same set of
Silicon
questions.
Valley,
Oh, go ahead.
yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Andrew. Go.
I was just quickly, I had the same set of questions, but Kyle and Phil more or less said there are many parallels to Balena life. So that was the drawing for me.
I watched the final episode, and then I had about an hour chat with Kyle about parallel world theories and lots of stuff. So I'd love to get what your take is. That'd be amazing.
Now to figure out how to get my wife to agree to watching this.
Yeah.
I gotta figure out the right machinations. I mean, in all seriousness, she's making me watch Burn Notice. So I think I've probably got a burner.
You got credit.
Yeah,
I've got a favor to burn. Cool. Since we're not in an active phase of the well, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of work happening, but we're not content-wise like busy. I just learned yesterday about rolamites. Does anybody know about what that is?
No. Say that again. Rolamite.
Yeah.
Some sort of substance.
No.
Rolamites.
Well, ROLAMITE. Rolamite.
Oh, I don't even know what that is.
A kind of a linear bearing mechanism that's got like 1% of the friction of normal stuff, and it's so damn simple that like my mind has been spinning since yesterday when I saw this for the first time. I'm just like, I don't understand why this isn't everywhere. Apparently, one of the big reasons it's not everywhere is that it violates how engineers have been taught to think, because it's just so mind-blowingly awesome. But it was invented by Sandia National Labs in the US, which is like, a pretty big deal, and used in space applications and stuff. So it's legit. Like if you didn't know, like, NASA was involved, you'd think it's like some sort of free energy bullshit. It's so out there. But I mean, yeah, I know what I'm going to be doing over my weekend. I'll tell you that much.
Did you see I pinged you about a 3D printed transistor?
I saw. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. That was amazing.
How cool is that?
What I was thinking at the moment you sent me that? I was like, it pays to just be that weird guy that talks about self-replicators all the time for the odd link somebody will send you. When they see something, they'll be like, Alex should see this, right? I'm like, everything else is worth it. Like, whatever.
That's the first time at 6 a.m. I've thought about you. I was reading the news on my phone with my coffee. Must send to Alex.
That's great. That's great. That's my plan is working. Yeah, no. Some randos on Twitter as well will send me some links that are like mind blowing, and I'm like, like Google, right? I can maybe search for something with words that I know. Okay, what's next level search? Image search. Like all my mechanical knowledge, which I have very little of, I get by putting like, let's say bearing extruder, right? Like I'm sorry, a belt extruder. I'm looking for extruders that are made with belts, right? Now I can't describe anything that I want to learn about it because I don't know anything about it, and there's just so much stuff. And if it was in text, forget about it. You go on Google image search, there's like 50 of them. You're like, great. You just like scroll, right? You just like look carefully. If you see something, you kind of click through. But the next level search is to just be known as the person who cares about X. And then, just talk loudly enough about it on Twitter and like, anywhere else, and just have people send you stuff.
Crowdsource searches.
That's right. Yeah, it's fascinating how we're talking about this with some friends that like, search has kind of hit a wall, and maybe the next level search is to go back to the Yahoo level, like category creation, right? Like this is a bucket of resources for this. This is a bucket of resources for this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that article was funny because it was like coming at it from the point of view of these people have 3D printed a recyclable transistor, and I was like, you had me at 3D print transistor. Like,
who cares about recycling, dude?
I don't know. I mean, it's a bonus, but yeah, you had me at 3D print transistor.
Yeah. Recycle it so that it can get into the landfill through the recycling route. I'm joking. There's like this whole thing in the US now where everybody's woken up to the fact that like nothing gets actually recycled, but people keep doing it because they like it feels good, I think, or something. But speaking of recycling, my other crazy project that I want to try and do. So, do you guys know I've built a wall in my house with Everblocks? Do you know what the Everblocks? Like, the Everblocks are basically like human-sized Legos, right? Like about a foot wide and half a foot. Sorry, guys. So to all the Europeans and non-Americans out there, I apologize. I do know my metrics, but somehow anyway.
Did you print them all yourself?
No, I bought them.
Okay.
But which is crazy because it's mostly air, right? So you have these massive boxes show up that are like, just these pieces of plastic, almost empty. But I've been thinking like, we got these cans everywhere. Shit, sorry. I just spilled some Coke. Never mind. You got these cans everywhere, right? What if you could put like 6 of them together, put like heat shrink plastic around it and make it like into a building block for like, I don't know, a bigger thing of some kind. So that's the other. How did that? Oh yeah, recycling, right? Like, that's the to me that's the way to do recycling. Like you just find ways to use the things themselves directly without having to reprocess them. We lost Phil. The conversation is gonna die imminently. Somebody say something.
Everyone's like heads down, focused on stuff.
That's all right. Yeah. Cool. I'll keep talking and they won't notice. What else?
I was going to ask Andrea. I'm just looking at the to-do list, and I'm pretty sure some of your tasks are done. So we have create application settings page and relocate relevant items from actions. I think is done and on prod already, isn't it?
Yep.
Cool.
We have the settings page, production, the application settings page.
Awesome.
And we will also have the 3 new settings soon. So the public URL, the application is public, application class, and application Git repo URL.
Cool.
To set them.
And so those are the settings people will need to be able to add their open fleets and applications to Hub and blocks. Sorry. Cool. Awesome.
I was half listening, Alex, and my brain caught up. But you used these to build a wall in your house. Your partner like approved it.
Oh yeah. No, I mean the wall we have in my house is like ace, man. Like so this company called Everblocks, right? They sell you these like it's just like foot wide Legos. And the thing is like you got to go on their like website and make like they have this like janky 3D designer, and you have to like put all the blocks together to like for them to send you, because I think they also want to look at the structural integrity, which is really frustrating because you get this guy like just adding columns to my designs, and I'm like, dude, like talk to the hand. Anyway, I've had to fight him a little bit. But I basically made a wall that's got like a big lion in the middle, like as a because my son's called Leo, so like it had like even like with depth and stuff. It was pretty out there. What I was saying is that like I'd love to take Coke cans, like put 6 of them together, heat shrink plastic around it, and then becomes like a block that you can make I don't know, surfaces with.
Yeah.
Maybe 3D print like separators for the gaps, but apparently a can can take like 50 to 100 kilos of weight, which is like an average human being, effectively.
Right on. So if you did it right, you don't need studs, right?
Huh?
If you did it right, then you really don't need studs.
No, if you do it right, that thing should be able to take a ton, I think. Yeah. Right, because not only do you add the weight that they can take, but it actually they support each other. It becomes a honeycomb, really, if you think about it, right? And
I actually do have a wall that I need to build, and I'm wondering, do I need to go on like a LaCroix binger this weekend and just like start stacking cans?
Dude,
To
seriously,
prove this out. I'm not kidding. I have
seriously
3 walls to build actually in my garage.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Everblocks are pretty neat. But you know, they cost a pretty penny, and I don't know. Like, I just, yeah, I got this idea stuck in my head. You know, the thing with the Coke can, right? Like, and I realize I know this intimately because I have a lot of them. Let's just say, I'll leave it at that.
You ship them,
But,
ship them to Portland. I'll use them.
It's an incredibly precise object. Like, if we never think about like, oh, you know, like the size is precise, it fits, you know, but it's perfectly circular. It's straight, it's circular. It's like the steel on top. If you see a video for how this thing is made, it's a double lever. Like, it is absolutely absurd how these things open up here. Yeah, so it's like just this. It's so elegant. We don't even notice how incredible it is. But then I'm like, yeah, well, you have these super perfectly, you know, architected industrial objects, and we just like, oh, it's just pure aluminum. Who needs it? Throw it away. Wait a minute.
So what you're saying is, if we end up doing regional Balena Summit, we're basically gonna buy a bunch of 24 packs of stuff, drink them all, and build some sort of smart wall out of cans.
Pretty much.
And edge devices. Let's do it. You hear that, Chris? Get over here. We can drink a bunch of Rainier and other cheap beer.
Sounds good.
Things.
Right. It's like, why are you drinking so much beer while you're building that wall? It's like, no, you don't understand.
But it's like
I'm building the wall.
You don't get it. Allison, listen. This is why we spent all the money.
I know it looks like we spent all the money on beers, but tomorrow I'll be able to explain why. Trust me, there's a good reason for this.
Giant aluminum can wall, mount the beast to it, the beast tiles. I don't see what can go wrong.
Yeah, I've been thinking like you need to make like kind of like 3D print like a filler thing. Just
hold on, guys, while I change the title of this live stream too. Let's build a wall together.
Let's build a wall together
with aluminum cans and 3D printers.
Like, let me see where yeah, you see like the gap here, right? The triangle.
Yeah.
I guess it could be 4, but I think if you 3D print that, so you can slide it in as well as extra like support. Because I think your biggest problem with these is that they if they get attacked from the side, they have no resistance. Top down, they are incredible. So
you do need some sort of stud-like thing for the edge of the wall.
You
just
basically
to hedge your
need
bet.
To prevent them from getting compressed, you know, because walls don't get that much pressure like left to right, but you need something just like to prevent anything like compromising the whole thing. But I think if you that's what I was thinking about heat shrink plastic as well, because it just like holds it together. Apparently I actually found what kind of heat shrink I want, which is the kind of thing they use on batteries. Have you seen battery packs with like that are like got, you know, sort of I don't think they do that with laptop batteries anymore, but like, you know, they've got this like uniform like plastic
yeah, I remember those days.
Wrapping.
Cell phone batteries had them. Does anybody remember cell phone batteries?
Yeah, so like that kind of heat shrink plastic exists, and you can buy it in bulk. I know I'm saying this like just out there, but like I do think it's very, very doable. Like, I guess I wonder like what the limits are here, right? Like how far, like what can you make a house with that? Like what if I fill it with water? Is that
I'm pretty sure you're just defining the summit agenda. Kyle's in. Kyle could be our main drinker.
So is just Kyle just wants the summit in general? Is this can building business?
No, I think we sold him with the wall building.
But the can did it.
Yep.
Dude, You know what I'm gonna do this weekend? I now know. I now know what I'm gonna do this weekend. I'm gonna build Rollamite with cans. Obviously.
Oh
What
man.
else?
Wouldn't you have to like smelt all the aluminum and then recast it?
No, because so the rollers are gonna be the cans as is like this, right?
Oh, okay. Okay.
And the sort of the tape, you can take one can, just cut it up, right? And then cut it up like this, and you got this thin sheet of aluminum, which is what the original ones were doing it with metal strips. And I think if you iron it, actually it becomes flat.
Dang.
So
TIL.
I'm telling you, man, cans are like completely underappreciated.
I'm in. Wood is so expensive lately.
I don't
might
know
have
what
to
we would
try.
do with that Rollamite, but damn it, we'll make it.
Just make it. Yeah. I await Sunday night Twitter where you just have pictures of like this very simple belt made from a weekend's worth of trying to recreate Rollamite.
Right. The world's lamest bearing. It can only travel 2 centimeters.
It'll
but
be
it
a
will
win.
do so without friction.
I don't want to get more off topic. We were talking about the misuse of bearings, and I actually have a misuse of bearings in my garage.
What misuse of bearings have you made?
Well, mine's not as bad as yours. I'm basically not using them to turn anything on the outer part of it, but I'm just using it as like a precision tool to spin a rod on 2 ends for like a flip tabletop. And I'm like,
nice.
Yeah, I'm like, you know what?
I should.
They're so useful. I can't help it.
Yeah.
Bearings, man. This is what this live stream should be about. Forget balenaBlocks and open apps. Just kidding.
Yeah.
That's what we're here to do. So I will play the role of Phil, and let's catch up on our status board here. Any of you folks have any updates across the board?
I think we're doing God's work here by letting these folks work.
That's true.
To be completely honest. I think they're just all heads down. Can you actually give me a bit of a summary on what I missed so far?
Sure thing.
Oh, look, I see. Public apps enabled, open fleets available. I didn't realize we put this up there.
Oh yeah.
Available,
There you go.
updated. Migrate full for COVID.
Yeah, we had trouble breaking down what we're doing today into several milestones because one of them is like public apps enabled is that's the dashboard changes that Andrea's working on. So that's going to make the options available so people can go in and start to mark stuff. But then open fleets available is kind of like the behemoth task that encompasses basically everything.
Right.
So that's the updates to the application card, the sorting, the app page itself, the map, all that kind of stuff, the join modal. All that's lumped together in there. And then we've got docs updated, which is adding, or as Andrew said earlier, updating the contributing page. Because instead of the submission form as we have today, where people are submitting apps and getting them reviewed by us before they're added, people are just able to go in and add their own whenever they want to. And then we were kind of thinking, well, once we've done all that, then we can migrate Full for COVID live and sort of go through the changes that are necessary for someone to put their open app on Hub.
Yeah, this is so exciting, man. Like, seriously, this could be, it almost feels like the second launch of Balena. And I know this sounds a bit, overly, a bit much, but seriously. It's, I think this day will be remembered. I'm, like when you launch a new thing, right? And I'm gonna say this, and it's gonna go on the internet. So if I'm wrong, people will know. But it's so obvious that this is gonna be amazing, and it's just gonna enable so much that I'm not even like, sometimes you bellyache, right? It's like, are people gonna want this? Is anybody gonna use it? Whatever. I just don't feel any of that doubt with Hub. It's like, let's just get there as fast as possible. Obviously, like what else? Why would we, not do this? Sort of. I got more of a sort of like, you idiot! It took you how many years to figure this out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the things we were touching on earlier. It's kind of like once we get this functionality out there, it's not just limited to ideas that we can come up with at Balena anymore. We're sort of getting out the way of people so they can just try ideas out, see what works, see what doesn't work, and just like try things.
And that's what it's about, right? Like it's about getting sort of out of the way of people and enabling this kind of, like this my academic career thing I was talking about before. The title we ended up giving to the thesis was like generative information systems, and the general idea was that you want something where the users are not just like tied down to 5 processes or something, but that they are given the bits to make whatever they want, right? Like to combine in unforeseen ways. And I really believe in that. Like you can never truly explore all the solution space yourself. I mean, even just now we're talking about like, distributed IPFS clusters, and I was like, of course, right? we hadn't even thought of this. And who knows what else is out there.
Yeah. It's like I was mentioning earlier, when we did Fold for COVID, we were getting messages from people saying, like, are you guys going to expose that functionality? Like, how can I make something like this? How can I do what you've done?
Yeah.
And so I was saying, we took a day or two, but we got there. Like, this is going to enable that so people can start to do that kind of thing.
Yep. And the other thing that's, again, often not super obvious is that to enable open fleets, there's been a 5-year-long sort of drip Tavares knows, right? We've been talking about this for a long time, and whenever we had a feature that was touching on something or other that was related to that, we were like, but also put this one little change in for open fleets one day, right? Or like when we removed user ownership of devices, it was like done extremely carefully to enable open fleets. Like for years and years and years and years, we've been like building up, all of these little bits and pieces in the code base to make this happen. And then if you remember that story, I don't know if we've said it on the stream yet. With the whole lockdown happening, we were like, what do we do? And we're like, we're almost there with open fleets, right? We could put up an open fleet and do something cool. And that's how that came about.
Because we were kind of thinking, like, I remember being hesitant back then. It's like, will people join this? Like, will people like try this out? And as it turns out, because it makes the process so much easier. If I can just download an OS image and flash my device and it does the thing, that's way simpler than having to flash an OS, set it up, get access to it, install software, configure it. It makes it a whole lot simpler. And I think the open fleets concept, especially with the map, when it brings something like that together, it kind of creates a sense of community where you can tell, like, I'm working together with these other people to accomplish something. Like, I'm a part of this thing now.
Yeah, and
that's super powerful.
I can't wait for us to start adding like more conversational features in there as well. And I know it's kind of lame, right? Like, make your first blog, like people can put comments on it or whatever. It's so simple, but I think it just, at Balena, we usually spend our time, finding like some like obscure, like cross-architectural, like whatever. And we never think about like, commenting features, like we should make them really good or something. But there's this other side of, and really that's the kind of the weird thing about Hub in general for me. Like, the technology is literally identical, right? The OS has 0 changes on it, as do most of the backend services. It's about packaging it up differently and changing the model around it. Like, if there was ever a case, so a lot of like startup founders and whatever, especially from a technical background, will think about like, oh no, I just have to make my technology, right? And I got to make it available. If I've ever had an example about like exactly identical technology and very different model is Hub versus Cloud, right? Hub is purely a kind of packaging innovation, if you want to call it that. It feels so lame to say it like that because it's so huge, but it doesn't change the core tech. But again, like I'm saying this ahead of time, either I will sound like I know what I'm talking about or not here down the line. Yeah.
I mean, that's what we were touching on earlier as well. It's kind of like it's especially in the case of Fold for COVID, it was something we were able to put together pretty quickly as Balena because we knew all of our internal tech and how things worked and how we could just do things in this very slightly different way, and we could enable this feature. But the long haul has been creating the general use case. It's been taking all those things we used and making sure we like expose the UIs to access them and like build the front end so that people can find stuff and join it. And like to your point about developing multi-architectural applications, it's like Fold for COVID does require that, and we kind of got stuck on that point for a while, and then we realized, oh hey, we can just launch one application for architecture per architecture, and we've solved that. Maybe we can make it better in the future and make multi-architecture applications, but for now, one for each is fine.
And this is the other thing, by the way. Like I think we have no idea how. Like once this starts getting used, I think the flywheel of users discovering stuff and then pushing us to enable more stuff and then discovering more stuff and then like will be so intense, right? Like it will be like sort of this multi-architecture thing. Of course we'll do it, but it's far better to have something out there and build multi-architecture release on that than to just be building up like this massive sort of backlog of stuff that you want to get out. But that was such a weird thing, right? And I bet it happens all the time, and we notice it like a small fraction of it. But I don't know if everybody knows the story, but basically, it's just one of the most instructive stories, definitely in a long while, where we just had gotten committed in our heads about releasing open fleets with multiple architecture capability for Balena devices, and then we spec'd out the multi-arch capability, and I mean it's surprisingly doable, but it's still probably like a month's work or something. And then we're like, well, so Hub is going to have to come after that, and then we really just did not want that outcome. Like waiting a month more for Hub, even though we waited so long, it just wasn't tolerable. And I think out of desperation, we're like, do we really need multi-architecture? But a lot of the times you just make this mistake where you just commit to a feature, then you spec it out, then you realize it'll take forever, but you don't go back and say, like, do I really, truly, like, what does the world without this actually look like? Because in the beginning, you might flippantly say, like, oh, yeah, it'll be cool to have this, right? Like, you don't know what it'll cost you, so, like, who cares? Mm-hmm. But then you realize, but you don't update again to say, no, wait, that's sounds like a pretty bad use of resources.
Yeah, and I think it's something like, because we were kind of looking at what open fleets would need from our point of view. We were looking at what projects we would want to use open fleets for, and perhaps we weren't going back and saying, oh, hey, we can get some of this functionality out there, and then at least other people can see it, and that might be all the functionality someone else's project needs, but we hadn't thought of that use case. So it's kind of a big win or a big plus point just to get something out there and see what people do with it, and then it can kind of steer the development and kind of steer the priority of features we add on top.
Right, and this
it could be like once we've got it out there, multi-arch applications maybe not as important as something else that comes up that we haven't even thought about yet.
100%. That's exactly it. Like we may have our own opinions about what features are and are not needed, but I bet you users are going to surprise us, and things that we didn't think were that important are going to become a lot more important, and things we thought were like absolutely essential. We're going to be like, whatever, that's useful too, but really, who cares?
Because local UI is another one like that. It's to us, it seems really important, and I know Amit's super excited about working on that next week. But it's like maybe now we get the features out there that some people are able to do what they need without local UI. Like they've got their own UI, or they don't need any config, or there's all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, no, I just can't wait to get the power. Like the thing with Balena, right? Like there's all this cool stuff happening behind closed walls that nobody can see. What folks are doing with Balena technology, and to open the doors for people to just like experiment with that in public is just, oh man, I just can't wait.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be super cool.
Hey, Chris, I think we have some questions to answer here. So from the crowd, did I miss how the known hostname feature is supposed to work?
Yes.
I don't think we've actually covered that on the stream, so I don't think you've missed it, but we can cover it.
Oh,
So
Is
it's
that
kind of
the,
Oh, do you want to take that one then, Thomas?
yeah.
go for it.
Oh yeah, you've written a reply.
So the hostname thing is because when we go live with these changes, when your device joins an open fleet, say that the application you just joined requires, or maybe not requires, but it has some sort of UI. Maybe it has like an HTTP server on port 80, and you want to access that either to configure something or to actually make use of the project. You could go into your router DHCP table and check which one is the IP address for your device, but by having a known hostname, you can just go to your browser and type like balena.local, and that will go to your device automatically. Another good example is the Minecraft project, but that one already has a hostname. I think it's balenaMinecraft.local. So when you open your Minecraft client and you want to connect to your Minecraft server that's running on the Raspberry Pi, you don't use the IP address of the Pi, you just do like balenaMinecraft.local, and that works. And this is kind of temporarily only, because once we have like local UI and all that stuff, I mean,
you
this
may
is
have both,
subject to
right?
change.
You may have folks making
Yeah,
their own .locals for their own
applications.
application, but there's going to be balena.local for managing the device itself.
Exactly.
I'm also hoping that balena.local will, if you have a lot of balena devices, they will discover each other. So you could go to balena.local
Right.
and just see all of them together in your local network. And I guess I'll say this. I think I was speaking to the founder of the BeagleBone project yesterday, and I mean, I don't think he'll mind if I say this out loud, but he was like, "Can we get like VS Code maybe like on .local so we can like just code up directly and then we can ship it directly with BeagleBone stuff?" And I was like, "Yes, we've kind of
we can.
got this already." So we may have a bit of a forcing function. The BeagleBone folks are quite excited. I mean, I can't speak for them, and maybe I don't know if they'll make it, but like there was definitely a lot of excitement about making the local UI also able to edit the code on the device. So, and to me, like that's another huge thing about open fleets and just in general more openness for Balena stuff. So the world that we imagine is not a world that just everything is locked down and you only have just I mean today IoT is like these black box devices that do something, right? Like to me the world that we'd like to see is you press like you sit in your laptop, you enter a .local domain name, maybe even on your phone, who knows, and there's an edit button that you can go and just see the code, change it, and just change how the thing behaves. And if that change is valuable, like if you think about the fleet as like a population, like a species, right out there, it's like thousands of people with thousands of devices in their homes, and some of them who are more technically capable making modifications that they might like, having a single button then to just say like send this pull request back up to the fleet, right, to the main project, and kind of that's like a evolutionarily, like it's like a mutation, right? You've got this the population, you got a mutation, some of them are beneficial, right, so they get merged, and through Balena you get them deployed. So you have this balance of like divergence, like people can do their own things, and then convergence by picking out the changes that are most useful to everybody, putting them back into the main trunk. You get everybody moving forward by virtue of people just experimenting in their own situations. So I don't know, like that future is just so ridiculously exciting. And really, I mean, we have all the pieces. Like there's none of what I described is like, yeah, but Alex, how are we going to do X? Like it's just a bunch of little things that we have to do all of them, but Many of them are just, you know, just doing the thing.
Yeah, to your point there about the black boxes, it's like level 1 to sort of open up that black box and at least permit people to see like what's going on inside it, what software's running. But then it's like level 2 to be able to give that edit button and allow people who know what they're doing to actually improve those devices and fix bugs. Because to me, it's the most annoying thing ever when something isn't working quite right and it's quite obviously a bug or it's broken, and you know how to fix it, but you just can't. You're just prohibited from playing with it for some arbitrary reason. It's like, I want to see the end of that.
Have I told you the story about how I spent like a ridiculous amount of time on Roomba support because the device would not connect to their cloud?
I don't think so, but I can imagine.
You have a bad history with like IoT smart home devices. Alex.
Well, the thing is, like, you know, of all the people that know all the ways in which a device cannot connect to the cloud, like I'm up there. Like I've seen most of them. So I'm like, clearly I know exactly what they need, right? And I'm talking to the support person, which is like, you know, whatever, like it's a job. But they're like, have you turned it on and off again? Do you have a firewall? I'm like, no. It's like, blah, blah, blah. But then it took a turn for the weird because they're like, do you have the MQTT ports open? And I'm like, why would I have the MQTT? What are you guys doing? This is strange. Yeah. Anyway, but and actually it became even weirder because apparently digging enough into the forums, you had to change like some sort of like TTL value in your router, which is like, how could you get this so wrong? I mean, this is not a hard problem. But
how is my grandma supposed to change the TTL on her router?
I couldn't do it, and I have a PhD in computing, so yeah.
Did you just volunteer blog posts?
The bar is like, can a person with a PhD in computing set up, an IoT thing in their house? No? Okay, we're not there yet. Your grandma, I don't know, man. She might be badass. I know.
There's still a bit of friction.
Un poquito. Is that how you say it? Did I completely butcher the Spanish language?
Yeah, no, that's correct.
That's
correct.
And that concludes my knowledge of Spanish.
Tomas, while you have the floor, we're at the top of the hour, so it's time for a release party update.
Update. Yes. All right, so this is release party 6. The one with the open fleets. That's the official title we're using. And what we are doing today here is we are making some updates to balenaHub. The idea is to enable users to create open fleets. That means a few changes, some on Balena Cloud platform. So we need to allow users to convert their applications or turn on their applications to make them publicly available for other users. We need to update the hub interface to account for these changes. So each application will have a nice map. We'll have a bit of information on what the fleet is comprised of. And we are also adding some informational pages, static content, usual explanatory, what's an application, what's a block, what is balenaHub, what's an open fleet, all that type of stuff. And hopefully we will be able to migrate and have a couple of apps released, I guess, officially as the first open fleets before the end of the day. Or the end of the stream, because the end of the day is a bit depends on your time zone, I guess.
Yes.
So yeah, basically that is to enable users to create their own like open fleets. Interesting stuff for sure. And there's one thing we haven't talked about, which is maybe worth talking about right now. We have currently about 44, 46 maybe. I don't recall the number off my head. Applications currently on Hub. We will be pulling out some of them temporarily, right? Since we are going live with open fleets, what we are doing is we want to ensure that any application, or at least initially, that lives on Hub provides a good experience as an open fleet. So some applications don't make too much sense as an open fleet. So we are starting with the ones that do. We will slowly add the rest back into Hub. And of course, this doesn't mean we will be moderating or curating what goes into Hub in any way. As we said already, once this feature is out, any user can go and get their own app into Hub. But that means they are also kind of responsible for making sure that that application works, and that in the context of an open fleet, it works. Since at the moment, all applications that exist on Hub are under our domain, we are making sure that whatever we put out it's actually useful. So yeah, you might see a drop. Sorry?
The thing is, we are gonna pull these apps as developers of these apps, right? It's not like we are acting as balena and saying we don't want these or approve or disapprove.
Right.
No, it's that we are the developers of these apps for most of them, and we judge that the experience is not what we want, so we're going to take them private for a little bit before we put them back out.
I think there's also the case
of the developer what to do, not of balena.
Yeah, exactly. But I guess there's also the consideration that because of the way we've done submissions to date, all of the apps are kind of, as Tomas said, under our domain, but they're owned by our Balena Cloud org. So one of the changes we're making to the Hub UI is to show the Balena Cloud org that the application belongs to. So if we were to make them all live, they would all say Balena Labs today, regardless of who developed them, because we've taken those submissions and put them live on Hub. So what we want to do is make sure that the developers of those apps are making their own apps within their own Balena Cloud accounts under their own org and putting them live. And then, of course, if any devices join their open fleets, they're able to manage those and update them and all that kind of cool stuff.
That's a great point. Yeah. I mean, and the thing is that right now apps are, and actually this is one of the big reasons we wanted to make sure we put this out quickly, is that right now open fleets are sort of, well, they're not open fleets, right? They're just deploy with balena buttons. But so, pulling something doesn't really change anything. You have either deployed it or not. But what will happen from now on is they become real community of devices, right? So yeah, we definitely should not be managing that.
Yeah, and so I guess if you're a developer that's got an app on Hub and you want to talk to someone about migrating it to an open fleet or anything like that, by all means reach out. The chances are you've spoken to maybe Mark or David from our team anyway, who would have sort of taken your app submission and got it live on Hub. So we can help. Because there are some super cool apps on there that I know might need some minor changes to work with open fleets, but we want to make sure you're able to make those changes and get them back on there.
And then there are some apps that, to be usable, they might require a local UI type of thing where you set configuration environment variables, or other type of configuration, so that those might not be ready yet, but once we get the local UI stuff out, then they will be ready.
I mean, there's also the case in what we did for Fall for COVID on our Rosetta at Home project, is we made our own little mini UI that just handles the functions that project needs. So one of the key things is to be able to set your Rosetta account key So that project has its own little web user interface. I think it has like a shutdown button, a restart button, and a set your account key button.
Yeah.
So just that simple UI that's in the app takes away any need for any kind of, or rather, it enables the user to make any kind of configuration changes they need. I see Alex there is opened the pull request to enable the Minecraft server for Open Fleets, which is awesome. He's on it.
Nice.
Do we have a sneak peek at the UI portion where someone who owns an app wants to make it open? I need like a visual connection here. I'm working on the FAQs.
I think that might be a question for Andrea if he's not in the middle of something.
No
Sorry,
rush.
I was a bit distracted.
Okay, you were in the middle of something.
Sorry about that.
What was the question again? Sorry, Andrew.
Do we have anything to reference for the step where the user makes their application open in the Balena Cloud UI?
Just as a screenshot or a design, so we can see what it might look like to show people.
I should some screenshot on the flow. Let me ping you.
Oh no worries. Yeah. No need to share anything live if nothing's tight yet. I just didn't know where to look.
I'll soon make a presentation. I'll share my screen soon.
Oh yeah.
I think Laura's joining for a UX debate about those buttons, so that'll be interesting.
Yeah, exactly. So we have a bit for it.
Right on.
Give me just 2 minutes. I finished this and.
God, everyone's joining. We have Christina and Laura here now.
All right.
Hello. Oh,
hey.
Thanks. We join at the same time.
Welcome.
Hello.
If anybody wants the merciful gods of the StreamYard to get you off the screen and let you work, raise your hands as well.
How's it going?
And Laura, do you want to introduce yourselves?
Christina, you go first. You're
Thanks.
on the left.
I'm first in the alphabet as well. So, hi, I am a supervisor dev. Actually, just got off a call with the other supervisor devs at our weekly check-in, and now I'm here to help in my capacity as a front-end dev with the app card, which I believe Alexandra showed at the very beginning.
Cool.
So I'm halfway done with that. I hope I'm not blocking anyone. I'm just going to be working.
Thank you so much.
No worries.
Hi.
I don't know if
I'm
people
Laura.
know what the supervisor is, but it's no big deal.
All right, go ahead.
It's just the linchpin of the entire.
It's just that thing we work on in our spare time.
Just the thing that connects the devices to the cloud, you know. Not super important to the functionality.
Oh, should I go now?
Go ahead, Laura.
No, Laura.
Let's stay.
No doubt.
I'm Laura. I work with the product team. Why can I hear myself? Is it because I'm not muted? Is that why? I can hear myself for some reason. That's worrying. Okay, that's good. I work with the product team, and I'm here to help with strong feelings towards the UI. That's my that's where I can help.
Also,
nothing fundamental, just strong feelings. Should we talk about the UI?
Yeah, sure. Give me just 1 minute more. Fixing good stuff, and there we are. Okay. So let me check. Okay. So let's share the screen. It's time. Can you guys see my screen?
Oh, we need to add you. Hang on.
Oh.
Yes.
There we go.
Okay. So let me close that on. It's not very nice. So this is the new settings page that we already have, but this is the new card that contains the 3 settings that we are adding now during the release party. So we have the set repository URL, which open just a model to insert the GitHub URL. Now, at the moment, the API request is not still working, so I'll not show you the process yet. So this one is disabled because, of course, we do not have any repository URL, so I'll not be able to set the application as public. And we can change the application class to fleet or block. Now, let me just do a small arc just to show you also the other model. What's that? Yes. Let's try this for a second. Let's wait for a refresh. Okay.
Nope.
No. Set is
It's working almost too well.
Yeah, I've changed the wrong one. Okay. I'll revert it later. Okay. So set as public. So first of all, yeah, I was asking if you have any, I don't know, anything on the extent and design. Yeah, I feel, yeah, I've seen that this does not have the same padding as the others, so I'll probably align this. I don't know if you guys can give me more feeling about this model.
So I suppose, because I was thinking whether or not actually we have that, by making this app public text, actually sit next to the title, so there's kind of more padding between the two, but it's that kind of warning feels like it should be at the top. But then because that text is outside of a box and is just sort of weirdly sandwiched in between, I think it looks a bit strange. Why? So why is note in a box? I assume because it's like it's.
We can add this as a box. Of course, we can put it as a note. No, I'm not sure because we have 3 boxes actually. We have note, warning, and danger.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can look at it as an info, not really as a warning or.
I think even if it sits within note, like so you have.
Like note,
and then
blah,
this
blah, blah,
means.
and this means okay.
Yeah, and I think then that's fine, and then we just edit the padding at the top so it's not as big.
Okay.
And then I think we're good. The only other thing I would say is maybe instead of an OK button, we kind of repeat the action of the fact that you will be setting the application public. So make application public rather than OK, because then or published, something that feels more like you're actioning something as opposed to just that's fine.
The thing that sticks out to me is the warning thing. Like, it's not a warning is like a problem, and this is a great thing. We shouldn't be like warning people about it. Like, it's just.
I mean, we could do that. We could do all of the text within the note box then, in which case. But it is just you are agreeing because we're saying you're agreeing to something by doing this. Is that we could mark it as info rather than warning?
Are we trying to squeeze maybe something that should not be done in like notification lingo into that lingo? Maybe it feels like we're square peg round hole a little bit. Am I causing havoc in release party land?
No, I'm interested to know. I'm interested to know what you mean.
I wouldn't. This is not like the warning and note stuff is kind of something we have already for small, things like, note this, or one-liner important things that you should be having as part of something else. Like here, the warnings and the notes are the thing that sticks out actually.
Yeah. Thinking, I think we could probably remove the note and just put it as a text in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, if the warning was a note and the main text was just main text, I think. And maybe actually, you know what? If it's about agreement, Laura, as you said, maybe the button is like I agree or something, like saying that you confirm that agree. Yeah. So it feels a little bit more definitive. I don't know.
Yeah, I think as long as it feels like an acknowledgement, I agree that maybe warning is a bit too much because we don't want to put people off from doing this. But there does need to be kind of like, you do appreciate that you are pushing your app live if you're doing this, and this is the consequences of, I say consequences, but this is what happens if you push your app live. But yeah, I'm happy with that format. Having a note instead of a warning, and then including that all as the like body text, and then I agree or publish.
Okay.
Cool.
And the last thing is again, probably
we can always polish. Like the point is to get through the release right now. Just that, but any small changes we can make.
Yeah. Probably this model is a bit empty.
Could it be left aligned?
Sure. Also, you can take the entire model if you want.
What are the options?
Fleet and block.
Should we have the option that's already selected as the default showing already? So it's not an empty box.
This will probably happen. Yeah, this will happen. Yep.
Okay, but I mean, at the same time, is a radio button not the simpler solution here?
We can also use a radio button, sure.
Oh, what button?
I mean, in general, when we auto UI progresses, the thing I've gotten stuck in my mind for a very long time is that so you got like 3 options or less, right? You probably use radio, and you got 4 options or more, so some boundary number that we could figure out what it is. But like if more than X, you go drop down because it doesn't make sense. But like for drop down for 2 options where the one is pre-selected feels extra. But I
think radio makes sense there as well because you can't unselect it, can you? There's always a setting like
right.
Can someone tell me what a radio button is? Because everyone keeps
actually, here
isn't it intuitive? It's a radio, like the thing, on a button. What?
Doesn't it come from that concept in those old school stereos where you press one button and the other button pops out? Like that's where
I think that's correct.
You mean like a toggle?
Sort of. Like all the options are there, and there's a little circle that tells you what's pushed.
We cannot really use the toggle, I think.
Okay, Laura, this is not from me. I was gonna say it from me, but now I have Luis Gustavo Spern Barreto who's on my side on this. Do we need a model?
No, for sure not. But this will be this slide too. Promise.
Thank you, Luis.
What happened, Laura?
You don't understand. So for people who are just watching this, or not Balena, like, do we need a model or not? Is like, I don't know.
I didn't know I was going to get publicly attacked. You never need a modal. You never need a modal.
You never need a model? No, that's not true. I do not agree. But anyway, here I call the power of for this because I've seen that in the API model we'll also have app as
I
a third
mean,
solution, as a
yeah,
third option.
when the actually, I'm just realizing what's happening. So the settings page is full of buttons, is it?
It's. I think. It's full of buttons because in this initial state where we're just relocating stuff from actions.
Right.
Like,
Okay.
yeah,
All of these
the
models
next-
are going to go away, basically.
Eventually, yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Because one of the points I was going to make is
sleep
that
in peace.
I should be able to see like my application class and repo URL and public status without having to
this
click
is
them.
this is an extremely roundabout situation, but because these things started out as actions, and we said, well, they're not really actions; they're just data manipulation, so they should go to a place called settings. But now we've transplanted them there while they're still buttons, which is fair
Yes.
enough. Better that than nothing. But I think the next thing is to just remove the whole modal button situation and just make it a form. You know, like old school web form, like, you know, fields. Yeah, that's where we're going. Okay.
It will become like this. Yeah.
Now we need a modal.
I will investigate for the radio button for this, because I'm not sure we can use the radio button. Actually, it might be that we have 3 options instead of only 2. So, because I've seen
Sorry,
that
I don't get it.
I've seen that in the API model also pass app as a third option.
But still, like 3 or 4 is not really. Still, radio button is probably sufficient.
The best solution. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there is a boundary. I don't know where it is. I don't know. Let's poll people. What is the boundary for radio versus drop down? What would you?
Oh, here's an idea. Third idea. Why don't you do a volume slider, and you can have one of those on one end, have one of those on the other end. And if they try to enter while the slider's in the middle, just pop up another modal, give them a frowny face, a balena frowny face.
Model in a model? Okay.
Another modal, yeah.
It could be a circular. Could be a circular slider, right? Doesn't have to be a.
Yeah.
Like the color
That's
wheel.
stylish.
Of course.
It's
Yeah.
how angry my face is.
Okay. How about
We'll
voice
try a
only?
circular slider.
Just voice only.
Voice
I would
only. That's
fuck share.
very 2021. I agree, Andrew.
See? Fleet.
Yeah.
Block.
Man, we should have a
Easy.
modal that says like, can you please scream the option you want through the monitor, and then like
Yes.
3 seconds later saying like, actually audio recognition does not work yet. Actually, just fill this drop down.
Oh. You had me.
Disable bean
And then you-
icon.
Ah. Let down. Welcome back, Phil.
Hello.
I've taken a turn since you left.
Yeah. It's turned
Did
into
you-
anarchy since Laura joined. That's the Christina and Laura joined, and now
Oh
it's
no,
anarchy.
we built up to it. You missed the aluminum can tangent, which was amazing.
No.
I can
Aluminum
guess
can
what it is.
wall.
Was
I can
it
guess what it is.
aluminium?
Aluminium, yeah, as you all say. I'm sold. I'm gonna build a wall or try to this weekend. It requires drinking a lot of sparkling water, but we'll get started today. And then our wonderful teammates join and cause even more anarchy. Correct? UI anarchy.
We're demonstrating to the viewers how passionate we are about UI decisions.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Are you happy? Our UI isn't just terrible. It's terrible with a lot of belly aching going into it. We don't even have an excuse.
We argued a lot to make it that terrible.
Things don't become that terrible by themselves.
We worked hard for
Someone
it.
has to do it.
We worked hard to be this mad about it.
Thank you, Andrea, for scratching that intellectual itch. I appreciate it.
Thank you for being so flexible with everybody telling you what to do. That's the,
Andrea, you had a question, didn't you?
I'm adding the slider. Don't worry.
No. The color hex code wheel.
Oh, the color X code. Okay.
Yeah, that one. Where no one can make a decision.
Should be like a mood ring.
Yeah. Do you
Get
feel like it's a
question
block?
mark.
Or do you feel like it's an open app?
Red, black, who knows?
Alex Programmer DE says you guys should add a counter with how many lines you have written in release party in real time, which to me sounds like the scariest release party of all time because I hate code. But I will say we should do a release party where we remove code and then we should totally have a counter.
That's Miguel's, right? No, his is a hack week. What's he doing?
Deleted. I don't know.
Miguel's is like hack month.
I could use my flip counter then, but we'd need to add more digits probably because I've only got 4. We could have this in the background, but I've only got 4 digits, so I need.
Just add 3 zeros after it, and I think we're good.
Yeah. Yeah, we could say it was K. Yeah.
Yeah. K, exactly.
Oh, good call. Is that part of your days since last incident board, Chris?
Yep. There's been H days since last incident.
Nice. All right.
But seriously, that's going to become my devices on Open Fleets counter.
That is a pretty good segue to the lines of code count. Do we have an update on that, or is it too soon to show that graph?
Which graph?
Fedori showed me that lines of code visual during the last release party.
Yes, I do remember. Yeah,
I think it's cool. That's just for the UI, right? It doesn't count for. So I was about to say, Mr. Allen decimated. What was it, like 4,000 lines of code this week? So we won't see that because I think that's all in the labs repo.
Well, look at this question from Alex DE. If you get paid right now a penny for each line you have written or deleted in your life till now, how rich would you be?
I'd be very poor.
What if you get charged a penny for every line you write, but paid 2 pennies for every? This is actually
without removing functionality.
They actually do say that Tesla. I think Elon said it at some point that they give you like 2 points for every line you delete and like -1 point for every one you add, or one for adding, 2 for removing. There's some system where they actually look at. Sometimes Elon will say some stuff, and I'll be like, "That's idiot!" Like I can game it in like 16 different ways, and then the midwit meme comes into my head, right? Where it's like the kind of the dumb thing is to do X, and then I'm like in the middle saying like, "Oh, but you could. This is all these reasons, blah 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 blah," and the Elon's on the other side is like, "Yeah, it doesn't matter. Just do it. It's fine. It's gonna work out." But they do some system where they actually look at removing is more valuable than adding, which is, true.
I feel like it's applicable everywhere, to be honest.
The thing is, like, physics has figured this out like ages ago, right? Like they the simplest theory wins, Occam's razor. Like this is just like not even interesting as a thing to discuss. But somehow in coding, we're not. We'll say it, right? Like, of course, the smallest program that does the same thing is better, but like we don't act like.
No.
Yeah, it will be, and to be completely honest, like when I've spent time coding on something for a very long time with a deep focus on just making it as simple as possible, like it just becomes better by virtue of just understanding it so much more. I don't know, it's weird, but I've definitely noticed how it, yeah. Guys, I think I figured out how I'm going to make a Rollamite. You see this? This is my like extrusion square thingy. I got it. Anyway, I'll be providing the background content for the day.
Nice. What kind of stuff?
Sorry.
Wait. One more time. Where'd you get that?
Amazon.
Oh, just a DeWalt. It looked different. It's like
no. This is so. Let's talk about user interfaces, right? This thing is killer. So, I don't know if anybody's seen. Like when I first bought it, I was like, okay, I pressed the thing, and it doesn't do anything. I don't know if you can see, but it doesn't turn much. I'm like, what is this stupid thing? Then I realized it's got an accelerometer. You can tilt it. You can.
Oh man, I want one now.
The question is, does it have an OLED display and an STM32 though?
Yeah, exactly. Is it upgradable?
No, it's actually useful.
You sold me at that LED, on the front.
But yeah,
it's not an open tool.
No, absolutely not. The wall
that
is
next
pretty partial
after blocks?
to
Open tools.
yeah. But I mean, I was blown away. Like, you know, in terms of all input is error. Like, no, there's no button to change direction on this thing. It's just.
Oh wait, what? So how do you
tilt
change
it?
direction? Oh,
You know how I was
what?
moving my mouth before and making sound?
Yeah, no, but
Yeah,
it just processed.
and everybody
now.
was nodding.
Oh,
and there was
leave me alone.
consensus.
It was like it was a whole hubbub. No, like
Oh my
check it out.
gosh.
So you see, like, yeah, it basically, like, you see, it's not. I don't know if you can see that it's not moving.
Yeah.
Right,
That's
and
pretty. That's pretty. Okay, that's pretty sick.
then you can follow the yellow thing here to see how it's rotating.
Oh,
if I tilt
want
my
one.
hand like this, it starts.
You shouldn't have to tilt your hand though. It should, if we're going with like Teslas, it should know which direction you want to go.
Yeah, Neuralink, whatever.
No,
It's
but
just following the movement of my body.
it can tell whether your screw is already screwed in by depth or whether it needs to go further in. It should know this.
I see.
Have you stripped mini screws because of the tilting action, or is it subtle enough to just know?
No, and the thing is, you can do a little bit. Like, it's also proportional. That's the crazy part. Like, so I don't even. Yeah, it's like you can do a little bit or a lot.
Affiliate link in the show notes below.
I know, right?
Buy it. Chris, you can't build a wall with your little piddly open screwdriver. Mechanical open one.
Well, like from the sounds of it, I don't even need a screwdriver. I just need some heat shrink tubing and some aluminium cans.
64 pack of Rainier. Rainier is a cheap American beer. Sorry.
Did you know this is what you were joining when you came into StreamYard? Did you know what you were signing? You were assessing your life choices.
All the time.
Right. Since you joined Balena, like, what is this?
Why are there so many clicks and modals every day?
We shall perform a crusade and remove all of them.
Oh, it's another bounty, modal bounty.
Worry not. Oh yes. I mean, I've seriously. This is some of the ideas that are like, you know, they're good, but we don't never do it. But like, every member of the product team should start by removing something before they're allowed to add anything.
I'm trying. I'm trying so hard. You all keep fighting me so hard. So they were good ideas, but I'm trying.
Pages, yeah, we need them. That's the hard part.
Get rid of it. That's the dashboard. It just gets done. It's gone.
I mean, do you really need a dashboard, right? Let's face it. Maybe everything should just be CLI.
Maybe it's time to hire Alex, programmer DE. I mean, he was on it about an hour ago.
Yeah.
Just delete balenaClub.
I don't know. I don't know about
like,
this guy.
Very good product team member.
I'm starting to get a weird feeling he's working for the competition.
Oh, hats off to that guy. Not only does he maintain the Minecraft project, but he also has some pretty solid contributions to Balena Sound. Nudge, Tomas, also encourage community member. No?
Sorry, I was zoned out.
No worries. I was saying
And I
Alex,
heard my name and I whoop, that's me.
Alex, programmer DE, and a couple others have contributed heavily to Balena Sound, which then inspired the audio block, which then will inspire who knows what's next. Because we're on what? Balena Sound version 3.
Do we have a blog post on the audio blog?
Oh, I think we do. I posted it a while ago. Yeah, go check that out.
Right, I think Alex, programmer DE, has the title of first external Balena Labs contributor, possibly.
Really?
Yeah.
As far as I know, he does.
Do we have a confetti cannon for that?
Yeah.
Like an in-stream one that we have.
I think we're like 2 years too late.
We need a badge.
No, but you have a
Come
drum
on, Phil,
kit
we've
behind
got
you,
a
so you
street
can maybe...
view bingo. Like we need like a jingle.
It's too like the other one. They're all very similar.
Good job,
if you
Alex.
like branch out with your jingles.
Chris just starts scatting if you just had
pretty much.
an avatar.
Hey, Laura, are you gonna let this guy call you out? He says
Oh man.
Can we get Laura to give us a balena review? We need to show the hiring page.
Is it a day at work where Lucian doesn't call me out for something?
You should start calling him out.
Yeah.
Like return the favor.
I'm not going to do it on a live stream.
You're not going to give us a review. Are you going to give us a review? How long have you been here now?
Oh God. Christina, how long have you been here?
A month longer than you, probably, I think.
I thought this was going to cascade.
I gave my
Christina
review
was gonna
last release party, so Laura, it's your turn. I already did my time.
Right.
You did
Oh, that's right. You
I did my
do
time.
your review.
I
It's your
did,
turn,
Andrew. You
Laura.
asked me.
Yeah, I asked Laura or
Yeah.
Christina during the last release party. It's your turn, Laura.
Okay.
What do you think of balena life?
Ignore the fact Alex is in the stream. Just ignore that. Say what you really think.
Nothing removes more tension though than like when Alex is fiddling with his 3D printer. Especially during all. I saw it during the all hands call, and I was like, casual.
That's how much he cares about your review.
Yeah. That was such a weighted thing that you just said. Your review. Thanks, Phil.
Okay, in all seriousness, Laura, go for it.
Yeah, no. I like it. It is a challenge though. The context is pretty overwhelming. That's quite a big wall that I keep coming up against, I think, because like I've come from an environment where like I can kind of action things very quickly. So learning that sort of whole new process of there are a lot of stakeholders, and there are a lot of people that need to give their feedback, and there's so many areas that everything has to cover, and that's quite a big learning curve. But because it's so different and because there's so much to learn, it's really interesting. So that kind of balances it out. So where it can be frustrating, it is actually like, oh, there's all this other stuff that I get to learn about. But yeah, it's a balancing act of when it can get frustrating and then when it gets really exciting, because then when you actually can make a move on something and contribute to something, it's all that more satisfying. Yeah. But it's like, especially when you're starting, it's kind of like, here is everything that you need to learn, and then you start catching up and then it moves up again, and it's that constant like chase, and sometimes you might feel like you're above the place that you need to be in the context, and then it quickly kind of overtakes again. So that's my very honest review.
I think there's like a period of unlearning that you need to go through as well, isn't it? Because normally people come in from somewhere where they're judged on how much they do, and at Balena we want people to think deeply and question all the things and gain understanding, and then we do precisely. And then it takes a while for that to become innate within you. So it can feel frustrating because you're used to doing. Yeah,
very much used to doing.
Yeah,
kind of like, I love how many problems there are to solve, but the process that can be quite a shock to the system, especially as it's like something that you're not used to. But it's nice because I work with lots of great people, so I'm pretty excited about that. That's pretty good. It's not like I've got to sort out problems with people I don't like. That's good.
To me, the criterion, I mean, the thing, I don't think you've landed much into production yet, right? Maybe a few things, but not a ton.
Into what? Sorry.
Production in the main product.
Oh right, no, not so much.
But I think the thing I'd be curious about, and maybe we can make this a bookmark for the next release party or the one after, is like, do you think is the result better for the process or not, right? Because it's one thing to be slowed down for bureaucratic reasons, and then you end up just kind of where you were, and it's another thing to say like, you know what, this took a while, but what we came out with is ace. Like, I remember a lot about the what was it called, the multi-container work that we did, where it took us like a good chunk of time to do it, like maybe even over a year we were working on that, but we really focused on all the elements of it, And when we actually ended up releasing it, like we haven't, like it was done. Like we don't constantly go back and fix stuff about multi-container, right? There's no component anywhere in the system that says multi-container. There's no ongoing maintenance. There's nothing. It's just done. You know, it's just now Balena's multi-container, full stop, goodbye, move on. Which was, yeah, like that to me is the most satisfying thing, is that if you do something well enough, it doesn't actually need to get redone or maintained or, you know, just kind of like polished out afterwards. And polishing out is one thing, but like fixed, really, the problem is features that are just badly designed to begin with, and then you are constantly paying technical debt forever, effectively. Like they're just debt generators. That, yeah. But I would be interesting to hear your thoughts once we put a few things in production, to see whether, you know, you think the result was better for it or not. That's the
yeah. I'd like to see. Yeah, I'd like to kind of have been here long enough to see that, because at the moment, and I think that comes back to kind of Phil's point at unlearning, is my previous kind of, like, one of the things that we would kind of live by was that too many stakeholders was a red flag in a project, in like a client project. Like if you're passing this around a big team of people that maybe aren't necessarily, don't have the right level of context, or they're kind of just on the outskirts of it, which isn't the same at Balena. I understand that, because we all, you know, we're meant to be having the shared context of all the same thing. Usually, I've previously had things where like you've come out of that where you're like, you can tell too many stakeholders were involved in this because it's not as good as it should have been, or it's too conflated or convoluted. It's quite a weird process for me to kind of go against that innateness that I did have, to be like, actually, this could be better.
I mean, the thing is, like, there's a subtle, anyway, this is, you know, okay, there's a lot to say, and this is your review, so we can just leave it at that. But I will say,
sorry, my review of Balena. I was like, what? This is my review? Okay.
Welcome to your performance review live.
Yeah. What's happening?
We don't have those people.
We can drop the facade of this being a release party now, and we can just get down to business with Laura's review.
Long con.
For the main event of the night. No, but I mean, like, to me, like, it's not even about stakeholders is a weird, it doesn't feel like it matches in my head, at least. It's more like we all put our heads together, and there's a lot of voices for sure, but it's not like somebody can veto per se, right? Like, oh no, you don't get to do this even though you disagree. It's like there's a long path to agreement sometimes, or whatever. But like, to me, it would be a red flag if, you know, there's like a 6 people who have to say yes, and 1 no can tank the project. Like, if we ever get there, if I've not quit yet, I will be dying on that hill. That will be the one. Yeah.
I think that's the difference. Is like I'm not used to that, because it's not from an in-house perspective. It has previously been, when you've had a stakeholder, it has been that kind of like, well, what's that person getting involved in changing the design when they've not had like involvement in the process, or that there's like a hierarchy there, because it's a client rather than an internal group of people that are all working on the same vision. So it's just that's my closest connection point as a stakeholder, even though it's not a stakeholder, if that makes sense. Sorry, Lucian.
What I was going to say is, you know, I think the way we approach problem solving in Balena is it's a collaborative process, right? But we can have strong disagreement, which it sounds really odd, right? Normally, when you have strong disagreement with somebody, it's a combative process. But we've tried really, really hard to make it a collaborative process. So me and Alex strongly disagree about something. There's a reason why we strongly disagree, and we have to deconstruct what we're talking about until we find the actual thing that we're in disagreement about, and then come to some kind of conclusion that we're both happy with. Because, you know, there is a correct path to take, and it might not be what either of us are advocating for. So we have to work together to find what that is, and more often than not, it's something that neither of us thought about separately. But the key to this is not using your arguments as soldiers, not being combative, and trying to work collaboratively to find the best possible solution. And to your extent, from your experience, you've come from like much more of like a client agency relationship, and you don't necessarily have the same incentives, and you're not necessarily working towards the same goal. Ideally, you work with a client that's like, yes, we just want to make the best possible product with you as the agency, but then we still have two sort of teams that are separate. They're not working together 100% of the time. And at Balena, everyone is invested, right? So sort of everyone is kind of wants to get the right solution. They want to achieve the mission. They want to push things forward.
But also, like I can't speak to how good a job we do. I have my opinions, of course, but people may disagree. But we try very hard to get people to give people a voice, no matter what. Like in my mind, like the latest intern that joined the company should be able to affect product if they have a good enough idea, and say like, no, this isn't. Guys, have you thought of this? Have you looked at that? Like, could we do this that way? If that idea is good enough, it should win, right? Obviously, we should not do the thing that we were gonna do, and we should do that thing instead because it's just a better idea. It's not necessarily about who, though. Of course, I play what's the word? Tiebreaker a lot, but it should be about, and then that's, I guess, to what Lucian was saying. We're invested, right? So we all care to do that, which is why I think I have a hard time actually thinking about long-standing disagreements in the team. Maybe I'm oversimplifying.
And nothing that I wouldn't just call a matter of personal aesthetic taste.
When you get to that,
but it's kind of like we're into the weeds then.
Yeah. But we have a lot of interlinked, interrelated problems, don't we? So the point is that there are a lot of stakeholders because there's a lot of experts in each bit, and other than maybe Alex, nobody can hold all of it in their brain at once and think through every permutation. No. So we have to have that many people that are involved in our brainstorm calls, because there are going to be things that you think that little change is trivial and we should just do it. And somebody else will say, but then the VPN won't work.
I think you've hit on something really important, Phil, and that's that the reason why I think sometimes it feels like it's quite difficult to make headway on a problem is because we deal with so many coupled problems at Balena. And the reason I think that we're dealing with so many coupled problems is because we're a small company trying to do a very heavy lift. And the way that we do this is by being incredibly efficient with the resources that we have available. So everything is running dual purpose. And we try and reduce the amount of code and complexity down as much as possible and make things out of generic pieces and have generic solutions for lots of different things. But that means when you fix one thing, you fix another. And everything kind of joins up and is coupled and is kind of everything sitting in this Venn diagram, which makes it very efficient. It means we can do a heavy lift and we can have a lot of leverage, but it's very hard to affect one thing in isolation.
One thing so Laura, I've been asking myself a lot, like, are we efficient? Are we not efficient? Right? Like, because you do hear this. This is not, unheard of for people to say, like, Balena, well, we don't, we take a long time to do things, which is a totally reasonable thing. But I think I ask myself, like, is that true? Right? And sometimes when somebody joins from external companies and maybe they've seen enough projects and kind of have a good sense for like team sizing and whatnot, I'll ask, like, okay, given the Balena stack, how many people do you expect would be part of that team that was supporting the stack? Operating system, several backend services that are each theoretically could be their own, the CI, the VPN, the image maker, blah, blah. Each of these could be their own companies. Then you've got, the UI, the CLI, the SDK, the lab stuff, you've got Etcher, let's not forget Etcher Pro, you've like base images, the whole shebang, right? And you're like, okay, what, and like let's not forget the Fin, you know, from the bottom level hardware.
It's quite a
to the
short
top level
list, isn't it?
experience. Yeah, I mean it's you know, I probably missed a couple.
Top-notch
oh yeah,
open
so
source
it's
UI library.
It's the chat app that Lucian's making, probably the one that I forgot.
The chat.
WhatsApp clone, just not as good.
Anyway, but the thing is, you ask like, okay, how many people would you like if you were an agency and I said, you know, I want to make these things, like what kind of team do I need? How many people would you tell me I should hire to make that thing? And the I don't know. I mean, that I can also leave it open as a question for folks to give their estimates before I continue. If anybody has any numbers just popping into their heads. I mean, you kind of know, right? Obviously, how Balena works, so it's a bit of a cheat. But yeah, I don't know if you have any numbers just popping into your head. Like, what size team would you expect to see maintaining this size stack?
I mean, considering like the calls that I used to get from like prospective clients that would ring up and be like, I want to build Uber. Like, how much is that going to cost me? And you'd explain that it's like hundreds of thousands of pounds and however many people that you're going to need in a full team. And
you can build Uber for hundreds of thousands of pounds. Where can I?
No, it's like an MVP, like it's an MVP. But like, yeah, and just you try and give them an idea of scale.
Yeah.
And they would just be like, what? Like, there's just no concept there. But that's usually because they're probably not in the best position to be starting a tech company. But yes, thinking of it, it's usually that lead didn't go very far. But it was always like, I want to build Uber or Deliveroo for X, like insert something else. Man, please don't have this goal. I don't want this goal. But it was always from that idea of like, from a much grander scale, because it would be like, you know, it's a guesstimate of like, how big do I think Microsoft is or something like that. It's like, how do you even begin to kind of like hundreds of thousands of people? And in the same way here, when you explain Balena in that kind of respect, where you're like, we've got an OS team, we've got a Fin team, we've got and you keep saying it like that, several hundred people you would kind of expect.
That's the number I always get, right? It's a reliable, like 200-300 people minimum, right? And when people hear that, you know, for the vast majority of the life of this company, we were under 50, and you know, we've now grown to like a bit like in 90-ish range, they get freaked out. But these two thoughts are very hard to hold in your mind at the same time. How can a team of like, you know, that is like objectively like, I don't know, a quarter of what it should be for some value of should, be maintaining a product of this size, have it be coherent, and also we have this internal feeling that we're moving very slowly. Like, this is a kind of a paradox that I find very amusing, or not amusing. It's actually instructive. It's not like, I just I stay in it because I don't. It's very hard to quantify speed, right? Speed is very much like, how long's a piece of string? But this is the only thing I have after quite a while thinking about it that I can put my hands on and say, look, we know that we are, you know, there's like a 3x or 4x factor here, because for one, we're doing this with a team that is smaller than most people would estimate it should be, like by orders, by like a serious amount. And B, you know, this is the other thing we hear sometimes. It's like, oh, you know, well, you know, what's your competition? And we kind of have to say, like, very in a slightly embarrassed voice, like, we don't have any, right? And it's like, why, right? And that's another paranormal phenomenon that has to be explained. Like, where are they? Like, what's, you know, what's the
paranormal phenomenon?
Well, yeah, I mean, seriously,
They've all been made redundant.
Ghosts.
How many IT projects have we seen close down because they couldn't pull it off, and they presumably tried to do it by hiring 250 people and pumping millions of dollars into it and not being able to make it happen within 2 years, and then the project gets shut down.
Yeah, I mean, Google twice, I believe, has quit the space. Samsung once, GE once, Intel, I don't know, I've lost count. I mean, how many startups, of course. Yeah, it's weird. There's like some really weird phenomenon happening. But the other thing that Phil said, and I think Phil or maybe Lucian touched on it, is the interconnectedness of the experiences, right? Like you say like, okay, let's do something with the provisioning flow. Okay, what does that touch? Well, operating system, including supervisor, backend services, the API. We've got the docs, we've got the SDK, Python SDK. Why not? UI, CLI. Like before you know it, like it's every vertical. In my mind, I see it as a table, right? So there's like a workflow is like a column, and a component or a zone is like a row. So let's talk about deployment, all of them. Let's talk about provisioning, all of them. Let's talk about configuration, all of them. Let's talk about adding a new device type. Woo, goodbye.
Well, there's a world where you just go in with a nail gun and just okay, add another function, add another module, add another service, and we just layer on more and more stuff to achieve
Alex
our
has got a
goals.
screwdriver.
But this has an obvious conclusion.
Well,
if you do it enough.
Actually, that's the other part. We didn't start out life so with so much conviction on stuff. We've just made all the mistakes.
We've seen all the failure codes.
if I'm proud of this team for anything, it's not for what we've done. I mean, of course, I am proud of that too. But the thing that I'm most proud of is that our ability to recover from incredibly stupid decisions. Just like, yeah, like we've done some things. There's some stuff that some dude did at some point somewhere. That we're still cleaning up like 7 years later. Like, no joke. Like there was one decision that, I mean, a lot of it for sure.
Okay. You just speaking in third person. I was like, that's a bold move.
I think at some point you're forced to refer to yourself as like Alexandros 2012.
Yeah, I have recurring fantasies of finding my old self and giving me a proper beating. What were you thinking?
We have an interesting question in chat.
Is it this one?
Yeah, this is super interesting. So there's a couple of aspects here. Firstly, working with clients is almost it's a different ball game because you have to negotiate with somebody who is not in your internal organization. But this subject of like you build something and then you know what you want. I often think about this as being an XY problem. And if you're not familiar with that, it's the idea that someone on the port desk comes to you and says, I want this feature. But they don't tell you why they want the feature. They don't tell you what problem they're trying to solve. So, you have to dig in to find out what the actual problem is. And I know from working with Laura in the agency world, this is something that we had to do all the time is somebody thinks that they want something, but what is it that they're trying to do? What is their business need? And how would that actually be solved? So we spend a lot of time trying to figure out what is the actual problem and avoid talking about solutions because solutions become very, very sticky. It's very hard to change your mind once you've decided to do something. So, spend a lot of time exploring the problem, trying to figure out what it is you're actually trying to solve and why. And then we'll start sort of building up our understanding. So we kind of reduce everything down to the problem, to the first principles ideas, and rebuild them together to come up with hopefully the best solution. Sometimes you need to go out, research, prototype, come back, work out a bit more and keep going. But this approach tends to put us into a really good position. And I think if you're in an agency world, sometimes you're going to need to convince your client that you need to go away and research the problem for a week or 2 weeks and get them to sign off on that and pay you to do it. It is possible. And occasionally you come back to them and say, hey, look, you don't need an app. We looked through everything and what you need is a Shopify website and a social media account, and that's it. And they say, thank you very much, and off they go.
Yeah, it's like one way that can often be used. It's a bit of a kind of like a selling tool, but calling it a discovery phase is a really way of kind of like selling something to a client. Because it feels more like a package of work rather than like, hey, we've got to go away and do research, because they're just like, well, shouldn't you know? Because that's why I'm coming to you. Whereas if it's like very catered to them as a client, where it's like, hey, we want to, whatever it is that we're building you, we want to make sure is right. And actually we want to save you kind of money in the long run. And that's usually quite an attractive sell if you're explaining. It's like, we don't want to overcharge you for this. They're like, okay. Yeah. And actually, a lot of the time I find that makes you stand out from, especially if you're like pitching for work and like client and agency side, it makes you stand out because you're actually going like, I'm not just going to go, okay, and just quote you money to kind of go off and do things. It's like, we want to actually make this a collaborative process. We want to actually understand, and this is what we've just been talking about kind of as a Balena team, is we want to understand your context, because we're an attachment to your team in order to build you something that is actually worthwhile, rather than just like, we're just the kind of lackeys that you just
and making the parallel
something to build it
up.
up.
Making the parallel to Balena, it's like, just because we don't have clients doesn't mean our time doesn't cost money. You know, we have to work like investors.
Our customers are the customers, right? Like the users out there, and actually a lot of what we do is playing proxy to them, right? Like, what will they need, and trying to think through all of their use cases, and what does this look like in building management? What does this look like in smart farming? What does this look like in drones? What does this look like in digital signage? Like, there's so much to think through, and why something makes sense or doesn't. And still, embarrassingly so, I will say, the only technique I found semi-reliable to actually like sort problems like this out is to dog food, to use stuff for ourselves. I felt such an idiot when we will try to use our product for ourselves, and then something incredibly basic becomes apparent that we haven't thought of. And you're like, how could we have, like, we literally worked on this for 2 years, right? This is so, bloody obvious.
Yeah, and then you try and use it as a power user, and then you're like, oh. Or you try and use it 10 times a day, and you're like, oh.
Yeah, no, it's, I mean, one thing we've done, which had a lot of resistance, and I think we're slowly getting there, is to get our team to use our development tools for developing Balena itself. Like, so the thought process goes like this. Balena gives you tools to build multi-container applications, right, on devices, specifically, but in general, multi-container applications. Balena is a multi-container application as well. So if we are not using our own tools to develop multi-container applications to develop our multi-container application, there's two possible situations. Either our tools are not ideal, in which case, why are we asking our customers to use them? Or what we're doing now is not, it could be improved, in which case we should improve it. In every case, it comes down to we should be using our stuff. But it's just fascinating how much friction there is, because again, it's always like, yeah, sure, but I just want to release this thing right now, right? I get it. It's not that I don't agree with the premise, but I gotta get this out there. And it's like, sure, but then at what point are we gonna actually, sit down and improve it? Yeah. So you know what? I think I'm having an insight, and this has to do with something Tomas said in FlowDoc, which is, I think he said like at Microsoft, like he heard that 2/3 of the projects go nowhere, which sounds crazy, but that was the data he shared. And I wonder if the circle is squared by realizing that we don't throw away nearly as much work as most people because we think it through. I think that might be where it all comes together. I don't know. It's a hypothesis.
I feel like we have a lot of irons in the fire, but I'm trying to think of a software project that I've seen at the company that has truly failed, that we've just gone, nope, this is not going to work. There's stuff that has been hard, like it's taken a long time to make progress on, but it's not stuff that we've ever gone, okay, the idea was actually fundamentally wrong and we have to completely abandon it.
How long did organizations take? That was pretty long, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, organizations and multi-app are both that kind of thing where, multi-container, where you are fundamentally changing the nature of your database, right? Like you are going from a one-to-one to one-to-many and stuff like that. And those things are just killers. Yeah, they're just.
I think one interesting thing about using dog fooding the application is that we start to remove a lot of tension between like internal tooling and customer feature. So you don't have this debate of like, why are we spending all this time on internal tooling when we should be working on customer features? Or we're trying to work on these customer features, but we don't have any of the tools that we need to build it. But if we combine the two together, then we make progress in lockstep, which is really nice. And also, like, I've been using Balena push loads lately, and it has a lot of stuff outside of the IoT world that you can do with it. So, for example, I was working with a programming language that was a real pain in the ass to set up on my MacBook. Just wouldn't work. But you could put it in a Docker container. So write a Docker compose file, Balena push to the NUC in my office, and run it as a build server for all my tests. Worked beautifully. And I've been doing a ton of stuff like that lately, and it is really good. There's some rough edges, as you might expect, because you just see all the flaws and everything. But it's pretty cool. And I think being able to do more things like that, you kind of see the power of being able to use your own tools day to day.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not that our tools don't have problems, right? Like the whole point is to use them enough that you polish them out. That's the again the paradox, right? Because you're like, but our tools are can be they've got all these things wrong with them. It's like, yeah, because we need to work out and I mean, you always see the flaws, of course, in anything you have, and it's actually kind of amazing to me when I think there's like an innate distortion in how we work at Balena, because we do a lot of support-driven development, right? Which means seeing all the people complaining about everything all the time. You can lose sight sometimes and say like, oh my God, no, everything sucks. But then you see people like sending us survey feedback, being like, oh, this is amazing, it just worked, it's crazy and stuff. And you remember that, yeah, not everything is working all the time and like everywhere else, and like we're the only ones that suck. It's just like
there was an amazing moment at the last summit where one of the Balena investors came and gave a presentation to the company, and they're talking about all the great things that they saw in Balena and why they decided to go do the investment, blah blah blah. Get to the end of the presentation. Any questions? Everyone puts their hand up and they're just like, yeah, what's wrong? What are we doing badly? What needs to change?
Oh man, yeah.
Everyone was so cynical. It was amazing. Yeah, but how do we get better? How do we get better? Come on.
So awesome. I was proud of us that very moment. I know it means we're miserable bastards, but yeah, that's how you get better.
Yeah, I mean,
my favorite tweet of the last I don't know months has been one where I was like, I'm not miserable, I'm just having type 2 fun.
Type 2 fun. It's all type 2 fun. I've been having type 2 fun for 4 years. There's
very much.
I think we could do better. We could do a better job of celebrating our successes, but we've got a great outreach team that writes blog posts and does that for us. We just got to remember to read them and reflect every now and then, rather than being like, I haven't done anything useful in like a year. What am I even doing?
It's some really nice user feedback the other day that was like, they gave us like 10 out of 10 on how satisfied they were, and they were like, you really shouldn't be so hard on yourselves. They were like, you're doing great, don't be so hard on yourself.
Hire them immediately.
What were they reacting to? What did they think?
Let me go and find it, I'll tell you.
That's amazing.
It was just really nice how it was like, don't be so hard on yourself.
I don't know if this is related, but I've been uncovering a lot of awesome, gracious community members who they'll chime in about like one project on a thread. And then when you meet them and you get to know them a bit more, they actually have like 4 or 5 projects they're working on. Some of them perhaps industrial use cases. It's just like everyone's just all in on how much friction we remove from building edge applications and whatnot. And it's just like, maybe they have a bit of that themselves where it's like they can't stop the momentum. It's just like on to the next thing, Y'all make it so easy.
I mean,
the first one of the first pitches we had for Balena, and arguably still true, is give developers a new superpower, right? And I think to the degree that we are accomplishing that, it's we're doing it right. That's it. I have no big intelligent thought.
Yeah, it's one thing that is kind of shocking to, or was really shocking to me when I first joined the company was as a sort of more front end web stack developer, I was like, I can't work with edge applications, edge devices. Like that's way beyond my scope. And then I found Balena Electron, and it's just like, well, yeah, just make a web page and push it. And then I was able to make like a little kiosk display. And I was like, wow, that was easy. And now I've got another thing that I know how to do. We
should do more with that project. It's amazing. Balena Electron.js is really cool. And yeah, I don't know if people know about that. Sorry, Lucian, I just butted into your story. The thing with Balena Electron.js is that we have been building it to be much better still because of Etcher Pro. So Etcher Pro has been built on this Balena Electron.js underlying framework, which hasn't been super polished yet, but we kind of set it as a principle early on that we wouldn't just do a bunch of purpose-specific hacks, but we would actually build an easy way to put Electron apps on Balena instead, because Etcher is an Electron app, right? And we're pushing it to Balena, so why not take the opportunity? And it's fascinating that you actually start to discover some things like, okay, how do you put an off button, right, for the device? Like you have to turn it off from the screen. Like how do you do, settings, like stuff that an operating system normally gives you. Like how do I configure my Wi-Fi, right? I got to do it from the screen. But the Electron app doesn't do it, and the operating system normally does it. And Balena's operating system is headless, right? So how do you bring these two worlds together? And the new Balena Electron.js allows you to actually put a little overlay that has these buttons to do Wi-Fi and turn off and on and stuff. We haven't documented it very well, though.
It's exciting. I honestly, I would, if anyone knows of a way to get an extra 24 hours into each day, it'd be really handy.
Right.
Yeah. I've tried not sleeping. Doesn't work.
Well,
you just weren't committed to it.
My daughter asked a similar question when we put her to bed last night. She's like, can we make a machine so that we're just in the morning? And I'm like, a time machine? She's like, yeah, I don't want to sleep. I'm like, I see where you're going there.
And
we can't do that.
Is so scary. It's like you close your eyes and time has passed, but nothing happened. And now you're awake. And it's like, so something just happened to me. And we get older and we get used to it. But it's still really weird.
It's dark, dude. It's getting
dark.
Dark.
Super meta.
Oh, man, sleep is weird.
And you're running all these executables that are like long embedded in your brain. You didn't know what you had.
The best theory I've seen is that our natural state is to be asleep, and waking up, being awake, is just like this sort of state that allows us to do a lot of stuff, but is really damaging for us.
Okay, I can rescue this. I think make it a little bit more.
Slightly nightmarish.
I have a son now, so it's like everything is about him, of course. But he of course doesn't want to go to bed and stuff. But the way I've started to think about it recently is like, well, that means he's enjoying life so much. He literally doesn't want to go to sleep, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know, that thought has made me come to peace a lot with the bedtime whinging.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, he's just having a ton of fun, man. Like everything is new. The other day he got introduced to the concept of balloons. You cannot understand the joy. And then he would bring them to me to blow them up. And he's like, he has like 6 words, but one of them is more. So he would bring me a balloon. I would blow it up, and he's like, more. And he would bring me another balloon. And it's just like,
it's like kids are great. Look outside and like, oh look, that bird is flying, and you're like, yeah, it's a bird. Oh yeah, the bird flies. The bird flies.
Yeah,
like
can't
it flies.
How come we can't?
What?
Yeah.
Right.
Or like, what was it lately? They don't like snails. Snails are scary. and sort of have to go into this whole conversation about, yeah, but you can run away from them really easily, and then they feel a lot better. And like, you don't like it because it's weird. Like, it doesn't look like you. That's why you don't like it. It's like, oh, okay. And I think once they understood that, it was way less scary.
Yeah.
So maybe that awake state isn't too bad of a thing, yeah? If you fill it with wonder and curiosity.
Hey, no, I didn't say it was a bad thing. I said you pay a cost.
I'm pretty sure you said it was a bad thing.
No, I said it damages you. In this, like there's lots of things that we do that damage us, but it's a trade-off. If it's worth it.
We have a live audience, man. Like, people are gonna be having nightmares. You gotta recant.
Collective nightmares.
Oh, I have to recant my unpopular opinion because of social pressure.
Exactly.
No, I don't have to do that.
No, you have to double down. That's what you need to do.
Just double down even harder.
We make sense together and we have nightmares together. That's part of the deal. Part of the culture.
I don't know why everyone finds this so scary. I mean, you're doing it right now, and you don't seem scared.
I found as your children get older, you can out-logic them more and more as well. Like, the other day, my son was saying that he was scared to go to sleep because there might be a monster in his room. And then I found myself in the middle of a conversation where I was saying, so you're saying for 9.5 years, a monster has never killed you in your sleep. You've never woken up and you're now not there because a monster got you. But tonight is the night. And he's like, oh, no, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. It's not going to happen, is it?
And this is why you would always let the AI out of the box.
But by that logic, they've just been lucky for the first 9.5 years. So the statistical chance of it happening is just way higher.
Yeah, right.
By that standard, like every night you're on borrowed time. You should be scared. You should be terrified.
You go to sleep every night, Laura, thinking, I bet tomorrow the sun doesn't rise. I bet tomorrow's the day.
No. I subscribe to the Aziz Ansari bit where all the monsters are modern. So the ghosts who are actually haunting your house are just like, what's the Wi-Fi password? Like, all they want to do is just hang out and like do human stuff. They're just awake at night,
What's the Wi-Fi password?
I found that the survey, they would their use case where they had a spare Orange Pi Zero SBC and wanted to make something useful with it, and we said, how has your experience been so far? How can we improve? And they said, so far Orange Pi Zero is working great with Pi-hole, even though you advise against it. You must be more positive.
Feedback noted.
All right, I think I've cast this conversation adrift into the sea of meta for long enough. I'm going to drop off.
Okay.
Everybody, speak to you later.
See you, dude.
Goodbye.
Should we bring it back, Mr. Chris, what we're doing? I think we might have missed our hourly update as well.
Did we? Did we not do the 8 o'clock?
No, there wasn't an 8 o'clock.
Oh.
What's 8
Man,
o'clock?
Time flies.
It's 24 minutes past 4, mate. The world works on British time, surely.
Yeah.
We
Anyway.
also have this question.
So let me break it to
I
you.
don't know if
You no
we
longer
bring it.
have an empire.
I do. Yeah.
Get over it. It's gone. It's not coming back.
So what we're doing, I'll do one now. It's the 25 minute past the hour, wherever you are, update. This is release party 6, where we get together, choose a feature or a bunch of features that we want to implement, and then have beers and high fives when we get something to play with. This is number 6, and what we want to do here is, in number 2, back in November, we made balenaHub, where we listed a bunch of cool apps that you could deploy to your devices super easily. And this is updating Hub so that whereas we used to have to curate and add things to that, to Hub, we're unlocking it so that anybody could submit their own apps and have them appear on Hub. And they could also submit blocks, which are kind of reusable app fragments to build apps with. But also on top of that, we're enabling something called Open Fleets, so people can create an app that others can add to their device without having to sign up to any cloud account, without having to configure it, do anything. Somebody else will do all that for you and keep it updated, and your device will just run the code, so you'll get some sweet Balena sounds, or find out how hot your room is with the Balena Sense.
Is that what you use your Balena Sense for?
Find out how hot my rooms are.
Yeah. That's it. Okay.
Why? What do you do with yours?
Monsters are in my room. Balena Sense.
Well, measure the temperature of many different zones. Perhaps measure humidity,
That's the same as I said, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, but yours sounded very much like a very private thing.
Find out how.
Like,
That's just your mind, mate.
Probably.
I just said the same thing as you, only with smaller words and less of them.
That's my natural state, is finding an opportunity to jab at Phil. If I'm not sleeping, I'm awake, and that's all I think about. Oh, that was a good update, man. All right, on the info docs front, we just finished a first draft of a new How It Works page for balenaHub. Pass it on to the homie Amit, which I believe he's connected. No, he's not connected anymore. Oh, he has internet problems. He'll be back soon. So we'll flow that in. It's missing probably some layout opinion, design opinion. So we'll get that probably later.
Monsters don't eat people who are asleep. It's not fair.
Oh, there you go.
Hey, Rich, by the way.
These are noble monsters. Right on.
It's Rich, everybody.
Lucian's obsessed with sweet sleep quality now and sleep.
But why
Dude,
the
he's not
ellipsis?
wrong.
Like,
He's not
why
wrong.
what was the
Yeah,
the
what's
but
the
that was
leading
coming
on
at the
to?
end of it?
So you should get Balena Sense Open Fleet.
There you
presumably.
go.
Yeah.
Is that what that means?
Let's all sleep better. I'm not gonna say it together. That doesn't make sense.
No.
What?
Well, like as an open fleet, you're all measuring the temperatures together.
That's it. Keep digging.
Yeah.
Dig up, Andrew.
Man with a shovel on Street View Bingo. Just go to Andrew's house.
I think I've reached the height of my expertise, so I'm gonna drop off. Speak to you guys later.
Thank you. We'll ping you when we have another
goodbye.
modal debate.
Hi.
Thanks for our review.
You're welcome.
I have a UI update actually.
Hooray!
You don't want to see?
Yeah.
Sure do.
All right, let me share my screen. How do I do that?
You got it?
Yeah.
Cool.
I'll add it as soon as it here is.
You're gonna add it? You
Okay,
got it.
so I think I have maybe 3 tasks. I have 1.5 done. I think the others are waiting on something or I still have to do them. I have to look more into it. But right, we decided that we want to have an app page and we want to have a button, which is the entire app card, which you click to get to that app page. That app page change is not live yet, so when I click this right now, nothing happens. But I do have the effect, which is when you hover over it,
Ooh.
it expands slightly and there's a border. So what do you guys think of this?
That's cool.
Where's the modal?
There's no modal.
Modal.
No modal. Modals are gone.
Here's your red pill, Andrew. This whole page is literally a scrolling grid of modals.
No.
Mind blown.
Take that back.
Take it back, he says. Control Z.
So yeah, I have that.
I can't. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I think that looks good. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And Chris, I don't have that stretch goal you were talking about, but I do have the one where for the ellipses, when you hover over it, you get the tooltip.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is okay or if you guys wanted something a little bit different.
No,
For the ones without ellipses, you don't get the tooltip when you hover over. Oh no.
I think that's
Well.
apart from that one.
I'll check that out. But yeah.
No, that's good. I think. Yep.
Okay, cool.
And
Right now,
so
when you
your
click on
other
it, of course,
things
nothing happens.
were the sorting and what was the other one?
Yeah, I'm actually not sure which API resources I need to check out for that, so I need to look into that.
Okay.
But also, it's like 12:30 a.m., so I'm not sure at what capacity I'll be able to look into that. But I can
fair
try.
enough.
Oh wow. Yeah, I didn't even. Whoa. Yes. Go to sleep.
Maybe,
or is
possibly.
this the whole? Is the whole sleep conversation turned you off? The concept.
Well, yeah, partially. No, I wasn't really listening to that, but I woke up late today, so I should be okay.
All
but yeah,
right, well, thanks.
that's the updates. Cool.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Waking up late, I remember that.
Yeah. Those days. What's late for you now? Mine's like 8:30.
Oh, like 7. 7's pretty late.
That's intense.
If I haven't got a child waking me up at 6, it's a good day. But to Alex's point, I just see it as they're excited to get on and have a cool life. Hello, Andrea.
Hello.
It's helpful when you're on the stream for many reasons, but especially I always hear your church next door, the bells, and that reminds me to do the update at the top of the hour.
It didn't hurt yet because I muted myself every time, but
No, you shouldn't.
You should leave it.
Yeah, it's a good reminder. Oh, Jazz, I feel you. 5:15. Oh, lots of early risers.
Yep.
What are you doing at the minute, Andrea? Have you got an update? Christina joined us with an update. No pressure.
well, yes, I did changes that we were discussing about. So I've added the new label and the radio buttons. Maybe I can share my screen just to show you the new effect.
Andrew and I are in a race to add your screen to the stream.
Wow.
Oh, is it me?
Just you. Sorry.
Okay.
And there we are. Let me know.
Yep.
Okay, so this is the radio button now.
Radio buttons.
Radio. Yeah. We can probably put some explanation of what fleet and blocks are. I don't know. I was just thinking.
That's a good point. I mean, we have the controls on the add new device page where we give you some inline docs in a way.
We already have it. Sorry,
don't we? Like on the add new device page, where don't we like explain to people what?
Well, and so I was thinking. Oh, do you mean in? Sorry, do you mean in Balena Cloud?
Correct.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Got lost for a second.
Now we have multiple products to think about.
So when we add a device, we do have instructions, but we don't have any information about block or fleet.
No. But what I'm saying is like the control we have where we kind of say, what was it? Oh man, the brains are not working. We have a control there saying, Jesus Christ. Sorry guys, I'm coming back. It's coming. We have a control there giving you more details on, for instance, what production versus development is, right? The images and stuff. They explain our inline explanations. Did that make sense?
Yep. Yeah. Because we also have plenty of parts in the dashboard where we show we just add an explanation of what's the label is. So I think that might be useful for the user as well. And as we said as public, now as an I agree with the text without warnings, but just a note. And I'm sorry, but there is no sliders for you guys. Not today.
I'm out. Oh, nice work.
Oops,
I have a question.
Yep.
So in the rev before this one, I'm going to choose my application class. I can make a decision if I'm going to transform my app to become an open fleet or if I'm just adding a block. And now we have 3 options where it's, hey, are you adding a open app and open. It says fleet, right? My screen's kind of blurry.
Well, here we are just describing, but maybe here Chris can say more about it. But here we are just describing the type of the application. So so if it's an application of fleet or block, but this will not be shared if the application is not public. So
that's correct. Yep. So in order for it to appear as an open fleet, it would have to be set to a fleet, which is the default, and be marked public. But they could also mark it as a block and mark it as public, and then it would appear on the blocks page.
Yeah.
If they happen to mark it as an application, then make it public, it's not going to do anything, which could be confusing, I guess.
Do we need it then?
It's the default value of an application, actually. That's why we have application. Yes, apparently for this. Can you confirm?
So the tooltip comment does make sense here then, just to make it
Sorry,
clear.
what's the default value of an application?
The fleet should be default.
This is wrong. It's broken. We checked. I asked before and I was told fleet, and this is what the default should be.
Yeah, I was wrong.
We should not be showing applications.
So fleet is the
sense right now.
Just to confirm, fleet is the default, sir?
Yes.
That's
okay.
All the and also they should not really be saying application, should be saying app. But I guess now we have to explain to everybody what this means. So today we have applications on Balena, right? And applications are this weird composite thing that have both a bunch of devices and a bunch of releases. And the idea is the releases go on the devices. Fair enough. But as we move on to like a multi-app world where you can have multiple applications on your devices, we want to sort of do, sort of electrolysis of this concept and have the app. And I use the short form app for the future. Application is today like the big one. But in the future, we want to have a thing called an app, which is like just releases, right? Or effectively just releases, or release focused. And a fleet, which is device focused. The idea is you can put many apps on a fleet. So the way I write that equation is app and fleet equals application. I guess that means we should call the fleet a location, but nobody's going with that idea yet.
Okay.
But giving the ability for people to characterize their applications today as apps or fleets means that in the future the UI itself might diverge, and if you've got a fleet, you'll still have software, and that's kind of maybe the best baseline for your fleet, like maybe some drivers or something. But like you'd install apps for most of the functionality, and if you have an app, it'd be mostly the software. You may have a couple of devices for testing, but it'll be mostly the software that will matter. So the UX may be different between apps and fleets. Even though the baseline concept, which was what we call today application, might still be the same. Kind of like GitHub has issues and PRs in the same namespace, if you've noticed that. The numbers increment for both. So it may be like the same root concept, but it'll disappear from the Balena view. You won't see applications anywhere. You'll be seeing apps and fleets. A fleet can have multiple apps, an app can be multiple fleets. So that's what this is starting, but this is why I'm saying today's applications should be thought of as fleets, not apps necessarily. They have the devices and they have a little bit of software. And in the future, we'll add things that are apps that are mostly software. Again, they might have some devices, but it will be for the purpose of testing the software, not really as a wide release. So with that out of the way, the default should be fleet, and we shouldn't show application here at all yet, because it's in the database, but it's for other reasons, for future reasons. And when we do, it should be called app, not application. That's the my couple of points of feedback. Which have nothing to do with the UI, by the way.
Fix this.
Thanks.
Fix this.
Appreciate it. I hope this was helpful for everybody. This little monologue there.
Yeah, definitely.
Nice explanation.
I have a question about blocks as well. So, and mainly just from a perception point of view, like as an internal teammate, I've just been watching lab folks build them from scratch, share the GitHub repos from the balenaBlocks org. What's the process for taking your block onto Balena Cloud and then sharing it from there? Because aren't some blocks kind of useless? Or like, it's the idea for a contributor to build some sort of like hello world that shows the block off, and then that's what you put through the sharing process.
Sorry, what's the useless blocks thing?
Like, what's the bare minimum that a user needs to contribute for a block? Like, do you need to create some sort of like hello world that demonstrates that block's functionality, and then that, because when I see the Balena Cloud flow to bring something to open, I'm assuming like an application is already built and usable, right? But then a block, like, is there ever a case where a block isn't usable on its own? And should it go through that route? Sorry if I'm not making any sense here. I'm still formulating.
We'll get to the bottom of it. You have something in mind. It's not coming through. That's what
blocks aren't an open app. So the only thing with blocks is that people can add them to Hub without us having to get into the process, self-serve submissions.
Right. So if I am user Andrew community and I create a block, right now I'm only seeing the way to add that is to add it to Balena Cloud and then use that path to self-submit. Is there a different way to self-submit a Balena block?
Why would there be a different way to do it?
Because in my mind's eye, and it's open to interpretation and additional info, I need to create an app that's working on Balena Cloud, and then go to the settings, say, hey, I have this block to set as open.
Well, the only minor change I would make to that statement is you need to make a block that is working in Balena Cloud, and then you publish it.
Right. Okay.
It's always a block. It doesn't change. It doesn't transubstantiate in any way. It's a block. A block is a block. But
right on. So your block must be working. There must be some sort of like usable, very minor application to demonstrate that usability, right? Or we just like, hey, cool.
I'm
throw it on Balena. Are there any blocks that don't work on their own? Like,
all of them work on their own.
Okay, right on.
Yeah,
like they don't.
I think the confusion is
individually useful.
You're saying is that the person who contributes a block will end up with an application in their Balena Cloud account that's only got one block, and by definition, it will be doing nothing.
Yes.
Yes, that is true. However, if you think of all the people you're helping, yeah. So it's like a good dude thing to do.
Yeah, this is a clarification thing. This isn't like a gotcha red flag thing. Not at all. It's more like.
I mean, to your point, should you have an app that shows off how to, that it works in some way? I mean, it's not a bad idea. Hopefully, you've made the block because you've got an app somewhere where you're using that functionality. You've seen a pattern where a couple of your apps potentially use the same functionality, or you think others would. So yeah, it's likely that you probably would have an app that uses your block yourself, and definitely make it an open app or whatever.
Arguably, we could have a standard service that gets added to our blocks that is a demo service or whatever that demonstrates it. Like if you were to deploy it on its own, we wouldn't pull it into people's. You see what I mean? Like you would add it if you had a service and it was called demo in your block. It wouldn't get added. It wouldn't get pulled into people who are using your block, but it would be there if somebody wanted to run the block as a demonstration.
Oh, it's like a test block.
So it could be like a built-in functionality of the blocks, because So the other thing that Andrew is very rightly highlighting here is that we haven't truly productized blocks yet. I mean, they're just starting their life really. Yeah. Which means that they don't have a special experience of their own. They're just kind of like piggybacking on what apps do today. But what you should expect to see is on the left side menu where you have application today to see blocks as a separate thing, and that UX could be or should be slightly different as we go.
Yeah, you would click into blocks, and rather than it just be a list of what blocks we have, is a different experience about choosing them and doing things with them, you mean?
Well, you could even have blocks intra-org, right? Like you can make orgs for your team to use that you don't publish. like your apps are plug-to-plug. So it becomes a library of shared functionality that you can share within your team. And if you want to publish it, if it works out nicely, kind of blocks give you the pathway to share with the community, which I think a lot of people would not have an objection to. But they can start life in a much more sort of tactical way to say, hey, let's we're using, all of our apps are doing this, right? Maybe they're talking to our backend API for my company or something. I should try to take that commonality out. We have people very often who, for instance, might have like a container that takes a bunch of time to build because it's like OpenCV and some like something or other. You could have that as a block, build it once in a while, right? And then just import it, invoke it when you need it. So you don't.
But it's a good shout, Andrew, because that's like that confusion is something we need to make sure we explain in the docs and is not confusing, because it's kind of counterintuitive, isn't it?
The thing is, like, blocks are getting released in only the most technical sense of the way, right? They're not really out there. We're just adding a very little bit.
They're escaping.
We basically, a far better description of the situation. Yes, we are. For folks who are watching this, you should know we've made a kind of a decision after, having built Balena Cloud over the years and learned everything we've learned. We've taken a decision that the hub we will make as uncompromised as possible. We will try to do domain-driven modeling for everything. Just kind of really go with the data rather than adding exceptions. So that means that we are, making sure to model things appropriately, even if they don't make sense 100% with the rest of the product today, in the hopes that they would force us to make things better over time. But in general, the idea is that hub should be a lot less special as a piece of code that we write, and it should be a lot more about sort of a generic UI renderer, generic backends, et cetera, just all coming together and making something awesome without being forced to do so against their will, like most software. Yeah, but that kind of drives us to discover things like the fact that blocks should be a first-class primitive of Balena, which we weren't thinking about until we forced ourselves to not have exceptions, which is super weird. And then we were like, oh, then people can use it in their companies. So this is the kind of thinking that you'd never do if you just allowed yourself to make a special case for blocks. You'd never think, oh, what's the use case internally at a team of our customers for blocks? And with that,
now I know how Rahul feels when he opens a can of worms. Can empathize.
That's great though, man. Like that. So when somebody says something and I can't even process the syntax of the sentence, there's usually something really interesting behind it. And I'm trying to learn to teach myself to take that angle to it, because it's very easy to be like, this person doesn't understand or something. But usually that doesn't happen. Like this is our team. People here obviously are here for a reason. They're not being dense. It's something is actually genuinely difficult. I don't know, 98 out of 100 times is the case.
Oh, yeah. No, I appreciate that. You hear that, newer folks? It's a thing. Embrace it.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's kind of what Lucian was hinting at before about when there's a disagreement, you can avoid dealing with it, which is the standard approach to the problem by most people. Or you can like lean into it and be like, okay, wait, this is weird. Like, I appreciate you as a person. I know you're smart. You don't see something that I think is obvious. This is interesting. This is weird, right? Like, why aren't you seeing a thing that I think is obvious? Like, you're not being malicious. So that explanation is out of the way. Like, something interesting is happening. And the thing that I think Lucian might have been referencing, I'm not sure, but is this thing called the Allman agreement theorem. This guy got a Nobel, I believe, in economics for it. Robert Allman. He proved, I think, essentially in a very deep, rigorous mathematical way, that two agents that are both rational and have the same, and sort of are able to converse and share information cannot end up disagreeing. Like, the idea is, like, if I have a bunch of data in my head, right, a bunch of experiences, a bunch of information, a bunch of factoids, whatever, and you have the same, we may end up disagreeing because we have different facts in our heads, right? So you may end up with one conclusion and I end up with another, and then we share conclusions and we're like, wow, these are completely different. Like, I think X and you think Y. Why is this happening? But then you actually start digging in and you realize there's some different knowledge in your head than in their head. And when you get to that, then you've synced up, right? Now you either say, like, wait, this is not correct or whatever. At some point you get to shared factual knowledge, factual basis. And then if you apply the same reasoning, just logical reasoning, you should end up at the same conclusion. Now, the fascinating thing about the Ullmann agreement theorem is that doesn't mean you're going to end up in the middle, right? It doesn't mean that you're going to end up with the average of the two prior opinions you had. You might end up farther on the one side than you were to begin with, or farther on the other, or you might end up in a completely different axis. Like, one person is here, one person is here, you end up over there. There's no guarantee from this work that once you put all the pieces together, you're going to average out or anything like that. Yeah, it's fascinating, and it's why it's worth digging in when there is a disagreement. You never know, like, ever know what is going to come out the other side of it. As Carlos says, friends don't let friends be wrong. This is one of our mottos. If you consider me a friend, why are you letting me go around with shit in my head? Like, that's not that's not nice.
Back to Laura's point when she was on and talking about how, our culture is different than perhaps some more rigid corporate ones out there, where the information sharing is more of like a waterfall, like throw it over the fence to the next step, and instead you can't really have that one-to-one or one-to-many information relay that you just talked about without bucking that, right? It's more of everyone's connected to one hub, many spokes of a hub, which we operationalize at work with our internal systems, our internal sense-making system, where you have that, right? Whether you're having that one-to-one or it's in the timeline of information that's being shared, it's like, we won't let you be wrong. We're going to make it very hard for you not to have all the context you need, because it's literally logged right here for you.
Yeah. One question that gets asked sometimes is, like, how often do we reverse decisions of people on the team? And I had a genuinely hard time answering that, because I don't think that's how, like, normally you have, like, teams and sub-teams and everybody makes their own independent decisions, right? And then you end up having to reverse some of them. Anyway, I'm reading the comments. But yeah, here we very often cohere as a group, which makes it, there's no such thing like reversal. Is like, we might end up realizing we're stupid about something, but there's no, like, oh, you made a bad decision and I'm going to come in and reverse it. I can't. I mean, I'm sure somebody disagrees with me on this, but from inside my head, it doesn't feel like that almost ever.
We would never, I mean, at least in my experience so far, we would never execute that, because along the way that already would be rooted out if we're operating the way that we say we are in a brainstorm, perhaps, or some sort of like step before like actually operationalizing the thing.
Yeah.
We've already gotten to a common understanding of like, okay, this thing's going to go out. And then the worst case scenario is, okay, well, that was sort of to spec. How do we make it better? Like, I see what you did there. You missed a couple notes.
Yeah, I think one thing I'm going to start doing at brainstorms, we were chatting about this. I've had this idea. I've been playing around with it, but I think with Lucian yesterday, we perfected it, where, there's like the status quo bias, right? And what he was kind of talking about, solutions being sticky. I think one thing I'm going to try to do when we come to a solution, I will flip it around and turn it into a challenge of like, okay, can you improve this solution? Like, who can improve the solution? Because that sort of takes what is, everybody's trying to get to the solution, and there's a very strong bias to agree with the solution that's out there, and turn the solution into the enemy, right? Like, now this is this is our target practice. Like, you got to beat this. Like, can you do better? Like, it's a challenge, you know, like, so that we can expand the space of possibilities we're considering.
I think is that related to probably like a tweet you wrote about bringing more than one idea to the table, or don't get self.
Yeah. So my first one was like, let's, you know, we should have at least 2 solutions being considered for everything we do. But the improvement is to actually do it as target practice. Take the first solution we came to, and like, this solution is great. Okay, now the solution is also terrible, and who can tell us why, and how can we improve it, right? Like, sort of put it out there as a challenge to people to say, like, okay, how can you beat this, rather than this is the consensus of the group and should be treated as sacred, or, you know, something like that.
Yeah, I remember back in agency days and that creative brief process. I mean, you have to go find poster children, see who has already done your idea really well, and at the same time, you have to do the inverse, find like who's not doing it well. And it's not a fault on them. Everyone has a different set of pool of resources and people and talent. But like, you know, when you see the thing where it's like, I don't want that, no, thank you. Yeah. And I think it's part of that. I don't, you know, I'm excited to see which step in the overall brainstorm process that falls in. My personal preference is it should be like pretty early on when you're seeing things that do work for you and don't, because that can also become helpful language and context. The danger is when it just becomes like, oh, let's just copy them. And it's like, I see what you might mean by that. Like, they did these elements correct, but you know, that's being lazy.
Sorry, can you give more of an example on this? I'm not sure I'm seeing it. I'm not sort of able to visualize what you're referring to.
Yeah, well, so in past life, when doing creative briefs, there's often a step where, okay, you have your big idea, and then one can immediately say, all right, well, I'm bringing this solution to the table. Like, it's amazing. That would you guys call it the status quo effect or whatever you're talking about earlier? Mm-hmm. Instead, it's adding the steps of like, no, hold on a second. You have your big idea. Make 5 more, right? Find poster children examples that represent your idea that's already in the wild in a different flavor, perhaps in a different industry that's being done really well. Mm-hmm. Find 5 that are awful, where it's like, this looks like what we want to do if we like gave up and tried, you know, only put 10% into it. And then within that exercise, you start to see your floor and your ceiling a lot more, or you realize, oh my gosh, we've been thinking about this the wrong way. So it's a different way to approach what you two are talking about.
Right, yeah. Enforcing the sort of the distancing and reflection. I mean, that's actually, you mentioned something else that reminds me of something I also tried to do recently, which is pre-mortems, right? So like, I'll vocalize very clearly, like, because I've now seen enough projects that I get these very, very clear premonitions, right? Where I'm like, all right, folks, just keep in mind, this project can very clearly go wrong in this precise way. You know, please, if we fail, make it be that we fail in some other way. Like, don't fail this way, because this is totally doable to fail this way. I can totally see us making that mistake. So, you know, keep it in mind as a pitfall to avoid. Yeah.
That's actually very interesting, because I know in a lot of organizations, they'll do how do you know you're on the right track? And these can be outcomes, these can be metrics, but you never look at the other direction, right? How do you know you're wrong? How do you, how do you know you're on the way to just completely screwing up? And I think that is a very healthy exercise, because you should be able to see those pitfalls, and your whole point is to avoid them.
When we design a certain solution, right, like, it's sometimes got some characteristic to it that is just, you know, you kind of visualize a normal flow of things, like how things work and what gets missed and whatever. And you're like, there's like this really important detail. And if we don't make absolutely sure this one thing is like nailed, the rest of the thing will fall apart. So, you know, you can say, like, look, this is, if we fail here, it'll be on that. So please put extra attention on this, or whatever. Like, but I've noticed this recently pop up in my head for me. Like, I haven't had that sort of active premonition earlier, or maybe if I did, I wasn't vocalizing it, because sometimes I'll be like really insistent on something without explaining, and I think that, you know, people, well, some people would get it, some people would not, or whatever. But now I've started like just outright exposing the underlying state, which is like, okay, guys, I feel an active fear of failure because of this. Can you please take it on board? Nothing to say. Like I'm not expecting you to like agree or disagree with it or whatever. Just if we fail, not this way. Like let's make it interesting, for some other reason, but not this one. Yeah, it's such a weird. It's a really weird thing. It feels weird when I do it.
I think there was a question in the comments, Mr. Chris, that we might have missed. Now I'm waiting for a slot to talk to you about. Is now a good slot? Mr. Chris has got concentrate-y face on.
I guess so.
It is now.
I've stopped what I'm doing already, so why not?
So RJ wants to know if we've pushed anything, or we're going to, that requires changes to apps that are already in balenaHub.
Good question. So
yeah, right.
We haven't yet, but well, they don't necessarily require changes. Like so, if can I share a link to Mr. Tomas's Balena Sound PR, because that's a good example.
Sure.
This one here.
You have it?
Yeah, I got it. So the changes that we've made in that PR are we've added 2 new bits of information to the Balena YAML. Firstly, we've got this idea of a fleet CTA, and that's just a piece of text that's used for the call to action button on the future app page when someone wants to join the open fleet. So in the case of Balena Sound, we like terrible puns, so we've changed the button to say sounds good. And there's also a block of text there called post-provisioning, and that kind of will be displayed on the page and instruct the user what to do once they've flashed their device with the OS image. But as I say, like neither of those are like they're not required as changes, but they just kind of help to customize that page and help the user out with a few more instructions. Now, depending on the application, you'll see there's a second change on that PR, which is setting the host name of the device. And so in those situations where your application requires that the user access a local interface on that device, so say, for example, Home Assistant, where obviously the majority of the functionality comes through a web browser, you could either go on your router's DHCP table logs and find that device and find where it is on the network and access it via IP address, or we could sort of help the OpenFleet users out and set the device host name. And in that instance, we've set it to Balena, which means they'd be able to access the device via balena.local in a web browser. So that just makes that easier as well. And the third change on that page is a change to the compose file, and it adds the supervisor API label, which is what allows that script that's setting the host name to actually set the host name. It gives it that access to the supervisor API to do that. Now, none of those changes are actually required. But it depends on the application you're adding and what it does. Because obviously, like if your application doesn't have a local UI and it just works like the InkyShot one, it just does its thing in the background, you don't need to make any of those changes. I think that answers the question. So yeah. I was just in the middle of making some changes to the Balena Octoprint project because currently it doesn't set a host name. So I was making that change to set the host name and adding the instructions so that people would be able to find that device if they add it to the Open Fleet. So that application will soon have an example of the same thing also.
But if I have a Balena Sound device that's running on an Open Fleet and I have an Octoprint and I have something else, they can't all have the host name Balena, and that works. So in that case, I'll have to go and find the IP from my router.
You'll have to either find the IP or you can try Balena-1, Balena-2. It will auto increment if that device, if that name is taken on the network when that device tries to allocate it, it automatically adds a -1 or a -2 to the end. And these are things like, we know this is not perfect user experience, and this is stuff that we hope to address like in the future. Like once we've got this out there and people are playing with it, we can develop it further to help to make this stuff easier, less friction.
Good answer.
I felt like I'm out of breath after that. need to.
You're
breathe.
allowed to breathe during. Yeah, it's encouraged.
I must keep talking until my point is finished.
So presumably, Tomas, you're PRing a bunch of projects.
We did a couple already, and but yes, we need to. Like we selected, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 to get done today, but we need to get to work on the rest. Like we've classified the projects, the 46 projects we have, in like whether they will outright work today, whether they like have some sort of limited functionality, or whether they won't work at all until future changes. So we need to go through that list after today and start adding those back in.
That criteria that you went through when you were adding the projects to your list, is that something we're going to make available so that people who also want to contribute have some things to think through? So like you thought through, does this work without any intervention whatsoever? That's an obvious tick, just get it as an open app. But that you already said things like, if there's hardware, if there's some environment variables that need to be set, if there's the user's going to need to access that device via IP, then they need to do the host name thing. Are we going to put the criterion things to think about?
I don't think so. Like at the end of the day, it's up to the developer of the application to like provide the means for users to actually use their application, right? And like we won't be moderating or
not moderating, but like guidance for people to follow, because there's a number of different things you need to consider, isn't there? And people might not know what other sort of things they need to consider.
I think we could probably give some hints, can't we? Like to say, like if you're, like to your point, we could say if your device needs the user to access a web interface, like think about how they're going to do that if they can't access the Balena Cloud dashboard.
Is how I do it in sound. Yeah.
What we don't want to do is establish this as like a
requirement.
Because it's going to change in the future, so we don't want to make it like apparent this is the way it is and it's never going to change. It's kind of like a transitional state.
Yeah. People like
the other thing that we rarely haven't talked about much, but is a lot of that stuff will be formalized, right? Like as we allow people to define what the hardware is that exactly runs this thing. Like imagine just saying like, it's a Raspberry Pi, it's a hat, it's a SD card of this size, it's a, through a contract basically, right? You can say what you need. We can then turn that into instructions. We can turn that into visualizations. We can turn that into all sorts of things. Same for the envars, as we give people the ability to write their own schemas, right? I think a lot of the stuff that needs external, it's just to a write-up today should be integrated as features of the product tomorrow, so that it doesn't, right? Like you folks know, but maybe the viewers don't. Like I just generally consider documentation a hack, right? It's the ideal product does not require documentation; it just works. So by definition, if you are needing to describe something, it's because it's not intuitive enough. So we should give people the ability to make applications that are intuitive enough that don't require others to read it. Like how often, if you get it like a well-made consumer device, right? How often do you read the manual? Like you only read the manual if something's wrong. You don't read it when things are working, right? So we should enable that kind of thing.
Read it after I've already broken the thing.
Yeah, I mean that's you though. Like, how can I push this to the limit? Like, and then, okay, how far can we go? We're at the limit now. What's next?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a good example because it's like the host name thing is quite obviously a hack. It's like for every project, the project's having to tell the user, this is how you access the web interface. I mean, that can definitely be improved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the same goes for configuration. As Alex said, once the configuration scheme is possible, we can use that same scheme to to present the environment variables, whether they're in the cloud dashboard or in the hub dashboard or on the local UI. It uses the same schema for everything, because that application is saying, I make these configuration variables of this type available, and the UI is reading that and presenting the correct form that ties up with the application. So I know, so you've done like 3 of the apps, Tomas. I'm doing 1. Mr. Kyle's doing 1. Alex Programmer D is doing his.
Yeah.
And then we've got
the only 2 left.
Yeah, the Fault for COVID ones, which we want to do live on stream, hopefully.
Yep.
We should bring some. We should bring some ambassadors on the stream at some point.
I think Mark has pinged Alex, so he might be able to join.
Oh, cool.
Oh, that'd be good, because he could do the Minecraft one with us.
Yeah.
That would help a bunch of people.
He could tell us all the features he might want, and we may explain in very elegant, flowery language why we are not going to do that. I'm kidding.
Yet.
It's on the roadmap.
That answers all problems.
Yes. PR is accepted as the other fallback.
I'm going to do the internet speed test, even though it's not on your list, Tomas, because I'm an anarchist.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Like, there is nothing stopping us from doing applications that are not
self-serve, man. I'll do what I like.
Yeah.
Look,
well, that's true. It might be interesting to have some on our own personal orgs. They don't all necessarily have to be in the labs org.
Absolutely.
No. Yeah. In fact, I would go so far as to say that we should have them in it. Like, it's, yeah.
Yeah, perhaps you could transfer the application to your personal account, Phil.
Oh, well, internet speed. Yeah, I will, and I'll do Scratch as well. Yeah.
The criterion is, if you didn't have to work on it, right? Let's say you got the incredibly enticing offer you're waiting for from the NBA to join their, man, I don't know, your favorite team. Would you continue to work on it? That's the question. Like, would you run it as a personal project?
Right.
Not? That's the real real question. Yes.
Phil's joining the NBA.
I have a feeling that's not going to happen, Alex. Yeah. I know we haven't met in person, but I'm not that tall.
In my mind, you're like,
oh, no. Yeah.
Like, all we know is that he has legs at this point. We don't know how tall he is.
Yeah, not how long now.
Has this been confirmed?
Yeah. I'm verified. I've got the whatever color.
You've got the blue tick. Yeah.
Blue tick legs.
Legs confirmed.
Yeah. But to your point, would I work on? Yeah, probably not internet speed test, but Scratch I'm very passionate about, because I like children to learn to code.
I would apply. Like, if it's a personal project, you should, I guess, to put it in reverse. If it's something that you feel personally passionate about and you want to own separately from the lab sort of umbrella, I think this should be encouraged for people to do.
So I would probably take on the train sign and the LED pixel controller.
Sure.
As we all know how passionate I am about LEDs at Christmas.
For the rest of the year, right out.
For the rest of the year, I don't even know where the device is, but at Christmas, it's like...
Yeah. Sweepstakes on how tall Phil is. Not basketball level tall. That's a hint.
You're just eating the propaganda up, Phil. You need to be tall. Play basketball. Anyone can do it. We believe in you.
I think, just as a discussion point, the thing that seems to cause the most trouble in the kind of like the list of apps that we've reviewed is the lack of configuration of hardware.
Yeah.
So it's all those projects that need a DT overlay, or they're using a PyTFT, or.
Yeah. But if they're using a PyTFT, they could add the frame buffer block, and that will just get configured automatically.
Yeah, I think
That's
some
another
blocks
option.
can really help with that. We should make. I actually would love to see some blocks have to do with work on that element of the hardware support, essentially, like almost like drivers. I mean, in some cases, you could totally do the whole driver business, right? Like soup to nuts, you can do. I mean, there's drivers that are user space for one. There's also sometimes we mod probe things, but even anyway, not to get too technical here, but like there's DKMS, which allows you to recompile a module for the new kernel, so you could deal with kernel updates too. But long story short, from the user's point of view, it should look like, add the block to support and by the way, this is what I kind of meant before when I said even if you have a fleet that's about the devices, you can still have some software related to it, right? That could be the stuff that allows you to use the hardware, and then you can put apps on top of those. But you may have some baseline blocks on your fleet to just enable the hardware.
I mean, I think you, Chris, you added a TFT and you deployed the frame buffer block and one of the internet speed test things, didn't you? Net status.
Mm-hmm.
And that just worked with no configuration, as far as I know.
I vaguely remember there was some configuration still, but you might be right. It seems to also depend on, like, there can be PyTFTs of the same type, and some of them seem to just work, and some of them need configuration. There's some weird hardware variances I found, but certainly there are plenty of situations where if the app specifies a piece of hardware, you can get it to work out of the box. Yeah. But it's like how Balena Dash, like, it'll work by default on the HDMI, but if you want to use the official Pi display or a PyTFT or something, then you need to configure it.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the FBCP block README, I really dislike that name. I know that's what the excusable is, but I still really dislike it. It does say the supported hardware that you should just be able to click into your Pi and it will just work TM.
Yeah, I remember testing that. It does make the situation a lot easier.
I think mine works TM. What one's mine doing?
But it's kind of like, you can imagine, like, even today, if you've got access to that configuration, you're having to add like a DC overlay and maybe some HDMI settings and specifying the resolution and the frequency and all that stuff manually. Mm-hmm. I'm just imagining how cool the situation would be when we can offer the UI that basically says what's your display and drop down, and then you can just choose, and it sets that group of parameters that's necessary behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Or achieves it in some other method, like including the FBCP block or some driver block.
You say that so quick. How do you say that so quick?
What?
FBCP. Oh yeah.
Did I see it? Did I see it? I didn't.
Yeah, it's pretty smooth. Yeah, I just had a look. I had to set the HDMI group and mode and stuff manually still. So. I'm going to do my PR for the Scratch thing again, Tomas, because I don't think my CTA is good enough.
Oh, you got policed?
I didn't get policed, but
I think you did actually get policed.
What, did I?
There are people policing you. You just may not have seen it yet.
Yeah. I might be one of those.
I heard that Phil's in trouble, so I joined.
Yeah.
You joined. You in trouble?
I think so.
What did you
Only
do?
with Tomas though, so. Probably right.
Quick question. So I am in Balena Cloud. I set my GitHub repo URL. I set to this class to open fleet. I hit go or confirm or whatever. Is there a wait time? Estimated wait time? Is it immediate? Is it what's the expectation set here for a user?
It should be instant.
Yeah. I'm gonna add that quote to the site. It should be instant, Fedori. Right on. Thanks, guys. Sorry, I've been out for a little bit. We have some construction going on. And basically, what I think it was while I was talking to Alex, it was like, dong, dong, dong. I'm like, people don't want to hear that.
No worries.
It's a little less than now that they've taken out most of the stuff that they need to. Ahmet, you have internet again? Yo.
Yo.
I believe he's turning our how it works blobs of text into a usable page.
Yeah, working on that.
I appreciate you, my friend. Ahmet and I also do watch parties of all the Disney Plus things. That's how we bond.
Do you remember that time we tried to do a watch party, Andrew?
Yeah.
It's like 45 minutes later, we couldn't get 3 people to watch the same film. And we had to just revert to, right, 3, 2, 1, push play.
Yeah. we could have watched the whole movie in the time it took us.
We'd at least got halfway through it, just trying to get watch party to work.
That was a good time, though. I enjoy all the different ways that we find ways to replicate Office Hangout as a remote company.
Is there an open fleet in this?
Ooh.
Watch parties that just work.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Just put a Raspberry Pi with a screen or whatever, and just yeah, right. Anybody can pause, anybody can start. Like whenever you want to say something, you can just pause it. Pause for everybody. Just blab.
Inky shot for banter.
When people are bored of you yapping on, they just hit play and you get the message. Hopefully. And if you don't, like, they just kick you out of the fleet, right? Like, you know what? Why don't you watch this on your own? Wait! You can have integrated voice communication. Right? It could be happening through the thing. Okay, now I've gotten to the level I'm building a new startup already. Never mind.
I mean, or we can just have some interested community member build that out. You got your spec. Go. Now go.
Something WebRTC is
go.
the answer.
That's your requirements. Something WebRTC.
Exactly what it says in the spec. Something WebRTC. Electron and then exclamation mark go.
Oh yeah, Electron, obviously. Yes. WebRTC, Electron.
Cool kid stack.
Man, there's this piece of software that I just have to use. I'm just looking for a reason. It's called Purge, with an E, like PERGE, which is a combination of PeerJS and AutoMerge, both of which technologies are just like mind-blowing, incredible. So PeerJS is like taking WebRTC and turning it into a way to send anything, not just video. Right, just share data among like a cluster of like web browsers, I guess. It doesn't even have to be just web browsers. And AutoMerge is a way to do like a kind of like a distributed Google Docs thing, where it has a way to like combine edits that are happening offline and out of order, like in the stupidest possible ways, to any data thing, right? So you put these two things together, and you can have any set of browsers just kind of editing stuff, like just forming a cluster, editing stuff. Everybody can edit their own things, and it just brings all the changes together and merges them in a somewhat intelligent way. And yeah, that's my stand-in for like how do we make shared state between devices in the fleet. I guess that's a block, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I've dodged that work twice now on a call with you. Twice you've brought it up as, this is what I'd love to use, Phil.
It's the long
Imagine being proud of dodging greatness.
Oh man.
One's gonna hit me.
I can only beg so much.
Now you have to say no in front of a live studio audience, Phil.
I didn't
I never
even
say
ask him
no.
to do anything.
I never say no.
I didn't say anything. Like, I don't know why. I feel attacked.
When a project gets submitted, are there tests that run in the background and whatnot that like people should be aware of?
Absolutely not.
Nope.
Just straight up
testing's for the weak.
As lesson learned from release party 1.
I mean, it's got to build because
Yeah.
it's got to make an app in your account. So it's got to build.
Oh yeah, duh. We wouldn't have got that far unless it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, what happens if I push like garbage? Like I have a successful app that's working, then I push garbage, and then I make it open garbage.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, in the fullness of time, we will have the projects that people use and the ones that people enjoy and say work will rise to the top, and those that don't will fall as sediment.
There can only be one. Thank you.
I mean, we don't treat the hub as the Android App Store. We treat it more like GitHub, right? Like so.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cruft in GitHub, but there's also some absolutely incredible things.
Yeah.
It's not like we gotta approve your stuff or whatever. Yeah. Maybe at some point there'll be a curation level on top. Like if my mom was to use Hub to install stuff on her phone or on her home device or something, I'd probably want her to be protected from just the random people on the internet. But I think for now, people using the Hub can be assumed to know what they're doing, and would rather have responsibility for their actions than require pre-approval. Maybe after that works really well, we'll think about something else. But yeah, I'd much rather keep it frictionless for now, for sure.
Yeah, if you think how stars and awesome lists and things work, Andrew, it's kind of that model where things that are good will be called out as good.
Awesome. That's what I wanted to hear.
Right, what's my CTA going to be for Scratch? Because I put Scratch your itch to learn to code, but that's too long for a CTA.
Learn write meow.
I'm just going to put Scratch that itch.
Oh.
Did you find the thread?
I haven't found my thread, no.
There's a thread where people are commenting on that.
Where? Which flow?
Where is it? Hang on. Where's it gone? Things are moving too fast. Oh. Ah. This one.
Context shift.
Are we waiting for a screen share? What's going on here?
Nope, I just pinged Phil and that's it.
Oh, got it.
Phil is now reading.
So
that was a one-to-one conversation on this live stream.
Got it. That makes much more sense.
Chris, how's the project going in the background? I mean, I think like we should be exposing a little bit more of the work and the problems and stuff. I think we sometimes make these live streams and we end up just filling time while the work is happening in the background. We can. Is everything like ongoing on like as we hoped, or are we?
I believe so. Well, maybe we can ask Andrea and Tadori, and I know Amit is working on the app page also.
Yeah. So dashboard side, everything is good for me. I'm working on the load image model because we want to share this model in a clean way between the dashboard and balenaHub. I'm actually having a small problem with the SDK because the pre-tier has changed, and I have to prettify all the files again. But other than that, everything
smooth sailing.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
So that it may be worth mentioning a bit more detail there. So it's like the button that will be the kind of call to action to join the Open Fleet on Hub is essentially going to be shared with the add device button in the Balena Cloud dashboard. So they both pop up and they have you choose your device type and then set your networking details and then download an OS image. So what Andrea means is we want to share that component in both places so that we're not duplicating code.
Yep.
Right.
Oh, now there's a question, Alex, from other Alex.
What happened?
Open fleet of test spots for distributed testing.
Sure. Yes.
There we are. Succinct answer. Sure.
So okay, I can add the blockchain to this. So you put your devices on this open fleet of test spots, and it enables others to push their application onto the grid, right, to get tested. Then you get Balena coin in return. Of course you do.
Right. You have approval.
The minor issue is what happens when your application gets. I mean, if it's open fleets, I guess nobody cares because the code is already open. But you know what? For open fleets, we could even do a fleet of builders, really, like, you know, to do distributed builds. There's always the minor issue of what happens if somebody interferes with the build. But there's ways around that.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly right. Actually, you know what? This is probably a half decent use case for some kind of currency on Balena. It's like if you could pay for Balena service with this currency, but you could also earn the currency by helping out, then it all balances out together.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how if we take that to its logical extreme, that's how you increment from a fully centralized service to fully decentralized service, right?
Right. And you pay for your service with your credits.
Or your money, you know, on occasion.
Yeah.
Yeah,
how's things? I was just going to say, how's things going on your side, Tilary?
So I just wrapped up the validation for the repository URL, which since now it should be a valid and public GitHub repository URL. And I'm actually going to merge just the public organization computed term we have. And heads up for the rest, to give it a try on staging and soon on production.
So I think the public org unblocks the app card stuff, doesn't it? Or everyone?
Literally everyone.
So I guess, Andrea, like, how close are we to having those 3 extra settings in production?
Really close, actually. Just have to merge 2 SDK PRs, and then I can merge the dashboard one.
Cool, because that's going to enable people to start sort of setting up their apps and finding those options and kind of seeing what this is about, as well as marking our first milestone as complete, I guess.
Because merge is deploy, right?
Yeah.
Because merge is deploy.
Just in
In the
case people
UI,
watching
yes.
don't know that. And then what can we do when that's deployed, Mr. Chris?
Well, when that's available, so if you're an app owner already, you'll be able to go into your Balena Cloud dashboard, set up an application for your Open Fleet on Hub, and see the new settings that are required to be able to mark it as public. So what we were talking about earlier and what we had the debate over the modals on will be available in the dashboard. And that means when we deploy the changes to balenaHub, that means your app will be there ready as one of the first ones.
Ooh, I get screenshots, right?
And you would get screenshots, yeah. For
Yeah.
the docs.
Yep. And if I've already got an app that's running in my cloud account, do I need to re-push it, or should those changes just be there for me to toggle it?
The extra options will just appear on the settings page for you to toggle. You do not need to re-push. If your application is ready to be an Open Fleet already, you just need to turn it on.
Alex DE is
He's watching. He's waiting.
Yeah, it's like a raging bull.
That's what I like.
Well, I'm going to go and deploy Scratch to my own account then. Oh, it's so laborious though. I've got to click this one button, then another button I have to click, and then it's there. That's come on.
There's too many clicks, isn't it?
Don't pick the wrong class.
Oh yeah, I did. I almost did put it in the wrong org then. Thanks, dude. I appreciate you.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta add the plant project, huh? Wait, I want to do that one post change.
Do we mind if Alex joins us?
We do not mind.
We do not.
Quite the opposite. It is in fact encouraged.
We de-mind. Unmind.
Let me... Alex Programmer DE, I'll send you the URL to join right now.
Is he the only Balena community member who we like only use the handle, like and not his actual name?
Yeah,
possibly. Is that because he has gamer cred? Like all the gamers that are out on like YouTube and stuff,
it's
like
because
we want to be called by their handle.
We already have too many people whose names start with Alex in Balena, so we have to try and distinguish.
I just use tone to distinguish.
We could say Alex K, but I like Alex Programmer DE.
I mean, it rolls off the tongue easier, doesn't it?
And if you said Alex
It's
K,
all those
everybody
extra
would be
syllables, yeah.
Everybody would be trying to think who the Balena person is.
Yeah, on the team.
Yeah. Andrea took a deep breath in, like he was about to say, "It's ready." No,
no.
Don't troll us.
Not
mate.
yet. Almost.
And Andrea, we trust. We're getting there. All right, got some stuff with FlowDoc for group feedback, collective hive mind feedback. So
for what?
Still in progress. Doc stuff. Contributions page, how it works. FAQs. If people want to contribute frequently asked questions, because there are going to be a ton. And I'm stoked to see what my boy Amit has in store for us with the app page.
There's Alex Programmer DE as well.
Hello.
Hello, Alex.
Hello.
Hey, thanks for joining.
Hey there.
How's everyone doing?
We're all right. It's release party day. The energy is up. It's always interesting because you have to like multitask, and our brains aren't meant
That's
to do
the
that.
thing.
You know?
Yeah.
You think you are multitasking?
Parallel tasking is difficult.
What's
Says like work,
closest to be
chat.
finished?
Say that
question.
again, Alex. I didn't hear it. What was the
What's
question?
the closest one to be finished?
I think that's
one.
probably the dashboard.
Ah.
So once we deploy that, which Andrea is working on, you'll see those options appear, and you'll be able to set up the fleet for the Minecraft server and mark it as public and all that good stuff, so that when we deploy the front end of Hub, it will already be there as one of the first ones.
Well, that sounds right.
And for anyone who is not aware, Alex Programmer DE is the community maintainer, as Chris just mentioned, for the Minecraft app that is in the Hub. And I think at last check, it was actually the most popular. So I don't know if that is still the case. Chris, you may need to do a quick recount, but I know for a while he was in the lead.
Yeah, it's always up there as one of the most popular ones.
The repo got pretty popular is the last time. Now we got 140 stars, and somehow I have 57 followers on GitHub.
Awesome. Good for you.
I didn't know you could have followers on GitHub.
Yeah.
Awesome.
They have now also achievements like Arctic Code Vault contributor.
The badge, yep.
Oh, you got a badge
I
from
think-
your Minecraft work?
Yes, and a few
Nice.
others. They
at
get
that.
all indexed into the Arctic Code Vault in, I think it was Antarctica. And yeah, it's gonna stay there for a long time.
How do we get
There
like
was
a
a-
first 100 open fleets badge going or something?
Yeah, we need some badges now.
You guys saw there's
Did you
one
know
for
There's now also
for Mars?
Yeah, that one's
I was
cool.
about to say
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
No, wait a minute. What is that one? How do
Like,
you get your code on Mars?
You know the helicopter of the Mars rover they sent over?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen that.
That little helicopter thing, and it runs curl, I think, a few others too. And everyone who contributed to that got now the badge. So everyone whose code, who he open source, he contributed to open source project is now on the Mars. Oh,
cool.
I think I remember
That's
there
nuts.
was a meme going on. Let me search it up. Where is it?
Yeah, in the
there's,
in the last 30 days,
no.
the most popular projects on Hub. Number 1, Minecraft server. Number 2, Wi-Fi repeater. Number 3, Balena sound. Number 4, Balena locating. Can't remember who made that. Some dude.
Some dude
Number
with good
5,
internet.
Screenly, and number 6, the Birdwatcher.
I feel like they're all just the same group of users who are just making this incredible LAN party from Minecraft. So it's like they have the Wi-Fi set up, so there's like access, in every room. There are always tunes going on via Balena sound. There's signage, so no everyone can see what when the next whatever match is going on, and then some bird watching on the side.
Mm-hmm. I think about half of what you just named there, though, are community contributed. That's super cool.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah.
Good look.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, Kyle. None of Kyle's.
Oh, Kyle.
Or
Is there any of yours, Kyle? Oh, I didn't notice. Sorry, mate. That escaped me
Kyle's
before I read
projects
it
are
out.
deep, though,
Yeah.
Kyle's about the quality, not the quantity.
Yeah.
He's that kind of guy.
Kyle and I are competitive over everything. We even have competitive barbecuing going on.
I thought we determined he was not barbecuing. He was
I've
just
already
simply
won.
cooking
I know.
outside.
Aren't LAN parties?
Was he Canadianing in some way or other?
Yeah, it was a gas grill. Doesn't count.
So what are you working on lately, Alex? What's your next big contribution going to be?
Well, I'm more of a Java developer lately. I make Minecraft server plugins. So yeah, not much IoT related, but
no worries.
I guess it's gonna be cool when we got the Open Fleet thing running. Then we can also see where we run that stuff, in what countries.
Yeah,
and that's gonna be cool to see.
Oh yeah.
Have we showed the
Minecraft is a lot of Java, right?
Yeah.
The next morning,
Minecraft is
200
pure
on
Java.
the satellite.
Oh.
200
What was that?
units
One
on
more
the
time,
satellite.
Alex?
And I wake up and I see, oh yeah, there's 100 Raspberry Pis running a Minecraft server on the satellite in space.
Oh man, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think our map works that way, but we should add that functionality. How many devices are in space?
Oh, do we have the? Did we ever end up doing the OpenStreetMaps thing? Or is that?
I think we are.
That's in progress. Yeah.
So cool.
Is Amit here?
Who's working on that?
I know Amit is building the app page, but I don't know if we're able to switch to OpenStreetMap straight away.
Interesting.
Yeah, not yet. We will have to update rendition for that.
Okay.
So, and that will update the dashboard as well, I guess.
I told Chris about it. Oh yeah, that's a good point actually. Why do we even bother with? Yeah, I mean Google Maps is great if you're looking for like super high detail stuff, but like for what we're using it for, OpenStreetMaps is more than sufficient. I guess it depends where we're talking about, but it should be fine.
So Alex, if you could give our community, Alex, if you can give one tip to other folks on how to just be as frequent of a contributor as you are, what would it be?
Just Dockerize everything you love.
Dockerize everything you love.
Pretty solid advice.
I want that t-shirt.
T-shirt alert, yeah.
Yeah.
Just
like
buy 3 Raspberry Pis and then make a NGIX reverse proxy and 3 web servers plus a MySQL database, all for each Pi, and then let them talk with each other. Just tinker with stuff. It's a great experience, and you learn how to use Linux, you learn how to use Docker, and you interact with a very nice software called Balena on the way.
Thank you.
Oh.
To give even more props to the guy, I mean, you're not just known for the Minecraft server. You have contributed heavily to Balena Sound as well, as I was saying earlier on the call. I mean, a lot of the work that you and Tomas have been doing were the precursor efforts to get us to where the audio block is today. So thanks, dude.
Sure.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, thank you too, Tomas, I guess.
We don't have to thank him. We pay him.
He takes some work on it as well, but yeah, he doesn't need to be thanked.
All I do at the moment on Balena Sound is add, what was the name for these? Badges to their issues. Because, if you look at it, some don't even have a badge, some just have a bug, and like we have Spotify badges, we have like everything, but they just don't get used, and now,
There is a bit of cleanup to be done for sure. It's a huge backlog of issues at the moment.
I kind of wish Balena Sound could like be the replacement for the Boom Stick project.
We should take. I was just thinking about that. We should take the hardware element of Boom Stick and just push it into add it to Balena Sound. Carlo is definitely cool with it. He said it a few times actually, and we've done.
I think Alex, you started that.
Yeah, I started on that, but I kind of lost track.
I mean, honestly, what's even needed? Like, can we just literally just take all the stuff and throw it in? I mean,
maybe
Balena Sound works on Boom Stick. I've done it.
There are a few watermarks on the 3D parts, but other than that, it should probably work.
If you want, sorry, I didn't get that. One more time.
There's the resin logo on the old 3D
Oh,
parts.
yeah.
Oh, the resin, yeah.
Okay, I don't know how to pronounce it.
No,
No, that's fine.
No,
that's
no,
why we
no.
changed it.
Yeah,
People couldn't pronounce it. That's why.
we don't even all pronounce balena the same way.
I mean, people called it raisin for the longest time.
I like that.
Yeah, you know what? That's not bad.
Man, so many confusions with that name. Like, yeah, all the Greeks were like raisin for whatever reason, and then in Washington State here, right, where marijuana is legal, people were like, "Oh, you're doing a weed startup." We're like, "No, nothing to do with that. We have no idea what you're talking about." Very, very bad idea for a name.
Oh, I like raisin. I think we should rename it again. Raisin.
Yep,
That's
bring
been
it-
really
yeah.
easy renaming it all, so we should just
That's
do it
right.
again.
And we can have a
Yeah, let's
motto,
just,
which is like a pun, like, raising your game.
Ah, they all write themselves. This is amazing. Right, release party
Just
7.
like raisin. Raisin amazing.
Raisin supervisor,
Release
Raisin
party 7,
OS,
we'll rename it.
Raisin Cloud. I mean, it just rolls off the tongue. Yep.
Phil, if you tell anyone at the company we're renaming again, like you
Yeah.
will literally get death threats. I don't.
You-
The last time there was that whole copyright thing that we had to do. Like, if this happened again, I think I'd just go fight it in court. Like, I'd be like, fuck it, no.
Resin etcher.
Raisin etcher.
Yeah. Then I have to imagine all the people who still Google balena etcher and then they don't find it because, again, you rebrand. And if you already made your brand name, that you have kind of to stick to it now that you got such popular software.
The best part of the rename with Etcher was like people were complaining about this evil company that came and bought Etcher.
I still see that around.
Oh man, you guys, you destroyed it. Bought it from
Pumped it full of ads was the common one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because it was
Raisin
around that
Hub.
same sort of time, wasn't it? That's why it was kind of associated. It was like we did the rename and then we did the first DFP a couple of months or a month later.
It's all gonna come together.
Raisin Hub sounds better. Raisin Fin feels better.
Open Raisin.
Open Raisin.
I'm just blown away by the fact that Phil is just like running with this.
Like, what comes to your mind when you hear the two different things? If I hear about balena, I think about the beach and waves. And if I hear resin, resin, R-E-S-I-N,
Yeah. Resin,
yeah, that's how I'm gonna pronounce it now. Then I kind of think about tech stuff. What do you think? Like,
I think that's roughly correct. I think resin is more of a like technocratic kind of like name, and balena is more like a feel-good name. Yeah, I'd say that's right. I mean, at least it corresponds to how it feels in my brain. Everybody has a different map mentally.
To me, balena is way too close to ballena, which is whale in Spanish. So I cannot think of anything else when I think of balena. What's the German word for whale?
Wal.
Val. Okay.
I was
close.
half worried that there was going to be like a very long word.
Literally, it's the same letters, just the W is uppercase.
Right.
Because we do that like that in Germany.
The nouns are uppercase or just animals or what?
Wow.
Yeah. So we got the Alexandra, and I'm the Alexander. I think that's how you keep people apart.
We also have an Alejandro and we have another Alexander Bucknell.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I'm not even kidding.
Yeah.
I've got all of it.
Now we got to start to number people.
We had two Alexises historically in the company as well. Yeah, just saying, if you go to a Balena meetup or summit and you just shout Alex, like that's gonna be not gonna turn out very well.
10 people will turn up.
Or great. Hey, depends what you're trying to do.
They should just add a thing that if they set a male voice, it's not Alexa, it's just Frank. Like, okay, Frank, please set the timer.
Yeah, I think Echo is a great name. That they have the alternative to Echo, and I think that's far better than Alexa.
Yeah.
It's like, first of all, not many people are called Echo. Actually, fun fact: my wife's sister is called Siri. She did not appreciate
no
Apple's naming.
A person at my school is called Alexa, so that's very useful.
Alexa is common in the US, like it's not that rare, but Siri, like, I mean, it's like being called Cortana, which is fair enough. You're never gonna come across anybody who's using it.
Yeah,
so that's fine. You're safe.
Child Bixby, like actually.
I hate my child. I do not like this one. I did not want it. I'm going to call it Bixby. It should be taken away from you. Like, you should go to foster care. Name your child Bixby. Nothing good can follow.
Services.
Well, how are open fleets gonna work when there are multiple device types? Am I gonna have like an application per device?
Ooh, that's a good question.
That's a great question.
Who's gonna give a great answer?
Mr. Chris.
Hello.
Hard question alert.
Hard question alert. We were kind of hoping nobody noticed.
Well, so today you'll make an application of one device type, but it's not limited to just that one device type. It's limited to devices of that device type's architecture. So, and upwards compatible actually as well. So if you were to make the Minecraft app for the Pi 0, for example, you'd be able to add the Pi 2, the Pi 3, the Pi 4 all to that application.
But what if I support a Jetson? What if I support a Jetson, like that one that you added?
Oh yeah, that was me, wasn't it? I added Jetson and I support. I think that also works in the same application. So if you go,
you should do.
Okay, the big secret is choose Raspberry Pi 0 because that's ARM 6 and that supports everything.
Okay, what am I gonna choose as device type? I'm just gonna type in Raspberry Pi.
Yeah, if you choose V1 or 0, then the Jetsons will be able to add to that.
Okay.
Must be the top of the hour.
4, start.
Andreas bells.
Oh, sorry, guys.
No.
I love the bells.
I love it.
And then let's give it.
Okay, bell time. Okay,
what's the name of the church?
I don't know.
You don't know. It's right next door.
I mean,
yeah.
To be fair, there's probably a church per block in Italy.
I started a bad relation with this church 2 years ago, so you know, when it starts at 7 o'clock in the morning, even on Saturday, on Sunday, it's not. I'm not happy to know the name. I don't want to know the name.
No big donations coming from you?
But it's even a small one, so not really know.
Small church, big bells, don't you know? That's the
exactly.
I still can't hear it without my brain shouting, "Bring out the dead."
Bring out your dead. I'm not quite dead yet.
I can add Jetson Nano 2 GB into that application.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it works.
But I guess to expand on that in the future, we will be working on multi-architecture applications, which will enable like all devices to be in the same fleet.
And we did start.
Just make a project type that includes all architectures and builds per architecture one image that you can deploy.
So the way we're currently thinking of it, but it might be subject to change, is that you'll be able to go into the application settings and you'll be able to turn on the architectures that you want to support. So like if you chose like a Pi 0, then you would get the ARM6 build by default, but you could turn on, oh, hey, I want to support AMD 64 as well. And then the next time you push a release, the builders would be able to, they'd pick that up and they'd build one image for ARM6 and then a second for AMD 64.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We did start looking at it for this release party, but it got big.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that, like, I think in a few weeks we can have that out, but we just didn't, we just chose to do this first. And then...
in a few weeks, this release party ends.
This release party has to last a few weeks. I mean, I was going to say maybe 7-8 hours tops, but I guess if we keep going.
What's our Chris? What's the we're merging. All right, so we might as well.
No. Wait. I'm merging the first SDK here.
Okay.
Let's go for the second one.
Chris, so how much work is like left? Like, what are you seeing it like being a couple of hours? I mean, estimates are what they are, but just off the top of your head, do you think we got like a lot ahead of us or a little bit ahead of us, or?
I mean, it's hard for me to say without input from the guys that are actually. Like it does, to me, it doesn't feel far away now because Andrea and Theodore and everyone else has done so much prep work. I mean, I think Amit, you started the page yesterday, didn't you? So we've got some groundwork done.
Yeah, so they are ready, but yeah, most of them are waiting for the API merges. So once we have API live, we can test them and merge these as well.
Yeah,
so
I guess that's the key thing.
Dashboard. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The key thing was that there were so many API changes to like expose the data necessary to build the other parts.
Right.
Everything's kind of hanging off those. I know Christina's work, for example, is like partially done, waiting for PRs.
Right.
Kyle wants a CTA for Pi-hole, if anybody's got any ideas.
I need a CTA as well. Blocked maps. So when I heard you mention earlier, Phil, that you were updating Scratch,
yes, sir.
I thought, I really enjoy that project, and I could steal a lot of that code. And so what I just did while we were all chatting was clone your Scratch repo, and instead of launching Scratch, I instead am launching Stellarium. If you've ever heard of Stellarium, it's one of those night sky applications that shows you the stars and the constellations and where they're located at any time. And it's not installed by default, but it's a standard Linux app. And so in your Scratch repo, you essentially install the window manager and the start file, and you launch Scratch, which is obviously super cool. But I just altered it to launch Stellarium, and I just pushed it to my Pi, and it worked perfectly. I'm now staring on my monitor at the night sky. So I now have an entirely different application, but based upon your framework that you had already provided. I pushed it into balena-examples. I can move it to Playground if we think that that is the more appropriate location, but I chose examples to start with. And it's there. So when we're ready, I guess I'm going to have to wait on Amit and Andrea and Theodorus to make their changes. But when we're ready, we'll have another application ready to go for an open fleet. I mean, there's not necessarily a, any shared aspect to it in that sense of the word of a fleet, but it's pretty neat. It's turnkey, and I'm staring at the night sky.
Cool. Is that on your org, David?
It is in, yes, it's in my org. Well, wait, do you mean in GitHub or in Balena Cloud?
Balena Cloud.
Yeah. It's in my account.
That's cool. No, I mean, it's good.
But we
this is a good thing.
just simply move it.
I mean, I put it in
mine. Yeah, I put it in mine to test. I wasn't sure exactly how this would work. I just made an application, ran the build, let it download, and it fired up. So, yep, we've got one more.
No, I'm excited to see how much or how big of a difference this makes, because it's, instead of it being a submission form and like a lengthy process and having loads of like admin work, we've just unblocked it, so you can just go in and tick that box.
Yep. So as soon as we're ready, I'm gonna have one to pop in.
If anybody is itching to contribute a block and don't know what to contribute, then that would be a good candidate. If you can have an X11 block, and then the other, you just provide an executable that you want to get loaded. That would be it.
Wouldn't the X11 block just be a minified version of the browser block?
The browser block could use the X11 block for sure.
So, Alex, programmer DE, what do you think of like the open fleets idea? What do you see as like the biggest kind of advantage of having an open fleet as opposed to using the deploy with Balena button? Or like the biggest disadvantage? I'm just interested.
There's like, it's public. You give the author feedback on how much and where it is used. I can't really see like technical advantage because microservers are pretty much standalone. But I guess it would be interesting to see. And also that it can't be bound to a Balena account because it's like bound to my account in that case, which would be pretty useful for some people when they just want to test out and download the image and flash it, and then they have it, and they don't have to create a Balena account, don't have to sign in with Google or GitHub in the other case. Go through the UI, it's just download and it runs over my account in that case. And they always get the option to have it assigned to their own account, which would be pretty nice, I guess, for starters.
Yeah, so that's kind of one of the key things I was seeing as a benefit too. It's like for all those people that just want to flash and just try this thing, we've removed even more steps from the process. We are sort of like, along with the local UI discussion, we are sort of thinking about ways for someone who hasn't signed up to then adopt that device into it would be a balenaHub account at that point. So they could sign up and adopt that device that they've added to an open fleet, and then perhaps get remote management tools. They'd be able to access the logs and all that kind of stuff remotely as well.
I wonder how you could like migrate a already deployed and existing device to, like, if it's assigned to my account because I'm like the open fleet owner. How would that like work if it's already deployed? How can people like take control over the already deployed device if it's already bound to my account?
Yeah, that's a good question. So what we want to do is make sure that the person with the device in their possession, like the person who actually owns that device, is able to kind of override any ownership the fleet owner has over that device. So with the local UI, we're sort of discussing making it available like locally via Wi-Fi or the LAN or maybe even Bluetooth, so that the person who has that device physically in their possession is able to get into it and say, hey, I don't want to be part of this open fleet anymore. Like I don't like, or I want to try Balena Sound instead of this Minecraft server. And so I guess the important thing is that person should be able to do that. So we need to figure out like what's the best way to implement that. Because at the end of the day, they could just pull the SD card and reflash it and do something else anyway. So they do have that control, but if we can facilitate it and provide the UI so it's easy, that would be the ideal way. But as for the like the technical stuff about how we achieve that, I don't think we've even like opened that box yet.
I mean, it's not. I don't think it's some big complication.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. I
It's
think all
probably
the
changing a few values in the OS. Maybe you could even do it. Yeah.
I mean, most of it is in the cloud to enable that sort of transition. Yeah, on the OS side, it's pretty trivial. We have already join and leave, which means that you can exit even the cloud itself and get back into the cloud as a different device. From in a different fleet and different whatever. So that all is already supported. I think the complexity is in actually not even right. Like we have move, right? You can move a device between applications in the cloud. Like this is just enabling the end user to do that rather than the fleet owners.
So it's a question of authentication at that point. It's like we need to sort of identify that end user or that device and sort of give that device permission to move itself between applications.
Right, and it's not even like the way I think about that local UI is like the remote control of your television, right? Like you just switch the channel, very broadly speaking. Like, but so you know, is that secure? Well, it's secure by the fact that you have to take the remote control, right? If you come to my house and you want to change the channel, you have to wrestle the remote control from me if I don't want you to do that. So the idea, I think, is to probably, I mean, you could probably add the ability to password protect it, but I would mostly focus on the fact that it's on the local network. And I mean, I guess you have to protect it somehow, don't you?
I see it kind of.
I'm a bit thinking about like, what if someone gets into your home network? What if someone who has something against you and knows you run this project? What would prevent him from just logging in and then just transferring it onto his own account, and then the owner, without noticing, passing that ownership to that other malicious person?
So all these things would have to be under control. But I mean, at the same time, that account is a Balena Cloud account, right? So this will be a very stupid thief because we can literally see who they are. Like they would be doxing themselves, but you don't want to allow that in the first place. I agree. It's just that sometimes all of that makes the experience really complicated for users. So you want to find a way to make it smooth. Like for instance, I'm just thinking out loud now, but one way to do it is to have an app on a mobile app on a phone, right? So you kind of log in with your phone. Essentially, you take over the device. You can do whatever you want, and with one press from there, maybe you can also create your cloud account, and therefore it's easy to incrementally take ownership. You don't need a cloud account, but if you have one, then you can control it from multiple phones, or like you can lose your phone, and then add the app on another phone, and you still have, or you can have remote access to your devices from somewhere else. Something along those lines. I guess Chris, as usual, like I start a conversation, I'm like, no, that should be easy, and then we get into it. I'm like, all right, I got it. I see. I understand.
Balena is going onto the App Store soon.
The App Store, like the Apple App Store.
Yeah. Play Store, whatever.
Maybe. Yeah. No, that's. I mean, we've been thinking about this for a while. Like, Wi-Fi Connect functionality, I think, would be very nice if you could do it from an app. Again, not exclusively, but like as an option.
You could probably even have it like the Balena Forums app. Like it's a progressive web app, and you can like download it onto your phone,
right,
and install it, and it's not like bound to your App Store or Play Store. It's just that the browser supports it. And
actually, the Balena dashboard has that, or have we not done that yet? We've done it for Jellyfish, haven't we? Have we done it for the dashboard to make it installable?
I don't think so. Not that I'm aware of.
I don't think so. No.
Oh man, that's such an easy win. Yeah, I'll still do that. It's like we did it for Jellyfish, and it was like a day's work or something, something super small. But yeah, actually, some combination of progressive web app and Wi-Fi Connect just to start with, I think would be a pretty big deal. I guess actually, now that I say that, there is an obvious connection there between what's it called, like the local UI and the mobile app, right? Wi-Fi Connect and Wi-Fi like Wi-Fi Connect is the local UI right now, or whatever we have of it. In some sense. Anyway, never mind. I'm just doing some internal indexing.
Like I think the kind of local UI could be analogous to something like a home Wi-Fi router, because it's like it comes with a default username and password, but you can update that. Like in the case, it's a device that's in an open fleet, and it comes with an interface, and that user or that device owner wants to kind of lock the local UI. Maybe something like that would work.
Yeah, but I mean that's a well-known flaw, right? Where people get owned. So you kind of want some ability to. I mean, you could add a password on download for one.
Yeah, like that. Or you have like the person who is maybe in your neighborhood and connects that to their Wi-Fi probably doesn't know what project you actually deployed, and so you could have like a default access password for Balena Sound. No, Balena Sound doesn't have that. I think Balena Sound has Wi-Fi Connect, right? I think it does. No,
I don't think so.
Would be useful in case you wanna use Spotify Connect or AirPlay, right?
We did talk at one point about adding it to all of our projects, because Rahul made it tiny in size, but I don't think we've actually done it.
Or just make it part of the OS at some point.
Yeah.
Like just a feature you could mark as enabled in your Docker Compose.
Yeah, we have talked about it. No, it's not part of the plan. So
I'll drop off for a sec, guys. I'll be back.
Adios.
Ciao. Yeah, I was just seeing how big Wi-Fi Connect was. Rahul's version is 14 megabytes.
Yeah. So the discussion I remember we had was either we just add it to every project, or like Alex is saying, we did talk about maybe it should just become a system feature.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think that 14 extra megabytes could trigger the people with only 1 Mbit download speed. I think I've read something about a person having slow download speed on the forums.
Yeah, if you look for any problem, Alex, you'll find people saying they have it. Like, if you have a certain type of car and you go on that certain type of car's forums to see whether the engine's unreliable, you'll find loads of people saying it's unreliable.
It looks like literally the worst car ever made.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm going to take your point.
Phil doesn't have issues with his internet download speed, though. You may have picked up on that.
Too much internet speed sometimes.
Maybe the car is a Tesla.
I've never looked, but I imagine if you went on Tesla's forums, you'll find people saying.
Yeah, there's complainers.
Sure. People like to complain. It's a hobby.
Or like Tesla,
it's a lifestyle.
Tesla starts doing it like Microsoft, and this car won't drive anymore until you update your Tesla car's OS.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how you force people to update their cars.
But I mean, I don't know if you were watching earlier when we were talking about things that are coming in the near future, but one of them is the ability to have to select blocks on Hub and then make your own application, and it will just create you a deploy with Balena button, and there's your new app. So when we've got that, or in the future when we've got multi-app, then people will just be able to add Wi-Fi connect to any of our projects, anybody's app that anybody else has made, or the app they're creating. So then people can choose whether they add it or not.
Or just have it like, yeah, it's at the top of the list on every step. It's like, oh yeah, you could add that if you need that. Like you push people to add it because it's such a useful feature. And sometimes people just don't read stuff. Like you don't read the whole Balena blog post. You start like if you. I see people comment before they have read the whole blog post, like, yeah, how do I connect to the terminal? But literally there is written down how to connect to the terminal in the blog post itself. So people just don't read everything through because it's just long.
Yeah,
like,
Chris.
Have you ever read through the entire Balena Cloud
and Alan
Balena CLI docs? Like, who does that? You likely just do text search on the website or similar stuff, but it's just not like, it can be a waste of time if you really just test out projects. And then people start asking questions.
I think that's the beautiful part about so we have an internal project called Lander, which powers the Balena Sound site. And the difference to me between what you described and the Balena Sound website is that there's more of that two-way or multiple direction dialogue happening, right? If you have a question that you want answered, you'll probably submit it. I'll probably join the FAQ. If you're troubleshooting something, you probably can contribute your notes. It'll be there. It's more of a living, breathing thing. We definitely want to repeat that, and that's actually on the roadmap here down the road for open fleets. But I agree. It depends on the user too. Some people do enjoy verbose build logs, Chris, and some people.
It's a nasty cough you got there.
Oh, sorry about that.
Chris is also an example of you write a lovely README and you put all the instructions there, and then you ask Chris to test your project, and he gets on a call with you and like, okay, what do I do? And then I have to read the README to him.
Yeah. Yeah, depends on the user, but I hear what you're saying. Alan, we can make fun of Alan. He's not here. Alan does it too. He writes like these Tolkien length readmes and guides, and it's like, dude, this is amazing, but how do we
Kyle's calling me out.
Oh,
do I do that? I might do.
Have you been doing that to someone else? Have you been doing that to Kyle?
Presumably from his farm.
It's from a place of caring, though, right? We want to make sure our users don't get stuck. They don't get lost. They know exactly what they're going to do. Come on. Maybe.
I'm trying to think. Well, I've not run one of Kyle's projects, have I? I'm above that, I think.
Ooh.
You don't lower yourself to Kyle's projects.
Oh, no, he's quoting me.
Oh. Wow.
What a guy.
Did I miss the top of the hour update? I was mute because we have a lot of construction going on over here.
I think we had some waffles through it.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you going for it?
I can if we haven't done it in a bit.
Sure.
Mr. Phil, I'm presuming you have access to the balenaBlocks, Balena Cloud org.
Yes, sir.
Can I paste you a Pine query?
Yes, sir.
Right on. So for those of you joining, we are on release party number 6, the one with the open fleets. We are giving users the ability to self-submit open applications, open apps and fleets to balenaHub, where people can join a fleet if they find a project that's interesting. Maybe it's a cool citizen science project. Maybe it's a project where they just want to get something going, like a minimum viable thing going, and they don't want to think too much about how to configure it. Yeah, and we are making it much easier, removing the friction of using balenaHub. So you can contribute open apps, you can contribute blocks if you'd like. Currently, the process is one where you need to fill out a form, this, that, whatever. We're getting rid of that, making it way easier. This release party will be a bit of an interesting one where we'll finish all the bits, push things live, and then we'll do some testing. We'll actually migrate Full for COVID, the app that started it all, and a number of others. Is that about right? Did I miss anything?
I'll be honest, I didn't listen because I almost ran something Chris told me to run, and then Thomas told me not to run it, and now I don't know if I'm running it. So I listened to that.
Well, apparently Thomas has already got something ready to go. So
right,
hey,
fine. Here he is.
Hi. Well, the people coming are actually the people leaving. Now we got only the half of the viewers from the start.
And that's all right. We're in the middle of a working day. I don't blame folks.
Here comes Andrea. He's got some news.
Hello. Unfortunately, I'm still waiting for the SDK. Still building.
No. Have we got into a situation where we're held up by builds and PRs and things again?
And I also have to build other 2 PRs in the UI.
Hello.
Hey. Well, that was the news.
The news was that there's no news.
Oh,
I guess.
Yeah.
And this is why we have fun status updates, Phil, with things like, hold on a sec, ... Not just in progress. Otherwise, it's 5 hours of in progress.
We have
Yeah,
some
exactly.
on the API. So we got the public organization computed term on production. So people should be able now to actually test their actual UI code, which is
cool.
Cool.
Thanks, Todori.
Asadori, I'm going to update all the balenaOS apps to class app, since that whitelist thing is now in production.
Did you say it's in production? The API thing?
it should be, isn't it?
No, I'm just asking.
Okay, cool. Scared me.
We're killing for this.
Yep, it's on product. It gives you four public orgs. balenaOS, balenaLabs, balenaBlocks, and Mr. G, Thomas, Migon 1.
Oh, not that guy. God.
Oh, we're in trouble.
What did I do now?
Well, while I'm already here, I'm just gonna start rewriting the Balena Minecraft server blog post, because some stuff is outdated now.
Yeah, look at this guy.
Look at that.
Mr. Hotfix. Let's go.
Imagine
That's how you run a project.
That's your new gamer tag, Mr. Hotfix. No, you don't like it? That's fine. I'll use it.
Actually, my gamer tag is Piston Master. Yes, I play Minecraft.
Got it.
Piston Master.
Not car pistons.
Who's got heavy industry going on in the background?
Sorry, that's why I've been away in certain pockets of time. I've got some repairs going on here, and I can't tell when they're doing demo work.
We can. Appreciate.
Let's see if I can
Just
strategically mute.
Just buy a quieter chaining saw.
This is good though. We've been waiting for this stuff since like April.
Imagine just isolating your your chainsaw. Like, yeah, I'm gonna that's gonna be fluffy, and I'm gonna destroy your wall with it. Okay.
Hey Chris, does Balena Labs own the plant project? Like, well, do I have to do anything to make it open, or is it part of the batch that just will be open because it's owned by the labs org?
It's not part of the badge that are going to be open because we need to basically, I think we're going to turn off everything and then turn them back on selectively.
Okay, so count me in to convert.
You're going to take ownership of that one?
Yeah. I actually got my first comment on the blog post. The guy goes, "Can I do this with just Arduino?" I'm like, "Yeah, you can." But here, I told him why you should consider Balena Cloud. But I liked it. I'm like, one's better than zero.
Yeah.
Keep the questions coming.
What's the trouble is, like, some of the projects you could do with Arduino if you're willing to entirely rewrite them for Arduino.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, yeah.
And do all the scaling yourself and networking yourself.
Mm-hmm. Like, if you just want to reconstruct the project from scratch, then feel free to choose whatever platform.
So the default settings for my open fleet for plant will be, whoa, what's going on?
What is that?
I think Alex, we can hear your keyboard, man.
It's the most furious typing I've ever heard.
That's the downside of having a mechanical keyboard.
What's going on?
You turned into a robot.
That was amazing.
I've never heard typing so loud before.
Me neither. I've never heard a response like that before. On top of it. Very good.
You don't want to know how much my family rages about the saw. There's a lot of doing so loud.
Alex, something's going on with your mic.
It's gone really wrong.
Yeah, it's gotten really bad.
That's my second alternative keyboard.
Yeah, but I think it's your microphone.
Oh, also, numlock is here too. Like, I can press numlock and some keys are numbers. Here are numbers, but if I press numlock, I can press here for numbers too. Then, if I switch from my one keyboard, is something wrong with my mic?
Yes. Yeah. There is a strange voice.
Okay, I made.
This is the best.
Okay. I don't know what's wrong.
Oh, I don't know either.
Well, I have now the upper earbud, and that one was in the... Okay, I'm just gonna type it out.
Okay. Yep.
Oh, man.
I've never heard anything like that.
Me neither. Maybe you gotta restart whatever is driving your mic, Alex. I mean, or keep it, but just turn yourself down a little bit. It's up to you. Oh, man. All right, we have I think people are editing and looking at the informational pages, the site stuff. I'm working on the blog post now.
I've forgotten what I was doing.
Oh, Mr. Chris, you provided some great background info, putting that to good use.
I have some good news.
So
oh,
what's
good
up?
News. Good news, everyone.
We can merge one of the PRs, the one that I was working on that removes the orgs restriction. So right now we filter by orgs.
Mm-hmm.
So applications that are not in Balena Labs and balenaBlocks orgs are not listed. we are lifting that, and then there is the is of class and is host filters, so additional filters.
Awesome.
With Todori's latest changes got into production, so we can now merge this. I just need somebody to review it.
Is it a hub one? I can review it.
It's a hub one. Let me share it.
I haven't actually updated all the host apps yet, so they're all going to appear if we do this, I think.
No. They don't. Let me.
Oh, okay.
They don't because they don't have a repo URL.
They should have a repo URL.
Or let me quickly run it locally again.
I mean, I'm just about to patch them anyway, so that's fine, because they need to be marked as app and not fleet, so that will make them miss the filter.
Yeah. Let me see.
What is the question? What's not working for you, Thomas?
No, it is working. Chris is saying that some of the host apps have the incorrect is of class property. Yeah. But they are not getting picked up by the query, so they're not being listed on Hub. So there must be some other. Oh, because no, they do have release, right?
Yeah, they do have release.
Actually, can you pass me an example of the query?
Well, actually,
URI linked.
The only few I would expect to show up are the supervisor ones, because the OS are marked as host, so they wouldn't show in that query. So I think only the supervisor ones.
Do the supervisor ones have a URL?
Yep.
Are they discoverable and public?
Yep. I'm going to say yes, but I will double check right now.
Yeah, they're definitely not being picked up by the query.
Okay, let's check.
Let's see what else.
Let's figure out which part of the query is ruling them out.
Do you have a ID for one of the applications?
1667447.
1667447.
Yep. That is the RPI supervisor, which is public, discoverable, class fleet, and has got a repo URL. So I would expect that to show up.
Is discoverable. Is public. Is unclassed.
Are you running against production API?
Yep.
Okay, I'm back on the bot. How was my voice?
Hey, your mic's still robot.
If you said how's your voice, it's still really bad.
Okay. Where's Phil? You got lost.
Well, as a remote team, some of us are, still in the morning here. Some of us are ending our days. I believe Phil is spending some time with his family. It's dinner time where he's at. He'll be back soon. Good question, though. It's one of those hard questions.
Yes. Well, I is at 20 o'clock then, right now. So I better leave soon, I guess. So what's the next feature you're planning to do after Open Fleets?
Alex, can you have a look at your microphone, because it's really hard to understand your questions. You still sound like a robot.
Yeah, I caught it though, so I'll just ask it again on your behalf. What is the next feature planned after Open Fleets?
Well, you're a good robot translator.
Yeah,
it's all the hard questions coming in. I guess for Hub, it's probably going to be either the multi-arch applications or local UI. That's, I guess, what we'll be working on.
Are they neck and neck going into a no scheduled meetings week next week?
We have calls for both, so I guess, yeah.
Oh man, it's intense.
Did you figure it out, Tomas?
No.
At least he's honest about it.
I'm working with Todoris.
Okay. I mean, do you want me to leave it?
You're here, Todoris. I was stepping to you.
Yep. Oh no.
Yeah, the blocks works fine. Like the problem is the supervisor, which the ID is on the chat, 1667447. That one is not showing up, but we can't figure out why. I mean, it shouldn't, but based on what the application research is,
it should right now until we set it. So I'm just wondering why it's not.
Exactly.
Let me check. Also, no, never mind.
Maybe the release doesn't have a contract. Oh no, we took that restriction off as well, didn't we?
Yeah.
So you also see only things from labs under the class fleet.
What do you mean?
If I change the class to fleet, I also get 44 items back, which are only from Balena Labs. But I don't see any supervisor there.
Right.
Yeah, so we were thinking the supervisor should be showing up there.
It should.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Let me simplify the query a bit.
Oh no, wait, I know. I know
It's
what's
a
going
contract.
on. Yeah.
Is the contract on the release?
It's probably because it doesn't have a contract. The contractless PR, we haven't merged that yet, so it's not on this. This is a separate branch.
Okay.
Cameron,
so if I
joined the stream, so productivity is now down 15%. Hello, Cameron.
Cameron, like the Cameron?
Well, who else's little Uzi jacuzzi?
The supervisor's #1 fan.
Yeah. I have a question, but I'll wait for y'all to wrap your context. Yeah, I get. Can I ask my question?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I removed the
that's not
the contract thing, and it's pulling the supervisor now.
I thought everyone knew it wasn't Cameron now, but we were just like running with the joke.
Oh, I thought it was him. Like I always thought he joined to troll himself, you know, which seems on brand, on point. I don't know.
So Chris, you can.
I can update
I think
the
it's
class.
safe to. Oh yeah.
Okay, cool.
And we can also merge the this one. I can self-certify, but if anyone wants to, it's a few changes, simple changes. If anyone wants to review it.
PR95.
PR95, yes.
Okay, I'll review.
This might have been asked earlier, but what are we doing with projects like the Wi-Fi repeater? Things that aren't. I mean, do we make them open so that people can get them, like get them more accessible? But then it's encouraged that they, make.
You mean projects that won't work in an open fleet?
Yeah, we're working on part of the blog post where like Full for COVID is an amazing example of an open fleet, but not every project is probably an open fleet for good reasons, like the Wi-Fi repeater. I mean, unless you want to broadcast your Wi-Fi credentials to everyone in the world, that's up to you. That's your choice. But just saying.
Yeah, I don't know. We have a. Like a great answer to that.
And that's fine. This is food for thought.
Yeah, we've been talking about it for sure.
Yeah.
But for now, we've been going with the assumption that apps listed on a hub like are open fleety. So
open fleety.
Open fleety. Yeah.
Open fleet like.
Open fleet like.
All right, we'll just stick with talking about great examples of open fleets then. I feel like our users can put 2 and 2 together and know probably what not to put, what not to make open.
All right, progress. Is merge equal to deploy for balenaHub?
No,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes or no?
I don't know, because I think that Carlos said today it will not be as usual, I think. But it's just for. I'm not sure if it's just for UI, but I think it's for balenaHub as well.
It has always been a private GitHub repo.
It's still.
Oh, well, it's my
your
voice
mic is
better now. Oh, come on.
Yeah.
I rebooted my PC. I don't know what to change now.
Well, what happened to him? What happened to his audio?
It makes you sound so funny.
I'm sorry, but I don't know what's wrong.
It's like a robot on helium.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. It's very funny.
I don't know how I can fix it at this point. Maybe it's my microphone, maybe it's the PC, but I just rebooted everything.
Reboot 3 times.
Yes, it will.
Not today, Carlo.
I can deploy it if it's already merged.
I guess we can wait until we have several.
Okay.
I mean,
okay. Yeah, if the SDK
I don't think
PR
there's-
is blocked for some reason, I don't know why. I'm asking the CID.
Well, I guess my microphone is destroyed for today, so I'm just gonna leave. See ya.
All right. Thanks for coming.
joining us, Alex.
Thanks.
Thanks for the good questions.
Good luck with your mic. Hope you figure it out.
Maybe the noise of the furious typing broke the microphone.
I'm just catching up. What did I miss?
No, not much. We are building some stuff.
You're just building some things? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know. So,
well, let me see if my screen share will work.
What?
Come on. Share screen. Here we go. So here's that repo that I borrowed from Phil. And let's have a look to make sure I've got everything correct here. Uh-oh, is this not going to work? There we go. It's working slowly, very slowly. Come on. Don't know if I can VM and live stream at the same time. But do I have everything here that I need now for a fleet, open fleet application? I have name, description. We added fleet CTA. Post-provisioning, I think, was already there. Is there anything that I'm missing here?
Let's have a look. I mean, your fleet CTA might be a bit long.
Uh-oh, do we have a character limit?
I don't think we have one, but that will. I'm pretty sure that will break.
Uh-oh.
I would probably say, like, it needs to be 1 or 2 words at max. So the default is get started. So you want to keep it around that.
Let's do.
I just saw Alex's comments in chat saying he went back and looked at his audio. So it's kind of like the Fleet CTA is kind of like on Fold for COVID, it's join the fight, and on Balena Sound, it sounds good, and on others, it's get started. So it's that button that people press, and it pops up the modal where they download the OS.
Whoa. What is happening? Night Sky Viewer. Okay. And what do I need to add? Do I need anything else in the Docker Compose?
Nope.
Okay. And the Docker file is essentially just fills. Okay, nothing else there either. What did we update?
Okay, Thomas, all those host apps and supervisor apps are classified as an app now, so they won't show up in the Fleet query anymore.
Awesome. Okay, yeah.
That. Okay. Should be good. Uh-oh. Bells.
Still 2 minutes early.
Yeah, it's not. Hang on.
It's
Yeah,
always.
it's 2 minutes early.
Tomas, your other PR removing the contract requirement, can that be merged? Or are we still waiting on that one?
I'm looking at that one. We're waiting. We need the public organization
Okay.
thing to be available in production.
Right.
Oh, we lost the doors. heard some ambulances. Hopefully everything is okay over there.
Hey, pals.
Hello.
What's up? Quick question. More just so I can nail the user detail and context. So I am on Hub. I see a project that I'm interested in. I would like to add a device to an open fleet. I do not have a login. What's the first thing that I see? So like I haven't actually seen the user steps there.
Say that again. I missed.
So I don't have a Balena Cloud account, and
Yep.
I see a fleet that I would love to join. Perhaps it's a Balena Sense project that's tracking the temperature of national forests. I'm like, cool, I want that. I live next to one. I click the app card. What is the user flow after that for a non?
Okay, so you click the app card and you'll end up on the brand new app page that Amit is building.
Yep.
This is the page that's got the map at the top and all the dots on the map, and then the custom CTA button is sitting on the left.
Yep.
So you would click that button.
Save your local forest. I click it.
Yeah, you click that, and then you end up with it's essentially the same modal as you get for add device in the dashboard. So it's the one that lets you choose your device type, and then you choose Wi-Fi and put in your credentials, and then hit download image.
Okay. I download it. I flash it to my SD card. I put the SD card in the Pi, and then what's next?
Yep. So then it's that's where the extra instructions that people are putting in Balena YAML come in. So those are shown on the page also, and those are those are the post-provisioning steps that apply after you've flashed it and booted it up. And that's going to be different for every single project. So that's why we're giving the control to the user, to the developer rather.
And then next week happens and there's local UI for projects.
Yes.
Got it. The world makes sense. It's pretty exciting.
Yeah. So it's difficult because at that point in time, between flashing and before the app starts working, the user has no feedback without local UI. And that's one of the key things we want to address is that if you have access to the dashboard, obviously you can see the services downloading and see the percentages they're done. But without local UI, you can't. You just have to wait and hope the device comes up. So if you've got like a really big image and a really slow internet connection, like that could be a while.
So is there a devices list on the app page for non-logged in users? How would they know? What's the first feedback?
So we have the supported devices, which again the developer puts in the Balena YAML. That's on the app page as well. We have the device type icons. But then when you click that button to join that fleet, we have the drop down of the compatible devices for that architecture.
Yep.
And you'll be able to choose yours.
All right, back to my cave. Also, you probably don't want to hear all this noise, so see you in a bit.
I mean, it's not. It could be worse. I started updating the Octoprint app ages ago, and I'm still halfway through it.
So you guys might have bad news.
No.
But the SDK PR won't get merged now. I don't really know what to do with this. Trying to.
Let me check. Okay, so I see up your fails, right?
Yeah, it was failing before because of the linting. Then I've opened the other PR.
No. One of the two test runners didn't fail because of a random error. That's why.
Oh, yeah.
So let me restart it.
I've already tried actually, but but nothing. But it's still failing for some reason. If the idea is to just CI retest, I already tried it.
No. You need to start from AppFigure itself, which I just did.
Ah, okay.
Thomas, is the contract requirement we are waiting for something?
The contract less?
Yeah, remove contract requirement.
Yes, we need public orgs on production.
Oh, it's already right, the Dorus?
I think it's only
which
in
one?
staging.
Okay.
The public orgs.
Sorry.
It's in production. I mean, you really
It's in production already?
Yeah. Weren't you running queries against production before?
Yes, but I wasn't using the public org. Okay, it's in production. Right back. All right, so now I can test it. Let's see.
Rahul's claiming we're being too serious. Come and join us, Rahul.
He should have been here like half an hour ago. We're definitely not being serious.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Almond, I saw your message about the stage stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could review it together. I mean, sounds like everyone's heads down.
Sure.
With the new page, I was hoping that we could. I don't know. I mean, simple is also best. And I know Alexandra's out. I think she's not feeling well. But I was wondering if we needed some visual help as well. Maybe we can share screen and just look at it together.
Yeah.
I do like the FAQ section. Looks pretty solid. But also on the Fold for COVID page, I don't know what it is about it. The text is like super tight. I don't know if it's like the width, the line width, or something. Or what? But, I mean, this isn't too bad either.
Hello.
Hey,
Hello.
dude. What's up?
Hello.
We're about to review some first drafts of docs stuff.
Okie dokie.
Oh, look at you, Phil. You got golden hour going on. Look at that.
It's kind of cloudy, but yeah, it's a bit bright.
Cracking out the special beer. I know your game plan.
Just the world's biggest gin and tonic.
Oh, that works too. We might as well just be drinking out of a kitchen pot, right?
No, that'd be uncouth.
You guys can see the screen?
Huge. Oh wait, we gotta add it. Add to stream. There we go. Let me. Oh, you can't turn off Windows. All right, cool. All right. So this would be up in the nav. It would be how it works. User clicks here. This is what we don't have today, which is just like a general collection of, hey, what are you getting yourself into? So we cover what's balenaHub. How do you find, enjoy, and open? I mean, it should just be. This is my bad. I mean, also just because this has progressed and we learn what we know what we know now. We know more than we knew before. But should it just be find, enjoy, and open fleets? Right? If you're already on Hub, the whole context is now open fleet, correct?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
Yeah,
Chris?
so these should be.
Hang on.
No worries.
Sorry, I was zoned out.
We're reviewing new pages on Hub.
Oh yeah, the informational pages, right?
Okay, let's have a look.
Nice. Find and join. That's a fact.
But if we're on the Hub, the context is just open fleet, right? Because I mixed apps and fleets, but that because like at the time I was just writing stuff out. Should just be open fleets.
Should we ignore or not mention open apps for now?
That's what I'm asking.
To avoid this.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. So it could be find and join open fleets.
Cool.
Because yeah, I think it's confusing the situation where like we're looking at the future case where we have both, but in this situation we don't. So
yeah,
we can always expand.
So then also create your own open fleet. So just remove all the app contexts. Cool.
So this is the how it works page, which is separate to the contributing page.
Correct. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. So here is the contributing.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah.
Do we want a 2-column or like just a single column thing?
I was thinking we could afford like some visual steps here, since you do have to navigate to multiple places, and you probably want to give the user that.
Yeah.
hint. So maybe we break out of because at the time when we didn't have a robust set of instructions, we used the little window. But maybe we can utilize something that will allow us to show more visual representation of the steps as well. And I can imagine that go ahead. Like 2 columns.
Like maybe 3 cards each for one step.
Or that, even better. Yeah, that how to join block up top and then 3 cards below, and maybe there's room for like a video down the road to support it all, tie it all together.
Do we need to get Alexandra to sprinkle some design magic?
We would, but she's not feeling well. She checked out a couple hours ago. Yeah, so what we can do is just like go with bare minimum and hot fix.
Yep, that sounds good to me. But yeah, I think to your point, screenshots is going to make it a lot easier because people are going to at least be able to visually see they're in the right place with the right settings.
Yeah,
and then
the previous set of steps was like have a balena YAML file and a logo. It's like we got big kid instructions now.
Yeah. Well, no, it's because it's kind of like now people are in control of their own stuff. It's kind of like if they tick it and it hasn't got the YAML file or the logo, it will appear, but it'll have the default logo and no metadata. So it's kind of like, well, then people have the freedom to expand it as they get that stuff.
Cool.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Amit.
Yeah,
you cool with removing the open apps context, or do you need me to mark something?
No, I'll remove it.
Cool. All right. Back to the blog. I can't wait for these juicy screenshots.
Oh, look at this.
Woo!
Yeah, this is almost ready. Once we have the public org up. No, it's already up. I'm fixing the API. So, yeah, we can have the related apps below.
Shall I put some devices into that app?
Yeah, like just add somewhere. Any app.
I don't want to join that one. I want to join Phil's fork where it's like only jabbing Chris.
Yeah. ChrisInsults.com.
Call it Inky Blot.
Okay.
And the logo is just like a spilled whatever little
Inky
jar.
Troll.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm going to move Tomas's Inky shot into the app.
Oh, do you want me to power one up?
I can power mine on if you want.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can move all of ours into the open app if you like.
Mine's not in your app, but I can put it there.
I had to unplug my Inky shot today. My Jabras were dying.
Sure.
Plugging in bugs.
I don't know where mine's gone.
Sure you did.
I've got 2. Oh, there's one. There we go. Mine says check out balenaHub at hub.balena.io.
Wow, mine still has
maybe
I should check that website out. Don't know.
Does this screen ever die?
No.
Oh, wow. I clearly don't know about anything about eating.
The things that amaze Andrew.
He did seem legitimately impressed.
Yeah.
I read real books, Phil. Paper. That paper.
Right. You're aware of e-ink though.
Yeah, I skipped it. My wife's big into the Kindle scene. I just think of it as a glowing tablet that's in our bedroom.
I do read some books on my phone because I've always got that with me. So what I have ended up doing now is I always buy an ebook and a real book, and then when I'm lounging around the house, I can read the real book, and then when I'm just out somewhere and got time to kill, then I can read my ebook, like the same book. I buy 2 books every time now.
It's like a really weird flex, man. It's like, which one am I reading?
Get the audiobook as well.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
You're right.
Like if it's a book I'm going to listen to while I
Apple
run.
headphones.
Yeah.
Listen to it while you're reading it.
Sometimes I'll listen to an audiobook while I'm running. And then
that's a good one.
And then like if I get some things and I think, I really want to remember that quote, I want to keep that bit, then I'll buy the ebook and like highlight the bits that I want to remember. All the books. I want all the books.
Do you have Obama's The Promised Land audiobook?
No, sir.
That's a good one. It makes you run faster. He's just got that voice, you know. full of hope. Like, you know, you're gonna make a PR that day.
I'm a super geek with my books. They're all about systems design and
boring.
And
Just kidding. Just kidding. That's important.
Philosophy and.
I think more people should read system design type stuff. They'll realize like the impact that they have on a micro and macro level. You'll realize like how your actions affect multiple systems around the world.
Yeah.
Even like a friendship is a type of system, right?
You know my favorite book?
Yeah, I do.
That one's like applies to every bit of life when you really think it through.
It's true. Oh God, I had a real question for one of you, and Phil just ruined my concentration.
That's my job.
Yep. Yes, it is.
Where am I putting my inky shot then?
Oh yeah, that's what it was. Mine should be on, Chris.
Yeah,
I never
is.
moved it
Yeah.
from the fleet, so the Summit fleet or whatever.
I am going to move, and Tomas is online, so I'm going to move our 3 into the Inky Shot open app.
All right.
Move device.
So yeah, Phil, if you move yours into the Inky Shot app that's in Labs.
There's the one in Labs. Yeah.
Yep. That's the open fleet.
Okie dokie.
Oh, I have to move my own device?
No, I've done yours.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Oh, that's weird.
And then Amit should have some real data in his test one.
Why does my Inky Shot show an ASCII bear? Is that on purpose?
What?
Just kidding. It doesn't.
That would be impressive.
Only Alan falls for stuff like that. He's like, wait, really?
It's too easy.
Wherever he is, Alan, we miss you. We need you, man.
Yeah, where is Mr. Allen?
He's busy doing AI ML stuff, remember?
Is he?
I have to focus on a project. I need to do, right? Alan, I need to reduce lines of code even more than I already have. I owe him a gift, though. I need to turn his amazing window entry video into a shareable GIF.
Yeah, I think you might need to gain his permission.
Yeah, for sure. He said it was his favorite. Oh, there he is, Alan.
Oh, hi, Andrew.
Yeah, that's right.
Fine.
That's right.
Fine. It's like that, is it, mate? Of all the time and effort I've put into you, Mr. Allen.
Well, because I help Alan. I don't make fun of him.
Who's this guy? Who's this little micro man?
Hello.
Well, he already sucked up all
here
the
you guys
sun.
are bashing on my friend Alan, so I had to join.
You have to uphold his honor.
Yeah, you can't bash on the nicest person. Andrew's a bully, and
Says the actual bully. Says the alpha bully.
Ah,
okay.
I'm just et al.
Rahul, so I
see
see
you,
the
Alan.
order of operation here. I'm gonna soak up all the sun. Sun's gonna go down. It's gonna be night. Then I'm gonna join the live stream. It's good power moves. I get it.
I'm super tempted to go for a walk because it's still sunny. I've not been outside really.
You've earned it, man. Go.
Yeah,
We're still cranking on stuff here.
Et al.
Yeah. That includes you, Tomas. I don't know if you've been paying attention.
Yeah. I just read it.
Andrew et al. Even Mr. Chris is not even mentioned.
We don't deserve it.
Mr. Rahul, can I move your Inky Shot into the open app?
Yes, please.
Is it turned on?
I'm waiting for
No.
the update. Step one.
I knew the answer because I looked at the Inky Shot app the other day to see who still had them turned on.
Let me find it. It's here.
Wait, haven't you got 2?
Yeah, I have.
Oh, 2 Inky shots. I see.
Woohoo!
Oh, we're starting a war.
That's right, Lizzie. Yes. Lizzie knows what's up.
You bribed her.
No,
That's
I
what's
did
up.
not. I'm a helpful teammate. Not a
That's what's
bully.
up, yeah.
This is going to take forever to move my app.
Lizzie and I are
Pi
just
zeros.
jamming on this blog post. So many details.
Look
Gotta
at
make sure we
this.
get it right.
This is like Tomas's like awesome app
What's it
device.
say?
Like he loves
Oh.
this one.
Oh, we're on the same one.
Oh, the
Check
Pi Zero.
out balenaHub at
Which one?
hub.balena.io.
That's a lot. It was on for Summit and he went into the drawer. Oh my god.
Thanks to some bonsai genius, my Wi-Fi Connect block is already down ages ago because it's, what, 10 meg?
Oh, I see
There's
Mr.
about-
Allen's turned on his Inky shot as well. I'm going to assume that means he wants to be in the open app.
Yeah,
That's what I read that as.
This is our way of
Yeah.
pressuring Amit into getting the map done so we can see us all our locations.
I mean, it's on. It's gonna take ages to sync.
All right, because it uses your favorite board, the Pi Zero.
I mean, Tomas's favorite board.
And what?
He's digging up the old joke, or whenever anybody mentions a Pi Zero, we at Tomas.
Oh, my favorite
Those
device.
pre-dad Tomas days. Now that he's a dad, we hassle him less.
He used to be a hardware killer, but these days he's really mellowed.
Yeah.
I mean, that's because he got recruited by like bearded geezer.
By
Oh,
who?
no. It's some sort of army of Andrew fans amassing now, is there?
Yeah.
No, I just had a haircut this morning, so I
Looks
thought I'd
good.
go stream so someone can appreciate it.
Oh,
Wow.
Looks
is
good.
this Andrew Con? Andrew Con. Andrew Con.
And Rockathon.
Oh, we're hard at work. We're trying to figure out how to make sure we communicate
Yeah,
all this
sorry.
juicy info to the masses. Oh, Andrea's back.
Oh,
Yep.
that's Andrea. Yep.
That's how he now makes an entrance.
Hello.
Dong.
Wait, is Andrea on Team Andrew or
Man.
Team Alan?
I was about to merge the contractless PR, and then Christina beat me to it. So now I need to rebase her PR. It's gonna take a bit longer.
She's still awake.
I don't know. Maybe maybe someone else merged it, but
I didn't. Oh, it was approved, so it got auto merged.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
yeah, yeah.
bulldozer.
Sorry,
I was like so close.
Are you gonna let David talk to you like that? Dang, David. I can't hide his comment. There we go. And StreamYard is laggy today. Either that or my laptop can't catch up or keep up.
Seems fine on my internet connection.
Oh, I have a gig up and down. Just wait. You'll visit America one of these days and you'll experience our telecom infrastructure.
America.
Or lack thereof.
Once the internet went down in my village because lightning struck somewhere and everyone's internet just stopped working for like 3 weeks.
Oh my word.
So that's what happens when you go north of the Watford Gap in the UK. North of London, for anyone who doesn't live in the UK.
Watford Gap.
I try not to do that.
Yeah, most
Oh,
people
so
do that.
is it more of an urban demarcation? Whenever I hear mystical locations now, I just think back to that conversation about like, what was it? Some fantasy museum that's by Chris's house? Like
Oh, the Museum of
budget Harry
Magic
Potter.
and Witchcraft.
Magic and witchcraft. Yeah.
So-
Which just appeared to be animal heads stuck on non-animal bodies. That appeared to be what they think is witchcraft.
Magic.
It was a nice website though.
Sure.
This guy. Nice website.
Phil, I'm renaming your device because it doesn't conform to the naming convention.
Why doesn't it conform?
Every time, man. You got one job to do. Just name your device.
What's the
properly.
naming convention?
Where's the
'Cause it has
spec? Where's the
it
spec
has the
for
word
naming
poop
my,
in it.
my Pi
It has
Zero?
some like no.
I thought we were
words.
removing friction, not adding it.
Trouble.
Phil, wait, Phil, you should PR that, and I'll review it for you.
I feel suppressed.
That's what the stream's been missing. Like uber harsh draconian PR review.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
Man.
I said to
That's missing
Tomas
from the
earlier
last
I'd
one,
give him a Rahul style review, and I just went in and approved it, so I completely failed at that.
You did.
A Rahul style review is just you just get a comment saying awful, try again.
Yeah. And it's a week-long back and forth.
Disallowed. That was like my first 4 PRs I ever did in Balena. I asked for a review off Rahul, and then I learned after the 4th one he rejected for some weird thing I hadn't done.
I got a text from Rahul, and I thought, oh, this must be like a nice little weekend message. And it was just an image of me being passive aggressive to him via commit messages because he kept telling me to fix my stuff. I was like, I miss you too, man.
I mean, I don't know how I saw that. It's like you could see Andrew screaming at the screen, like, sigh.
Yeah.
Let me find that.
Hey, you know what? You're consistent though. That's what matters. You're holding us to a higher degree.
He does for sure.
Of quality.
I always send my review
the
to
product.
Rahul because he's attention to detail.
What makes me mad is that he's on a beach while he's doing it. You know, just like sitting in a hammock.
Yeah.
Sipping his Mai Tai or whatever the local beverage is. And it's just
reading
like,
my 60-character bash script commands and working out what they do immediately whilst looking on his phone.
No good. Try again, Phil.
Yeah.
No good.
Okay, what do you think about the updated screens?
Oh, here we go. Oops, I'm sorry. I'll re-add it.
Amateur hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, dude.
Yep.
Do we still need the 1, 2, 3? Do you think?
I liked it.
It broke up the text a bit, if nothing else. But yeah.
But I mean, so these cards are now in card order. The first card and the second one, and the third one, isn't it? But like without the 1, 2, 3, they don't look like steps that you need to perform.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they need to be numbered. Otherwise, they look like features.
And that was the same as in Fold for COVID had like those steps, didn't it?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Classic Andrew.
Classic Andrew having construction going on.
Shush now. Yeah, it did.
Yeah,
the fight.
that's so
1,
typical
2,
of
3.
Andrew.
Is the copy for that page somewhere that I can find it easily? Just because I'm writing that bit of the blog now.
Yeah, it's in the release party doc. It's the one Jasmine created.
Great.
I think you're already in there.
Am I?
Yeah.
There's a tab somewhere.
Yeah,
There's a
feel
lot
free
of
to
information on
tidy. But I agree with the steps, and it might give us a way to like equalize the header.
Yeah. It's in the Fold for COVID one we had join the fight and then steps 1, 2, and 3. So,
Yeah.
and I like that. I remember
Join
that.
the fight. Open your app.
Okay.
Carry on.
Don't use that.
Keep going.
That's all I got.
You live hacking a song.
Yeah.
How's the Inky Shot app now, Amit? It should have a few devices in.
Oh, one side. Let me change the branch.
Speaking of songs, I'm excited to make my balena sound balena plant combo because Chris and I have this hypothesis: if we play heavy metal music to jalapeno peppers, they'll grow into really spicy ones. We'll see.
I have a forest of chili peppers on the go.
Garden, Twitter, and internet. Feel free to yell at us if we're completely wrong.
Andrew, Alex just texted me to ask about joining forces to do a plant-based open fleet app with the one that me and him are making.
Yeah.
You should just join the stream if you're going to keep texting me to ask questions.
Yeah, we got 6.
No, but he
Yeah,
can't because
look.
he's not. Nice.
6
Look at
devices.
that.
Come and find us in the
Nice.
UK. I know. We're not there.
We haven't got any pins yet, but that's good.
No pins.
Buckles
I'm
can't join
pretty
a
sure-
stream when he's on his motorcycle, though. You know, he's got better things to do. If I talk enough crap at him, he'll join. Join a stream. I'm gonna ride my motorcycle, or I'm gonna run another half marathon. I don't have time for a live stream.
We've got coords.
Look at that! Oh, look at that!
So we just need pins.
Show me
the
that
pins are
sweet-
there.
Yeah, show me that sweet.
I'm pretty
Mauritius
sure the
pin.
randomized geolocation is gonna put me right in the middle of the ocean there.
Yep. It's usually like between Mauritius and Madagascar. Because my daughter's like, he
It's gonna
lives
be like-
there, and I'm like, no, he doesn't.
Yeah, around there. Yeah.
Maybe he does, like on a boat. Cool. So lat long data. Yeah.
If Buckles is joining, I'm going for my walk. Him and I don't get on.
Oh, we've filled our sarcastic Brit quota. We need to like replace.
Yeah.
I mean,
One in, one out.
He's definitely not allowed to wear his winner's t-shirt like he did yesterday.
What t-shirt? Who cares?
I haven't seen it. Can I see it? I
No.
hope he wears it.
He's got. You can. I feel he's running somewhere now to get it. I can feel it.
Yeah, me too. He's gonna join like out of breath, as if casually. Like, oh, I was already wearing this outfit.
Oh, this old thing.
Yeah.
He's going to
This
go
old-
run a marathon in it first and then show up like, yeah, I'm a winner.
If he's wearing his t-shirt, honestly, I'm leaving.
It's okay, he says he's only joining if you're not there.
Oh no.
Oh, it's finally downloaded, Mr. Chris.
Mine's at 79%.
Was it he shot the first one? The first. I thought we were gonna migrate Fold for COVID. We cut in line here. What happened?
I mean, that's the one we knew we have devices in. That's probably what happened.
Yeah.
That's true.
It's the ones we knew we could push a bunch of devices to easily.
I think people who are volunteering the devices for full for COVID, like they gave up. It's like, okay, this is never going away. I might just as well like put Cody on this and watch some movies.
Right, what message am I going to get?
I love it. View code. Does that just go to the repo?
Yeah.
Right on.
My quote seems to be about dying a lot. I thought these were supposed to be like motivational. It says you've got to commit, you've got to go out there and improvise, and you've got to be completely unafraid to die. You've got to be able to take a chance to die, and you have to die lots. You have to die all the time.
What?
Wow.
Which server
That's
is
quite long.
I don't feel motivated.
I mean,
Wow.
wow.
Next one,
Wow.
please.
You gotta commit. It's like, I don't know.
I feel targeted.
You gotta
Yeah.
commit, Rahul. It's a quote. All right, Lizzie, I'm gonna take a break from this thing. I've been staring at words for way too long. I'm gonna step outside for a sec.
Okey-dokey.
I was about to do the same, but I'll stay. Otherwise, Tomas will have to do all the talking.
Let's get Alan here and watch some retro
I'm busy
devices.
merging. I'm busy rebasing.
Yeah, no worries, dude.
It's giving me a headache.
Where is Mr. Allen?
Please join Mr. Alan.
Oh, I thought it was Alan.
Oh, me too.
Hi, not Alan.
Honestly, Alan would have been better. We would have been better off with Alan.
Can you hold the fort for a bit, David? I need to go and walk around the block.
Yeah, absolutely. I am. Oh, wait a minute. Is Chris not on? Uh-oh. Can you move? Let me see. Who's logged in? I have my Inky shot.
I can do that.
Part of the ambassador fleet. So if you go over to the ambassador application and move it in,
Sure.
then it'll take a couple hours to download.
Yeah.
Because of the Pi Zero.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for it to complete.
Oh, I love the Pi Zero.
Is that a different org?
No, it should be balena.
Oh, it's in the balena org. It's not in the labs org.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, yours isn't on, dude.
Not. Yeah, but you can still move it.
Yeah, yeah.
It's going to be on in a moment.
Okie dokie.
So that's the power situation.
Right, that should move over.
Just take an hour to boot up and we'll be good. Okay.
Right, I'll be back after a stroll.
Don't fall.
Tomas, what are you up to?
I'm rebasing, merging two things and lots of conflicts and lots of me messing up. But I think I got it right. You can cheer. You can do like jingles like Chris does.
This one is a suspense one. Every time I do a rebase, I get the chills. It's like it's either gonna work or blow up everything.
Yeah. Ooh, I think it works.
Amazing.
Ooh, the Hoover effect is so nice. You guys want to see it?
Hoover?
Yep.
Like the vacuum cleaner?
Hover, I think.
Hover. Sorry.
Hover, yeah. David bashing us on us like non-native speakers.
Yeah. Yeah, my dude, I'm sorry you cannot speak the English well.
No English, how?
Me English.
Oh.
Speaking of English, I'm going to need some help submitting.
How's your Spanish?
Porque mi español no es tan bueno.
Yeah.
Ja.
What is the... ¿Cuándo es el due date?
¿Cuál es la fecha de hoy?
No la de hoy, la de...
Yeah, 16. I don't know. All right, we'll switch back to English.
What is going on?
That was good. That was good.
Did I switch channels? Like, did I press?
Yeah.
One language
mi no hablo español.
Yeah.
Yes.
When is the due date? 16th?
Yeah.
So that's tomorrow. No, what day is it? 13th, 14th?
That's why I asked. What's today's date?
Sunday.
Yeah.
Or Monday.
Yeah. Sunday.
13th.
Well, tell you what. Tomorrow, we can hack on it.
Okay.
I don't know how detailed does it need to be, because they first need to consider you, right?
Right.
To see if they accept it or not.
Exactly. So it should be relatively short, quick, just to get the entry in.
Yeah, we can do it tomorrow. I don't think I have any commitment.
Awesome.
Other than hugging Rahul.
Oh, yeah. Did you guys have the lab hooks yesterday?
Yep.
Oh, cool.
We did. We had Alan coming out of the window. You saw that?
Again? Oh, yeah.
Again? Oh, I missed the first time.
I mean, I think he did it last time, but we didn't get it on
on camera. Oh, wow. We definitely got it this time. Andrew.
Yeah, I saw it. Let's get Alan here, please.
I mean, he's probably busy deleting code.
Yeah, I hear he knocks out like 4,000 lines at a time.
Yeah.
Is this logo box new, or was that already there where my mouse is right here with the little avatar logo right there?
It's there since the last release party.
Yep.
I don't think I've been on.
You haven't been. You haven't been using the platform, David.
Well, no, I always. I'm in this view here. I don't even think I noticed it there. I mean, I knew.
So if it has a contract, I think then it shows.
You know what? That's why, because this is the first one I've added with. Hold on, let me switch. Stop, share. Yeah, because this is a new one. My previous ones, I never included the YAML. And so I never had this.
Let's see. What's still out?
That's super cool. Shows up.
I think Inky Shot needs some slimming down.
Yeah, mine is. I can't tell if it's booted or not. There's not really. You can't see the LED through the case to tell if it's.
It's probably like
thinking.
Updating.
Yeah.
Mine finally changed. Well, I got the same message as Phil did. What's up with that?
Yeah, this death quote is not very inspirational, to be honest. It's also upside down, in my case.
Is it?
Or maybe.
Did you?
Yeah, it's upside down.
Yeah, it is.
See that board.
It is upside down. Did we change the orientation of? Is there like a global? Like, is there like a fleet variable somewhere?
An M-bar. It's probably an M-bar. Yeah.
Let's see.
Logged into the wrong account. That explains it. And which org did he say it was in?
Okay, you guys can see the screen?
Hold on, I need to add it. Coming in. Yep.
Yeah. So we have the map pins.
Okay, what about mine? Go in the southern hemisphere, please. I'm pretty sure it's in the ocean. Oh, nice.
Yeah, you cover the whole country.
Yeah, wait a minute. Why is there one in the Indian Ocean? Oh, there's an island there.
Yeah. I mean, the logo covers the whole island.
There's a tropical island in the Indian Ocean.
There you are.
Yeah.
You live in the sports club, Rahul.
Yes.
What? He lives inside the soccer stadium?
That's randomized, and I thought like it would be way off and be in the ocean. So
Yeah.
that's good. Nice.
Hello, my
that's the
friends.
red zone.
I have a question. Oh,
Hello.
what are we doing?
Welcome back.
Goodness
Yes,
gracious.
Andres.
Oh, locations.
Geographical
Hello,
lessons.
Tengo una pregunta para ti.
Good job.
What?
That's pretty good.
The fork, this app button, is that the GitHub function?
Yeah,
Or
no,
is
this
that-
is a deploy with balena thing.
That's deploy with balena.
Yeah,
Okay,
Deploy
thank you.
with balena. No worries.
And this is the GitHub link. This would open up the modal. And these are the share links. You go back from here. And yeah, that's about it.
Oh my!
I mean,
what
do
is
we
this
have-
quote, you guys?
Yes. What's up with that, Andrew?
This is long. You got to commit. You got to go out there and improvise, and you got to completely. Oh my!
Is everyone supposed to get the same one?
Yeah, dude. Open fleet, dog. Was you paying attention?
Yeah. Jeez, this is so depressing. I need to override it.
Yeah, please do. That's a dense, long one. I want something cheerful. We're late game into this release party. We need something to liven the mood.
Cheers up.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome back, Phil.
Hello.
Phil, did you add this quote? I don't like it.
Yeah.
What quote?
It's
No, I didn't add that quote.
That
I was
novel
going to add a quote, and then I thought
Yes,
Chris would
quote.
tell me off after I named my device something.
All right.
Got another one.
Where is it now? Is the question, Mr. Kyle? Is it somewhere I can grab it? Or add me to your app and I'll move it across. Is the other way to do it? You doing the blog, Andrew?
Yeah. Yep. With Lizzie. We're also QAing, editing, live editing the docs pages too. See? In progress doesn't cut it, man. There's got to be like something closer.
Would you want it to be set to?
In progress plus.
Ready? Deployed?
No, not ready yet. No.
What do you want it to be?
Getting there. ...
It's the same as in progress.
Yeah,
in progress.
Feels
You
better.
need like a progress bar that shows it like 90% done.
It should be we've stopped fighting. That's the current status.
Right, let me see what I can do.
Did I miss Alex Buckles? Did he ever get on, or is he too busy riding his motorcycle?
You still too busy.
I mean, he did text me to say he can't be bothered to join, so
Can't be
that's
bothered.
very cool.
Oh, so
Bothered to join.
you're his proxy.
Can we coach you on that? Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
So if we curse you out,
Wanna
you'll
drop
curse
him in
Alex
there?
out for us.
Huh?
If we curse you out, you'll curse Alex out for us.
You curse me out? Is that something I don't know? What
Are you the Alex proxy? The relay?
Oh no, don't throw the abuse at me that you'd throw at Alex.
Okay.
Can't do
No, we wouldn't do that.
Can't handle it.
He's
You
a
can't handle
sweetheart.
it.
No.
What I'm surprised about is how Kyle hasn't hopped on to throw down with Phil yet.
He's just added me to his app.
Phil's just been provoking him for the last 6 hours and 54 minutes.
6 hours? You mean 6 months?
Since he joined.
Yeah. What are you talking about?
There's totally a Flowdog chat that says, I can make fun of this guy all I want. He's never going to join us. And then, lo and behold.
Righty. Old Jew. That's what his device is called. Move device. Right, you're in the app, Mr. Kyle. Right, what do you want your status to be then, Andrew? I will bow to your pressure.
No. I was just teasing. Give me the fleet default. I'm fine with it.
He's open Microsoft Paint for you.
Which is a good. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Just got Paint opened up.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the a good time to talk about the difference between an open fleet and a private app, right? Like, because I've joined the InkyShot open fleet, I have no control over anything other than joining the project to be in it, to experience it. But if I want to dictate my own quotes, I should fork my own app.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, you could word it, you have no control, or you could word it as you don't now need to do anything. You don't need to maintain that device. You don't have to do releases when there's a bug fix.
Yep.
You don't have to bother about things.
Yeah, if you want to bother about it and set your own quote and change the font and all of those things, then fork it, put it in your own. Or
if you don't want to get death threats, on this device, then probably
yeah. I mean, it's full on.
Is it upside down for you? Is it upside down for you, Phil?
Yeah.
What? Is it?
It's just because of the cases that we had printed are a certain way around. Yeah.
Oh, you're right. It is upside down.
If you fork your own app, you can set the rotation.
Yeah. I don't want to bother with that.
So if you wanted to start your own version of InkyShot, one opportunity could be Word of the Day version. That'd be a cool addition to balenaHub. Nudge, nudge, any community member or person out there itching to start a project.
We need to name
or just another negative quote generator. Sure, you can join Phil's club. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'm checking InkyShot if Phil did a PR or something like to just have like these death threats somewhere.
It's not a death threat. It's just a dark quote. There's a difference, Rahul. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's getting pretty late here, so I'm going to go have some dinner.
Enjoy your dinner.
Happy to go and fix all the things I've put on the blog so far.
See you later.
See ya.
I'm going to make Andrew his own status just for the docs.
Then I have to take a picture of my Inky shot. I don't want to do that. Oh, do you mean like from the UI? You're gonna give me a screenshot?
No, like the progress bar at the top.
Banner.
Oh,
Here.
that. Yeah, got it. Got it.
400 MB for this. It's going.
That is the beautiful sound of his subfloor being removed.
What's the subfloor?
Yeah, I don't even know what that
The
is.
floor under like your carpet, your top floor.
Oh, you call it a floor?
Subfloor. What do you call it? The floor. Otherwise.
Underlay.
Underlayment is like between the floor
underlay.
and the subfloor. Sorry. Oh, really? What? Okay, so the top is like carpet
You have
or
extra
tile.
floors to us. The things I learned at Balena. The Americans have to have more floors than the British.
Yeah, we have one more than you.
Oh, right. Okay. Is that how you worked it out? How many floors do you have? Okay. We need 4.
That's what they did when they were
Yeah.
writing the Constitution. That's totally what happened.
Okay.
Yeah, how many
But
layers do you have?
That's fine.
Okay, then
Just
we
so,
have
so
one
you
more.
can brag on a stream. Yeah.
So we have floor, subfloor, then the underlay, and then the carpet.
Oh, you have 4 of them. We have 5 then.
No.
So is that what you have?
Subfloor, underlayment, then flooring, whether it's carpet or tile or whatever.
Right.
Sometimes
So
you have like extra underlayment. You have like you could do like rubber, it's like no water.
You Americans, honestly.
But we have crap internet speeds, so you got that going for you.
I do have that.
I did walk out into the garage and started doing like some backup napkin math for how many cans I need to build a wall. Just a little, like one part of it. I think I can do it. If anything, for the street cred, and it'd be really interesting to write about.
I'm putting way too much effort into my Andrew status.
Have you opened Photoshop now?
No, I'm using the sketch files, mate. It's all proper stuff here.
Give Andrew some emojis. That's what he wants.
Oh yeah, he does want emojis, doesn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Who wants to review my PR?
Hooray! Alan's here.
How are you?
Hello.
Hello.
I considered coming in through the window, but I didn't think that the public was ready for that yet.
Are you kidding me?
That's what everyone has been waiting for.
That's what the fans want.
It has to
You haven't
happen.
you haven't read that
randomly.
feedback, the user feedback yet?
Which user feedback?
Yeah, everyone's saying we want Alan to crawl in through his window more often.
That can be addressed.
Right on.
Definitely.
I can take a look at your PR, Mr. Tomas or Rahul.
Yep. What is it?
What is it?
There it is.
Approved. Sorry, I'm gonna pass. I don't have the authority to review this. It's way beyond my wheelhouse.
Well, you tried.
Yeah. Like, there's React stuff going on, man. Sorry about that.
Oh yeah, might not be my bag either.
Yeah.
I can't read this, by the way. This is just way too small.
Yeah.
I have no idea what this says.
Oh.
It's selected a really long quote, hasn't
You don't want to read it, Alan.
I can't.
Trust me.
I need to put some reading glasses on to see this, but I love the app. I love the open fleet there. It's been a great release party so far. Learned a lot. Even took notes at one point.
About
is that a humble way, like, to brag, like a subtle way?
Was that sound convincing?
Was that when we had a robot helium guest?
Yeah, I heard that too. I was going to just come on in a modified voice, but I couldn't pull it off. I think when Alex was explaining some things, I was actually taking notes, and I was about 20 minutes behind the live stream because I kept pausing to go back and write some things down. So I kept jumping around, and then I missed. I noticed how far behind I was getting, so I just jumped ahead. So I have a 20-minute gap I have to go at some point. It's great that you can do that, though. It's a great feature.
Alan's like the model release party citizen.
Taking notes, providing feedback.
Well, I thought I had finally figured out like regular fleets and then go and change everything in Atlas, which is great, but I just need to make sure I understand the jargon properly. I was going to bring something
Come a long
retro.
way from. Yep, that's what I was waiting for.
I was going to bring something retro, but usually I need David on to have a great reaction because he has such great reactions to my retro stuff. He gets really excited by them. So I'm not sure. No offense, guys, but I don't know about if this group is going to get like excited by anything retro.
We are. You're underestimating us.
Okay. What do I have here?
Show us what you got.
I got a new video camera. It's one of those miniaturized ones. Oh, like this.
Is that the new GoPro?
This is slightly. This is the larger version. Tell you.
I thought he was going to pull out a spy cam or something like.
Some James Bond shit.
You look like the guy who was running right beside Usain Bolt.
This
looks the guy who fell over.
This thing's all metal. This probably weighs about, I would say, 20 pounds, maybe.
20 pounds.
Yeah.
That's your daily workout there, right?
Take this off. What's that?
That's your daily workout.
Mm-hmm.
You just flex. Do you even lift, bro?
You should take the side off. It's really cool to see the inside. That's even more impressive.
Where did you get that? Is that a pawn shop that you had on your website?
I forget where I picked this one up. I've had it for so long. But to tell you the truth, this is the very first ENG camera that they made. It's called electronic news gathering. This is the kind that they would use for a TV station. This was built in 1976.
What do you do with that when you're not showing it off on the internet, Alan?
That's the whole reason I got it, to show it off on the internet. What other purpose does it have?
Where does it live otherwise? Are these things just like in your living room?
Luckily, I have a shelf.
He puts it at the dentist's place.
I want to get this working. This needs to connect to a Raspberry Pi and then into something like OpenCV, retro plus modern.
What's the resolution on that? Can you add OTSP feed for that, please?
Look, there's enough room in this old thing. You could probably put like a NUC in here or something. It's so big, you don't even need the Pi 0. But the resolution, it's just standard definition.
Are you ready for your status, Andrew?
Yeah, I'm ready. Oh, man.
Just when he went off the street.
There we go. Does it run on floppy disks as well? Maybe that one's for you, Alan.
This predates even floppy disks.
Wow.
Ancient. Maybe one of those 12-inch floppies. Or that's 8. I think it's 8-inch. I don't know if they made a 12-inch.
What? I think the only retro device I could find around here would be an old DVD burner or something, like taken out from an old PC.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Let's connect it to a Raspberry Pi.
The app description on the app page, that's from the contract, right?
Sorry, I was zoned out.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Invisible Chris.
I was processing that.
Background, Chris.
I was like tracking him, like, how's he talking?
He's in your head. It's proof. He's actually
busy with a plate of food that I don't want to show on camera because I'm stuffing my face.
Oh, your wonderful partner who cooks you wonderful meals. You don't want to show that off? Come on.
I mean, it's delicious and looks beautiful, but like the process of me eating it does not look good.
True.
It's just you. Yeah, we get it.
This is my relationship with Chris lately. I'll text him like 5 times. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Silence, and then he'll give me back this like food picture every time. It's like, this is what I'm eating that you don't get to eat, buddy. You American fool. Look at my delicious meal. And I'm like, good to see you too, Chris.
And the table is like properly set.
Yeah.
A glass of like beer and like
living it up.
Showing it off. Yeah.
I think the issue here is that you both received the same photo.
That's true.
That's true. That's because you broadcasted it just to show off, man.
I don't get any food photos from Rahul though. I mean, I'll trade.
I did.
Oh,
when
I got that.
Finds a British
is
fish
it
and chip
cooking
shop,
though?
He sends a photo.
Oh, you get real dishes. I got a unripe avocado picture. Like he didn't even turn into a dish. That says a lot about our friendship. It's just like, I guess Andrew wants to see this random piece of fruit.
I could send you over some raw cauliflower if you want.
It's even worse, man. At least like
just to steal the deal.
At least like make some guacamole or something. You know, like, hey dude, thought of you. Instead it's like, Andrew, this avocado, yeah, sure, here. Like,
Yeah.
what do you do with that?
Nothing says I'm thinking about you like a raw cauliflower, surely.
Yeah.
I also sent him the picture of a mango.
That's true. Someone else has the next round of the battle where like the cooking video with Careless Whisper in the background. I was the only one to participate. I feel like a fool because no one else has chimed in yet. I know Tomas uses that guide all the time. He doesn't know how to make fried rice.
I only get food pictures of Mr. Chris when he's grilling meat. When there's meat being grilled.
For 8 hours. Yeah.
I think you'll find that's just cooking outside.
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, it's not proper grilling. Yeah.
Oh, so in the UK, it's proper grilling. In Canada, what did Kyle say? It's like, I'm just heating up meat outside.
Yeah.
It's the most passive.
And he has to share.
passive
And he
thing.
has to share one steak.
Alan, your Inky Shots online heartbeat only. Do you want to
no.
enable support access? Do you want to raise a thing in the forum?
I think I'll add something to the forum with high importance priority.
Yeah.
But let me ask. Just pretend that I've just tuned in and I'm not too familiar. Is there documentation that I can access to change one of my apps into an open fleet? Is that available yet?
It's coming.
Excellent. I can't wait. I have a few that I'm going to do that with. Looking forward to it.
You'll get some extra widgets in your dashboard. You'll be able to widget them.
Nice. So as a person who's in this open fleet now, is there a way for me to detach this to like commandeer it into my own account?
There will be. It's not there yet, but there will be.
Right. Excellent. But
So right now you have to just deploy your own and refresh device, right?
I can't access it. It has security screws in it that won't allow me to do it.
Right. On that particular device. I don't know why they use security screws either. It's a bit strange, isn't it?
Yep.
But
they're talks, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But why?
I don't know why.
I guess that's just what was available.
Yeah.
Talks isn't security.
No,
the clue's in the name. It's for extra talk.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I'm not making that up. Okay.
Well, I like not having to be responsible.
When he's eating.
Somebody else does the updating, so that's nice too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm
Andrew
tempted
was
to
saying
change the message. I don't know if Mr. Chris is going to tell me off, but this one's just A, too small, and B, just dark.
Depressing.
I looked at the category and thought maybe I could just change the category, and it's set to category Inspire.
Inspire. I saw that too. I was about to change it, but
It's very inspirational.
how is that inspiring? How is that inspiring, man?
What does it say?
Yeah, it's not very inspiring.
I think Andrew should read it with
Alan's
his
got a
passive
giant
aggressive
magnifying
voice.
glass.
Oh no, are we playing that game?
What?
Look at Alan.
Alan's desk has just the best stuff on it.
Alan, you're always ready, man.
You missed the smallest camera.
No, I glanced at it. I was not at my desk, but I walked back by the desk and I saw him holding up this thing, which I had to do a second take on. I figured it was a camera of some sort. Yeah.
That was for you, David.
Yeah, it was incredible. I did get a look at it.
Let's cue in Andrew, who's going to read this code for us.
All I could see was
passive aggressively.
I thought this was about programming and development.
All right, you ready?
Because of the commit?
Yeah.
You gotta commit. You've got to go out there and improvise, and you've got to be completely unafraid to die. You've got to be able to take a chance to. What is this quote? I'm not reading the rest of this.
It's really bad.
Couldn't that be a programming quote?
Yeah. You've got to commit or you'll die, Alan.
You know who I want to hear read a passive aggressive line of text is my boy Amit. Guy doesn't have a passive aggressive bone in his body.
Doesn't have any sort of aggressive thing. Yeah.
Amit's a super chill dude.
Yeah.
Unfazed.
Disdain. He does disdain.
He's used to me by now. He's like, that guy, I'm not listening.
we had the funniest conversation the other day. I can't remember what I said. I said something publicly, and it was like clearly, in my mind, it was clearly sarcastic. I think it was like, oh, he was making fun of me for bragging about my internet connection.
You
and
do
I was
that?
like, and I was like, left some really sarcastic message about I'm going to sue him for defamation of character or something. And like, Amit was he private messaged me like, I'm really sorry, mate. And I was like, oh no, I was really sorry, mate. It's like the most British thing afterwards, where we're both apologising for our behaviour.
Sounds Canadian.
Amit and Anuj always drop the Indian memes, which go pretty deep because you have to like learn the meme first, and then they're pretty good. I always get the deep cuts from them. It takes me a while to like catch up and get to it, but when I figure it out, I'm like, yeah, it's pretty good.
I need to find those.
They're good. You just wait. Amit will just send it to you. He'll slip it in your DMs. He'll be like, what is this? And it's like, it's very satisfying. All right. I am looking forward to screenshots. That's what I need for this post at this point. Whether prod or staged, the juicier the better.
Is Chris still eating? No, I'm hungry.
Yeah, he's got to be off camera to enjoy his probably chicken adobo with fresh made tortillas and fresh pico. That's my guess.
And a homemade hazy IPA.
How accurate was I?
He's trying to eat. Leave him be.
Hey, he's here though. If he wanted to eat in peace, he wouldn't be here. It's his
Get some
choice.
food.
I've got basically the same thing I sent you a picture of yesterday.
Right on. That sounds good. Oh, it's lunchtime here. All right, one more pass. What kind of monster keeps autoplay in the YouTube embed? Oops. Nobody likes that. Every time I read this sentence.
Oh, Kyle sent Chris a bunch of beer.
What? How do I get on this gift beer list? Everyone always writes like, I owe you a beer at Summit. And I'm like, it's COVID.
Yeah.
You never get that.
I need to cash in a lot of stuff, man.
Yeah, Carl, you owe everybody a drink of beer.
No, you just have to hit up Kat. That's what I did. I sent him a case.
It's true. David sent me a giant box of hazy IPA this time last year, I think.
Nice.
Can be going for months. And then Kyle sent me one recently, which is very delicious. I'm working my way through at the moment.
Yeah, all you do is tell Kat what you need.
I think, Phil, you sent me a box back in October. It's like everyone's just trying to keep me drunk.
Sober Chris is not fun. That's why.
Yeah. Trying to keep the fun going. Send beer.
I haven't sent you beer yet, Chris. I did send you a link so you could deliver alcohol to your girlfriend. Does that count?
I mean, that worked. That was good.
Yeah.
That was a good call.
Is a alcohol shipment related, just in a different way.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna ask Kat to send me a bunch of empty aluminum cans. That's what I'm gonna do.
Just ask Alex for them.
Sorry, Amit, that I interrupted you, my good friend.
I wasn't speaking anything.
Oh, I thought you were. My bad. think we are at minimum viable blog post. We'll go with it.
MVB.
MVB.
MVBP.
Yeah. Good call.
Do you want to review? Or is Lizzie reviewing?
I'll take feedback. No, I think everyone should give feedback. Let me give it one more run, though.
Be right back. That was...
Oh, no, we're not done yet. I need to conclude it. I think we missed our last update, though. Whose turn is it?
Rahul's.
Yeah, you never do it, Rahul. You always leave.
I've never heard a Rahul update.
Me neither.
I'm looking forward.
It's like, oh, I gotta go, guys.
Yep, see you, bye.
Okay, love you, bye.
And then he comes back and he goes, oh, I couldn't sleep. It's like, no, you liar. You just didn't want to do the update.
You can't do that. Alan would do that. I don't have enough context. I'm just sitting around here.
What is Alan doing? Were you muted? Or were you faking it?
I was faking it. My mic didn't work.
That's a very Alan move. That's like in the Alan playbook. That's page 1.
You just have to make sure not to cough when you're trying to fake. It might not work.
All right, we're ready for you. What are we up to, Alan?
Well, I could read the status along the top of the screen. That would help. Sounds like the blog post is almost ready. Looking forward to that. There's our
off the hour in Andrea world.
audio indicator.
Now I can't not hear. Bring out your dead. Oh, it's ingrained, Phil. We're working on our 6th release party, Alan. It's release party 6. We're introducing the ability to create open fleets and add self-submit open fleets and blocks to balenaHub. Remember that?
Yeah,
part?
we are.
Yeah.
Is that the status? That I could have done that. I thought you had more details than that.
We currently have a number of PRs under review. We have some user-facing web page stuff being edited, QA'd, working on some docs, blog stuff for it. And we've actually already started migrating some projects over, right? Inky Shot somehow cut in line and is now the first open fleet that's running. You should scratch out migrate flood for COVID and just write Inky Shot below it.
Hello.
Hey,
Here he is.
My
That
favorite
guy.
team update was by PJ during the last release party where he goes, we're in release party 5 and we're doing stuff. Like that was it.
Yeah,
It's like, you know what? You're not wrong.
I liked it.
It was accurate.
Getting stuff done.
Meanwhile, Alan's like, I think they're writing a blog post. I think. And I'm going to hop out a window now because I'm done with these people.
Well, we have
That
8
always
Inky
helps.
Shot devices now.
Yeah.
Well, I moved Kyle over.
Fleet is growing.
We've come a long way, Chris. From full for COVID to, like, I remember having to paying Petros to do an update, and now we can have this. Yeah, so amazing.
Petros, please manually create and upload the image.
Yes.
This is pretty cool.
Super nice.
Yeah, Alex was saying earlier that we feel like we're not moving fast enough all the time, don't we, in Balena? But then when you look back at that, wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, he keeps saying that we don't give ourselves like enough credit for the work we do. Like we don't celebrate enough along the way. I mean, some people do. They get crates of beer. But
oh, Chris is celebrating all the time. Chris is constantly celebrating.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Wednesday. Woo! Celebrate.
I deeply appreciate the
I take the steam engine out in town. Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking up laws about what Chris can and can't do on his steam engine, and he's not allowed to go through a fast food restaurant drive-through on it. I found out.
Oh
Just
man, that was on my
disappointed,
That's on my troll list.
Yeah.
That's a law on the books.
Do you have a McDonald's in Bude?
It's like, does it say like a vehicle of this size or something?
It's not a law, but it's restaurants won't serve him on his steam engine. Yeah.
How will they know he's on the steam engine?
They don't serve aristocrats. Yeah.
How do they know? He'll
Alan,
turn up
have
on
you
his steam
seen this
engine
thing,
and they'll
man?
think to themselves,
yeah.
look, a man on his steam engine.
They'll serve your car.
The beard will give him away.
You order before you get up to the window usually.
Oh, look, also, he's drunk.
Wait.
Because they
so
can't arrest him for that.
In Cornwall, they'll serve someone in a car, someone on
Yeah.
foot, but they won't serve someone in a miniature locomotive.
No.
Yeah, but wait a minute. How do they know that it's powered by steam? That you could just simply say, no, this runs on diesel. They're not gonna
Dude, it
be
looks
able
like
to
a train,
check.
David.
Yeah,
Like,
I
have
know.
you
I
seen
saw the
this thing?
picture, but I mean, you know.
Because he'll be going, woo, woo.
Yeah.
It's like
Welcome,
push your
sir.
face
What would you like to
back.
order?
No, blues and steam.
Do we need an update of where we actually are, or do people know where we are? Like,
think
I
we
don't
do.
know where we are.
Oh,
That's
We
why
do
I'm
need
asking.
to kind of know what's going on. Yeah.
So I'm just merging the addition of public and discoverable to our history tables so that we can handle the billing properly for open fleets. Did we mention that actually so far? Anyway, and then I've almost gotten approval on the validation on the repository URL of public apps. Yeah.
The constraint, you mean?
Yep.
Or the cool.
So what does that mean, Chris? What does that give us?
Well, I'm assuming once we have these constraints in place, then we can roll the dashboard change out.
Yep.
Nice.
Then we can toggle our
I
laps.
think Thomas also has a PO open, and Amit did a review of that already.
That would have been a balenaHub one, right?
Yeah, remove contract requirements for apps to be listed.
Okay, cool. So we're nearly there.
I'm already a fleet manager now, Chris. People putting requests in on me.
Which one are you managing?
The Inky Shot one.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Kyle's has got some fleet variables set that need unsetting. Because we moved it across from another one.
Now I'm going to add the rotate variable to the whole fleet.
Yeah.
Because I presume everyone's is upside down right now.
Sure are. Do you want me to put it to the whole fleet? I'm in there anyway.
I've done it.
Oh. Can we set the quote category to funny?
Yes.
Please.
Look at this Pi Zero struggle.
Or at least like less morbid would be a nice.
Yeah. Funny is a category. I didn't know if less morbid was.
Kyle's device also has like the latitude and longitude set.
What's this we're looking at, David? Is this your device in?
Cool, I'll take that out.
We're just, I'm watching paint dry over here. Yeah.
Do we need to move that device?
Yeah. Wait until it's done. Don't do it now at 76%. Wait till the
It was going to need to redo it again anyway, isn't it?
No, it's not. If the container is the same, it's not going to.
Surely it will if we move an application. It's going to rip it all off and start again.
I just don't like doing them in progress. You don't know what could happen. We have to wait.
We have to.
No, we have that resilience built in. Yeah, it's built
We
in.
have to break stuff.
Our product. Yeah.
What are you doing?
We have to not be afraid to die.
You can cause memory or SD card corruption by doing that.
You're redlining
David.
your CPU.
He's
dude.
just trying to trigger me.
Wait. Didn't we move this device already? Like it's in the open fleet, right?
No, that one's not.
No. I flashed the SD card again.
Okay.
Bad move.
Alan's just gone
Change it
offline.
To funny, Mr. Phil.
I can do.
I think Alan's trying to open it up.
Trying to hack my Inky Shot. I'm gonna put a 2-color e-ink display in here.
What, live?
Wow.
Right now?
Why not? At a time like the present. This isn't working.
It's like the most complicated.
Right.
Screws, yeah.
See if we get something less morbid then.
Not in the rating category, Phil.
Did you set the 180, Mr. Chris? Mine didn't turn.
No, didn't it? Mine's 10 now.
It is.
The large side is the bottom, right?
Yes.
Yeah, then mine didn't flip either.
Yeah, because Phil's still restored.
I remember the first time we made a fleet, like on the team with devices all over the world, and we're looking at the map and we're getting super excited, and now it just seems like, oh, it's just every day. It's normal.
Yeah.
Like, it's totally normal to just deploy code to all these devices that are all around the world in like one command.
Every day. Yep.
Yeah. On flaky internet, it still works. Okay, transfer.
Okay, now you can. All right, go ahead. Now you can move. Chris.
Oh, here comes the quote.
I think Rahul
Yeah.
and I have seen it already.
Yeah, it's a golf one, right? Yeah.
It's better. It's better than it was.
Better, yeah. Fine.
When you migrate Fold for COVID, Chris, will you take screenshots? I realized like I started to like get preliminary ones, and I don't have like very exciting apps. I have like one that has like one device that's offline. Like it doesn't look very fun. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter, right? Because the point is you start with 1 or 0, and then everyone else joins later. Okay, man, I'm overthinking it. Thank you for letting me soundboard off you, as usual.
No problem.
Did he have a choice?
Chris's contribution to that conversation was,
Yeah.
it.
It was
Yeah.
like
Judgmental voices.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
I want the Chris Waze app voiceover for my car.
Yeah.
Hello. Take a left.
If you want to.
Proceed. Turn right.
Actually, we need to have Chris record a new jingle for IoT Happy Hour. We're still using the Christmas one. We need a summer theme.
Oh,
I've been Jingle Central here today, David. There've been multiple ones.
Yeah, no,
different
You just
occasions.
gotta clip them out.
Yeah, no, I know, but not the not the IoT happy hour jingle. That one's different.
Okay.
Could we have like a summer reggae kettle
Yeah,
drum
that's what I'm
style
saying.
version, Chris?
We need a summer themed one. I just feel like Christmas is past.
Okay.
Do you already share this, Jim?
Yeah.
Oh man, Buckles knows how to get me. That's funny. He gets
It's
it.
a good point, though. I mean, what if the person attending the drive-through does not realize that it's illegal to serve a man on a steam engine? Yeah.
Just try it, Chris, and let us know the results.
Right on.
Yeah, and if we need to bail you out, we will.
Do you all get people who walk through the drive-thru?
We'll just come get you.
Do you all get people who walk through the drive-thru?
Nah.
That happens sometimes here, where like
I think there's something.
The shop's too long, and they'll just like walk. They'll stand in the drive-thru.
Yeah.
Like, what are you gonna do? Say no? Turn the money away?
Yeah.
Isn't there something if it's like a 24-hour McDonald's, then they only operate the drive-through at like 4 in the morning?
Yeah.
They don't actually unlock the doors.
Yeah,
but
they
you
close
can
the
walk through
lobby
drive-thru.
overnight. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, last summer there was a woman walking in front of me for the drive-up bank teller. She was just walking in front of my car.
But hang on. Drive-through bank. Really?
What?
Yeah,
They have drive-through everything in the US.
Yeah, that's old school with the chutes, right? And the chutes carry the cash. They go the pneumatic tubes.
Mm-hmm.
They don't do that too often.
We don't get
now.
out of our car here.
I don't.
That's why you're running out of gasoline.
A pharmacy is also drive-through. You can go to the pharmacy and just get what you want drive-through.
Don't call David out.
Okay, let me
bags of gas.
Let me
in his
Google
trunk.
this.
We have a drive-through milk.
Well, today I learned.
Mm-hmm.
A convenience store drive-through. They have that.
Oh yeah, just drive-through liquor store here. You can go buy your beer drive-through.
Oh, no, that I'm interested in.
Yeah. You can pick up anything you want. Drive right through. Just tell them what you want.
Yeah, we need some of them.
Mm-hmm.
Drive-through banking.
Sure.
Medical testing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Drive-through medical testing. Sure, that's a thing.
Oh, well, we have that now. Yeah. There was a particular forcing function for those.
Yeah. Well, we've always had it. What else can you drive through here? Let me think.
Postal services.
Postal, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm not going inside.
Well,
the
you
post
guys don't get
office.
off the
We don't get out of our car for much.
All right, whoever's available, I need fresh eyes on that draft.
I am reading.
Thank you.
As we speak.
It's
while
pretty
he's
early,
reading-
so feel free to cut too. There's probably a lot of fat to trim on that
Gotcha.
steak.
Do you want me to suggest?
No, just straight up edit at this point. Keep it lean.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna go grab some fresh air real quick. 1 sec.
Bye.
And Chris, can you grab my inky shot out of the standard application and move it over, please?
Is it finished downloading now?
Mm-hmm, yes, I feel more comfortable with it now. Yes.
I was just reviewing Mr. Kyle's PRs. It's got a couple of apps on the go.
I'm gonna get
Have you seen my custom status on the docs, Thomas?
No. Oh, Thomas Dan.
Yeah. It's a tribute.
Fire. Thank you. Let's see where my PR is at.
Was Kyle saying they have drive-through car washes in Canada? Or did I
Yeah.
No, I think it was the first one. I think it was Banks.
No, he says car wash.
I mean, drive-through car washes is pretty novel.
Oh, we have that.
I can't tell if you're being serious.
Drive-through car wash.
Okay, David, you are moved. You are now open-apping it up. Open-fleeting it up, should I say.
Open-apping.
Open-fleeting up your life.
Yeah. Open-fleeting like a boss. Put that on a t-shirt.
Why is the device offline?
And go ahead and can you give me a rename on that and take the 2 off the end of it?
I know you're all about your cyber cleanliness.
I have to be very, very clean.
Look at the speed of that, downloading that teeny tiny Wi-Fi Connect container. It's nearly done already.
Ooh, yay. I think InkyShot needs some slimming down too. It's 400 MB.
Yeah, it totally
Or
does.
Python
It's like,
app.
like a single Python script.
Yeah. David already had a device on this. I only know one David who lives in Phoenix, so it's probably you.
Okay, let's ask for a deploy. And there should be another one coming in a bit. And the API should be done after that, actually. For today, at least.
Did we really decide on block dem ads as a call to action for Pi-hole?
Yeah. That is what we decided upon, yes.
Beautiful. Beautiful. It's poetry.
I like it.
Oh, here's the other one.
So I've got a script that basically will pull apps from Hub by setting the public to false.
Mm-hmm.
And I was going by the spreadsheet we have.
Mm-hmm.
Should I exclude any app that's done according to this to the column C?
Yes. Those
So we're
those ones
adding
can stay public.
AdGuard and Pi-hole.
Yep.
Good. Okay, this one needs
I have
review.
no
Let's
idea where
see.
I've got to with this Octoprint thing. I need a test device because it's not working.
You might have to do some talking, David. I'm reading. I can't do
sorry,
both.
I was reading also, so
Somebody will need to speak.
All right, hang on.
Still, what's this? Why is it a balena? Why is it an example, David? I think this is a balena incubator or something.
Yeah.
You think it's an incubator? I can never figure out what's an incubator or an example or a playground. Well, then feel free to move it.
Okay. I will move it to incubator. I mean, example is kind of a thing. It just demonstrates a feature, but isn't really useful. Whereas this looks like a useful project.
Stellarium.
Playground is where we put stuff that we might delete tomorrow, so nobody should depend on them in any way. And if we're going to put it somewhere where people are going to actually run it, then we move it to incubator.
So I need to move for the service there then.
If you're taking on maintainership of that project, Rahul, which it sounds like you are.
I said if anybody was going to run it.
I'm just going to move it to playground.
Well, yeah, who knows if anybody will run.
It might disappear.
Oh, I see. Right. Yeah.
Could be deleted at any time. Is that?
Yeah, anytime.
Should be deleted at any time. Oh, that's your submission for deleted lines of code, Rahul. Just kill that whole thing.
I deleted all the lines of
It's like you
code,
don't need
every single one of them.
I replaced it with nothing since that's what you need. That was equivalent functionality.
Yeah. Okay, you're now in incubator, David.
Wow, welcome.
Awesome.
Do you feel all warm?
Actually, I'll need to update the URL for the deploy with Balena button then.
Sure
That's
will.
okay, let me do that quick. Where's that? That is the README.
Concourse has the least user-friendly UX I've seen in my life.
Who? Are we fighting CI?
Concourse. I'm not fighting yet. I'm just waiting for a check to finish. But
I mean, out of everything so far in this release party, that seems to be the biggest holdup. It's like waiting for CI to complete, checks to finish. Yeah.
Yeah. It's. I think most of the release parties has been that way, right?
Blocked on CI stuff, yeah.
Blocked on computer doing computing stuff.
Oh, it's done, Thomas.
Well,
It's done. Yeah.
For the ABA, it's fine. It's like 15 minutes or something.
15 minutes?
15, yeah, 15.
That's fine. I mean,
isn't it?
I guess
quite a long
depends.
time.
Yeah, depends on what you consider fine.
I mean, it takes a huge amount of tests. And given that the SDK takes half an hour, maybe more. So yeah, 15 minutes is fine.
It's relative, isn't it?
We'd already flipped the table. So Thomas, you are waiting for the CI checks on the PR, right?
Is this some remove contract requirement for apps to be listed?
Yep.
Or is that a different one?
No, that one.
Yeah. I think it needs another review.
Probably, yeah. Amit reviewed and left a comment. I fixed that, so I assume it's Okay, but yes, we need. He's not here, right? Oh yeah, he's here.
Yeah, reviewing again.
If you can. Like I changed the org name from not the name, the field from handle to name.
Yeah, looks good.
LGTM.
Yep. Merged.
Oh, and the check completed, merged.
Nice.
What a timing.
Bulldozed.
You got bulldozed. So I'm officially.
You're officially a React developer now.
Oh no!
What PR was that one exactly?
Official UI developer.
The one that removes contract as a requirement for apps to be listed in Hub.
Gotcha.
No, I'm officially without tasks. I think
You can review my code.
I can try.
Yeah, since you're the React expert now.
Which one? 93? How it works or app info page?
Yeah, app info page, I guess.
Oh, the other one seemed easier. Bummer.
I'm fixing the other one yet.
Ooh, I just got a device called Dark Thunder. How sinister.
Nice. That's a good one.
Yeah.
We're getting weird messages from internet devices today. Things are trying to tell us something.
So Chris, at the start you were mentioning like the Doris was saying he has content for 5 other release parties. What were those about?
One of them was EFP v2, I think.
Okay.
What else did you have, Thadori? I can't remember.
What is an EFP v2 though, Chris?
A EFP that's data driven from Hub. So it means that anything that's featured in Etcher has to have an associated open fleet on balenaHub going forward, because that's where it'll be driven from.
Yeah, EFP is an Etcher featured project, and that's what we render in the Etcher UI. What
those
both
ads.
during and
Those
it's the ads. Yeah, it's the advertising.
Yeah.
Keep advertising our free projects that you can download and make your device into something useful. Oh, how awful.
How about local UI?
Local UI is a good one.
Or
Multi-arch apps.
That's a tasty.
What was the one Alex was naming earlier?
Phil, is that margarita?
G&T.
But the other 4 release parties would be somebody that has downloaded, somebody that has provisioned a device from an open fleet to an open fleet should eventually be able to make that device join his Balena Cloud account.
The adoption piece.
Yeah, that's the 4 rest release parties.
I think that's local UI is gonna help with that, right? You can create.
Yeah,
Sounds
I think
like it.
local UI might start the process, perhaps.
because the local UI will have the action to move it. You mean? Right.
Yeah. And if you don't have an account, like then you create your Balena cloud account.
Yeah. Or you sign into your account on the local UI if you've already got an account.
Okay, how is this looking with the numbers now?
Hang on. We have to add you.
Okay.
Let's have it.
Okay.
Yes, that's looking better.
Okay, so yeah.
How come the middle one doesn't have a line?
It does have a line.
Does it?
Does it? I don't see it.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it's like the compression or something like that.
I mean, it's
No.
here.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Yep.
Okay, now I see it.
Well, I rejoined in time.
Should the cards be same height?
This is
Alexandra's
all with his PR reviews.
I don't know, Alexandra.
I think maybe Alexandra can like create a good design and we can. Yeah. I think this works good till tomorrow, I guess. When she.
Yeah.
Yay.
Oh no, we've hit the Facebook stream time limit.
Yeah, Facebook have kicked us.
Oh, that's why it does that. I was wondering the other time. I'm like, what did we do wrong?
Yeah, it's 8 hours.
Got it.
Okay.
Zuckerberg.
No, this is looking good, Amit.
Okay.
Yeah, nice job, dude.
Awesome.
And yeah, once the app info page is reviewed, you can like see that as well.
Did I miss the contribute page?
This is the
This is the contribute page. Sorry, did I miss updates on the how it works? Are we cool with
It's
that?
the same, right? Like we had before.
Right. Oh yeah, that's right. We just removed the open apps terminology.
Yeah.
Cool.
Cool.
None of my devices are working properly this evening. What is that? Dark Thunder is broken.
Oh no.
I told you it's a sign.
Yeah, everything is sinister today.
It was always doomed.
Yeah.
I'm going to blame this USB
rename.
cable.
I'll rename all my devices to Dark Thunder. I like it.
You're not allowed to rename your device. Chris renames it. No fun allowed in this fleet.
Oh, my dudes! Thank you for looking through the post. It needs
still going.
screenshots still, obviously, but
That's Phil.
yeah.
I'm still going.
That's Phil, powered by GNT.
Yep.
If I create, oh, it's probably fine, right? If I change the name of my open fleet, it just updates everything. Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Cool. These are the random things that pop in my head as I'm
Yeah, they're
clicking
good.
on
We need random things because other people will wonder the same stuff.
What happens if I do this non-mission critical thing?
Meanwhile, David's device still downloading the release.
Yeah, it must.
Failed. What's going on?
Well, it must be. It's still on the previous message. I don't have the.
Have you been watching that for the last
Nastygram
like
yet.
hour and a half? Just like
No.
tapping your finger?
You no, you dipped out for a while. It did finish downloading, and then
Nice.
I said it was safe to move it. But yeah, actually, where is it now? Hang on a minute. So now it's in. Oh, I don't know if I have that organized.
I hope not.
No.
It's 72%.
No, I don't have that org. Okay. 72, that's pretty good. I'll pull the plug. Let me pull the plug on it. We'll start over.
Phil always likes my salads. Check this one out.
Oh, hang on a minute.
Hold on. Zoom in.
What's in your salad?
Nice.
It's cabbage,
some hard-boiled egg,
cabbage, carrot, hard-boiled egg, strawberries.
Strawberries.
Strawberries in
Snow
salad.
peas.
What?
Snow peas.
Yeah, they always go in salad.
What?
Yeah.
Not even a dressing. I just went with hot sauce and some, furikake, Japanese seasoning. It's like general purpose. It's like seaweed, sesame seeds, salt.
Wait, so when you said you didn't go with the dressing, there's like 7 ingredients in your not a dressing.
Yeah. Well, not like I didn't go with like a bottled dressing. You know what I mean? I'm gonna finish this release party strong.
You put
avocado
in salad.
Yeah, dude, it's delicious. Any fruit in salad's delicious.
Of course.
Pineapple?
Apples could go in.
If you
Pineapple,
join
no,
my,
that's for pizza.
If you join my Inky Shot Open Fleet, that's all it says. Fruit belongs in salad.
Just salad recipes.
Yeah, there you go.
That would be a
What
thing.
happened to what happened to Tomas's friend, the pizza man we had in here under branding? He's not here today.
I removed it when I cleaned up the stream.
Why?
Because it was offensive.
Yeah, you're
my eyes.
Yeah, Tomas's pizza buddy. Let's see if I can find it again.
Thomas got picked on and didn't even know.
Let's see. Where was that? Oh, man.
This guy.
Hang on, let me come back.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that guy. Hold on, let's just get one more look. Let's just get another look at that.
I'm disturbed by that guy.
Now I'm hungry.
I'm gonna drop.
Bye, Mr. Rojo. What time is it there?
Bye.
10 past midnight.
Right, get
Thanks
some
for
rest.
joining, Rojo.
Oh, yeah, wow.
Yeah.
Catch you later,
Have
mate.
fun. I'll catch
Rojo.
up the recording. All the best. See you.
Bye.
Yep.
Yeah, Andrew's got me hungry now for some lunch, too. I may have to go partake. Get some berries in my salad.
I've just solved an issue. I've been like, why isn't Balena Idle working for ages? And then I realized I'm not using a Balena base image.
That'll do it.
That'll teach me.
Yeah.
Got him. Hey, is there any limitation on starter or microservices for your app to make it open?
No.
You pick either.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. I remember it being a talking point, but I wasn't sure how that got resolved.
Well, that's not yet implemented the UI. You will still see freezing for microservices. For non-start, for starter apps. Still on my way on that.
I was just trying to figure out if I had to start over with this.
Did you already go over your 10 devices limit?
Not even close. Fedora, you talk to me as if I have friends who want to join my fleet.
I'll join. If it gives me salad recipe ideas, then yeah, I'll join that.
Well, this balena plant where I water my one sad plant. Actually, that plant died. Shh.
Yeah, no fault of the project, though.
Oh, it died when we had that ice storm. We lost power for a week. Can't really run your device without power.
No.
But might have to work on the battery operated version. Hey, Amit. What's up?
What's up?
Oh, Rahul left my document without giving me a draconian review.
It'll come this weekend.
He just hops in,
You know, Phil's doing all the work really, and he's like, "I'm gonna go, guys. It's late."
Yeah,
He just wants that.
It's the story of labs.
He just wants that NFT badge. I see. Yeah. He's disqualified, Lucian.
Trying to get those balena coins. All right.
I thought that was really clever of Lucian, the way he scored the 4th release party, the docs one. It was actually really neat to like work throughout the day and then see the scoreboard change.
Mm-hmm.
I liked it. All off a balena device, which is, you know, a little more dog fooding, champagne drinking, whatever analogy you subscribe
There's
to.
a question for you, Andrew.
For me?
Yeah.
Oh,
Look at that.
I talked about this with Chris. I think if we all decided to maintain the same plant, then, you know, that would work. If we all maintain the same kind of garden that had like the same aggregate moisture level that needed to be maintained, that would work. But the minute we start being real picky about what we're watering or how we're watering it, start hacking on it, you know, then it's not very fleet worthy. Unless everybody wanted to do their hack the same way as you. So it's still cool to start out with as an open app or open fleet, but then, you know, your mileage may vary after that.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. It's like, even if for now an open fleet doesn't necessarily make full sense because you need that customization, it's at least allowing people to get up and running like super fast.
Yeah.
At least lets them see the project and see how it works and then go, okay, I want to make my changes now.
I could see something super turnkey, like if you were running a hydroponic bin or container and we're just using a generalized amount of nutrient fluid or something, and it, you know, the only thing you cared about was like, is the bin still full? And if you're running something like parts of balena, or there's like a sense block with like some measurements of things and maybe a camera to monitor what's going on, like those, that could be unified into a fleet, because its purpose is like, make sure there's liquid, can I view my plants, and can I gauge their temperature? So that would, did I just assign myself work? Great. Stream success. Gary T's joined. 8-hour stream. What have I missed? You missed all the hard parts, my friend. We're now waiting for approvals and whatnot, and we're going to start testing, moving some apps over.
Yeah, I think we were like kind of aiming for Fall for COVID to be the first one, but we're going to have loads of others that are going to be first.
Yeah. Hey, that's good though, right? Once again,
Yeah.
Fold for COVID paves the way. In our hearts, Fold for COVID's the first open fleet, but then Inky Shot's the second, clearly.
Okay, blog post gets my seal of approval, dude.
Sick. We'll stage.
I
And
put
then I'll
one
ask
comment.
Phil
I don't know
stamp.
if you resolved. Yeah.
It's a rare stamp to get.
Oh, you solved my comment. Cool.
Oh yeah, that was a while ago. It's a post-salad comment. Or pre-salad.
Are these epochs in the stream?
Yeah.
There was the salad epoch.
Yeah.
I thought it was pretty early when someone asked Laura how long she'd been at Balena, and she was like, well, Christina, how long have you been here? She's like, oh, I joined about a month before you did. It's like all like relative deltas.
I thought it was going to keep cascading, and Christina was going to say, oh, I was like 2 months before such and such, and it all goes down to you and then Alex.
Every time someone joins, you should like have a version number.
I do have a list somewhere of everybody's So n is newbie minus whatever your number is. I haven't updated it lately, though. Oh yeah, that's what's happened. Yeah, that was an epoch.
Kyle.
3 GMTs actually.
That you drank out of a goblet.
It's just like a,
or all 3 in the goblet.
It's like a local gin place.
Nice.
Do cool glasses. It's just
Sounds
down the road.
good.
Silent Pool. Check it out. Yeah, I'm n equals 0 of fills. Do you remember when Chris was Chris CW? Do you remember that?
What do you mean?
You didn't used to be Chris at Balena, did you?
Oh no, I changed my email address.
Yeah.
Because we had a Chris, but he left, so I was like, okay, I want it. Just in
Bet
case
you-
another Chris joins.
I bet you were super pleased as well when you could just be Chris.
Well, I didn't want another Chris to join and then them get the Chris without any letters. So.
Yeah, it'd be awkward.
Oh, my Octoprint app is not playing nice.
I left a review, Amit.
Oh, thanks.
I mean, most of the React stuff, I have no clue, to be honest, but the other stuff, the queries and the TypeScript.
Okay.
What are you up to, Andrea? It's a long time since we checked in with you. Oh no, you're muted, dude. Hang on, I've got you. Here you are.
Thank you. Had a big problem with npm. Floris just fixed it. I was using npm 7 and it's not supported apparently. So I'm merging the SDK PR to.
Was that because of the
UI.
SDK PR? Oh.
Yes, this for the SDK PR. So once I've merged the SDK PR in the UI, I can update the open fleet settings in the UI, and I'm also rebasing and other stuff in balenaHub, and I'm checking Amit PRs.
Awesome.
That's the max update I can give.
That SDK PR, a lot of trouble for a single line PR.
Is it?
Also, because the SDK PR, it takes 30 minutes.
Oh man.
Yeah. And you want to know the worst part? You know what Amit and I did? We did like / TS ignore or TS expect error.
Oh, for the okay. I was adding the SDK part, and you did TS. Okay. Makes sense. I said maybe I should do that.
I didn't want it to tell you because otherwise you would.
But I've seen it. But I said, okay, I just lost, I don't know, 20 minutes to add this kind of thing in the SDK, which is single string. I mean, it's not much, seriously.
It's not much.
But npm it was.
But we
joking.
still need the PR regardless. So.
We can update then. Cool. This one.
So how do we deploy?
I can deploy it.
Oh,
I have the
I
power.
thought we had to ask Carlo.
Carlo gave me the power.
Nice. Did he give you the Uncle Ben talk?
Exactly. Give me everything. Amit, do you want to? Do you want me to put the download image button in your PR before merging, or you prefer merge and then doing another PR?
I mean, whatever you feel like. Oh, yours is merged.
Mine is merged?
Oh, sorry, I am looking at rendition. Sorry.
Okay.
So do we need auth token for downloading?
Apparently yes, because otherwise the image maker will not recognize.
For which application? For public apps, you shouldn't need.
Okay, so we can remove it. Let me try. By the way, let me first start that point.
I mean, what did you set
PR.
there? Your JWT or something?
The one we were using for Food for COVID.
But we don't have it for do we have for COVID?
Yes,
Where
I've copy
we
paste
find it?
the same. There is
Can you link me to the source?
Yeah, it probably won't be in the source. It would be in the bit, I guess.
Can you link
No, it's
me
in
in
the
the
source.
source where
It's in the source.
there's a hidden field?
I'm doing it. Give me a
Because
sec.
I didn't see it inside the form.
Okay, so Thomas, I fixed the PRs. Changes you asked. Also, and they just merge mine, and you can just link the button to the download image thing. So it would just work.
Mm-hmm.
Like review mine and then merge, obviously.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, it was probably updated then. Okay, I had an old version apparently. Yeah, let me remove it.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. How's it going?
Hello.
Hello.
It's going just
It's
fine.
going. It's going. That's
yeah. We're working through PRs.
It's 8 hours and 24 minutes going.
Yeah, I just saw that it was. I have been observer most of the time, but yeah, I've seen that it was too silent. So okay, let's join and see how I can help at least.
I didn't even notice it was silent. That's how bad.
Has been any summary or update at the top of the hour or not?
We've been doing reasonably well with the updates. Yeah. I think I'm probably done with my Octoprint changes, so that can be an open fleet too. Yes, it's working. Does Chrome just decide to Google balena.local for anyone else? That's really annoying.
Yes, it is pretty annoying. Sometimes it's there gives you like a little window where it says like, hey, oh, do you mean to go to http/ blah blah blah? But most of the times it doesn't.
Did you see we had Alex Programmer DE on earlier, Mark?
Yeah. I saw him. I was crying like most of you with his smart robot voice.
Amazing.
That was a great moment.
Yeah, because he had no idea. He's like, oh, it's like what's wrong with it?
It all started with he was smashing his keyboard, like a mechanical keyboard, like that.
The loudest typing ever to occur.
It all started when he started typing, yeah.
Exactly. I don't know. I think it was a filter of his Minecraft voice or something like that.
Well, hopefully he'll be able to get his Minecraft open fleet going. He was asking some good questions as well.
Yeah, actually, about I heard that question about security. Really cool, and it's good to see a lot of ex-balenistas joining the chat, like Rich. I see now Aaron. I don't know if I miss anyone else, but it's good. I don't know if Mithun tried to join or not, or ambassador of the Birdwatcher application.
Who's that, sorry?
If Mithun joined the stream or not.
No, I don't think so. The only outside guest we've had is Alex.
Yo, Mithun was in the chat.
Oh, was he?
Oh, cool.
Sorry,
yeah, at the beginning.
Silently eating my salad.
Oh, sorry.
Hello.
I just had dinner.
Thomas, can you approve the PR? I made the changes because it's blocking now.
Yes and no. I found a little tiny nitpick. I'm typing it.
Not gonna lie, in the history of Tomas responses, that's pretty common.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, but no.
Yeah, it's done, but not the way you think.
Oh no, the diff is outdated. Please refresh. Come on.
Yeah, because I made the changes you asked, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I thought I had
Tomas.
already.
He worked really hard on the thing you told him to do. And this is how you repay him.
Yeah, it is. Sorry, man.
Right. Chris, I told Lizzie to consider some sort of like product email. I feel like this is big.
Okay.
It's like very big change. We should let folks know.
Good call.
She'll probably send you a draft or something, and we can also see if we feel the same way tomorrow when all the dust settles. I think it's worthwhile. Big changes to Hub, encouraging people to add their fleets.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like they might be an existing customer, but the open fleet might open up a whole load of opportunities for them.
Let's see. I think our construction folks are out at lunch. The hammering stopped. I was like oddly a lot more productive all of a sudden. I'm like, oh, it pauses. It's good.
Yeah, updated the PR, Thomas.
All right. Let's see if I can find any other stupid thing to block you.
Is this for the app page?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I need these shots.
Done.
Yo.
Done or done? Done.
This time it's done.
Once we have the download image, I think the hub front end is done, I guess, completely.
Awesome.
Yes.
Can we help in any way?
Maybe review it, I guess. That's what I'm doing as well.
Is that another PR?
Yeah, 91.
Oh, yeah. Oh, 12 files changed. You're killing me.
Only. But more lines of code or less lines of code?
Yeah, you don't actually want to know the answer to that.
Exactly.
Let me type it. There's the breakdown. 23,000.
Really?
What?
I don't know. That's what it says.
That's
We're definitely
mostly
not winning.
package lock.
Oh, package lock.
That doesn't count.
24,000.
That doesn't count. Does it? No, it doesn't count.
But are you introducing now extra lines to just try to win the next, the next prize of deleting lines of code, or?
Yeah, just exclude
that might
package
be
lock from Git.
You're supposed to remove them to win.
That's a sick strat.
Yeah. And then you forget and you leave the giant diff. Chris.
Yo.
How does it feel to be within inches now of this massive milestone for your pet project?
I would disagree that it's my pet project, but it's awesome. Like, I deeply appreciate all the work that everyone's putting in to make this happen. Like, it's been kind of a tough couple of weeks to figure all this out and push it forward, but it's hopefully going to be worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how people starting to create open fleets actually, and how people inspire other people. Right? It's
exactly
this exponentiality.
Mark, do you guys have plans for the ambassadors to promote? I mean, we can't force people to start open fleets, but like, how do we encourage more of that? Do you guys have plans to?
That's a good question. We are thinking about that. How to move these to to ambassadors. At the moment, there is a big movement on Steam projects.
Steam.
So I think you already talked about that, right, with the Scratch project at the beginning of the release party, how, for example, the Scratch project or projects in the schools can get benefit of these open suites.
Yep,
Right?
yep.
So I think this is an interesting article to inspire teachers, schools, and then let's see. Yeah, we are brainstorming other possibilities.
Chris, be honest with me. When you heard steam, did you think of the acronym or what powers your miniature locomotive?
I thought of steam engines.
Yeah, I knew
it. Not ham steams.
What was it? Steam hams.
Yeah, that's true.
Steam hams.
Steam's Day ham.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, one day you have to talk about that publicly.
What, steamed hams?
No, steam machine. Does it have a name or?
It does not. It needs a name.
Exactly.
It's traditional to name them.
Yep. Name it Gertrude, like the one from Peppa Pig.
I'll name it Skinner.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. There you go.
Superintendent Chalmers. It's like a nameplate. It's like
Andrea?
No, you have to do Super Nintendo, Chalmers.
Yeah. Why do we need an auth token in the
No,
download?
I removed it. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
We
All right.
just said to remove it.
Cool.
Hey, Chris.
Yo.
Follow-up question. So, are you going to add? What is the first open fleet you're going to add? You think?
The first
From
open
you,
fleet.
as the
I
person
have one.
coordinating all this, and then I know you have ideas, Tomas. When do you not have ideas? I didn't say it's your turn yet. Chris.
Like, look how keen he is. To, like,
okay, Tomas.
No, okay, no. I'm going to answer really slowly.
Yeah.
Like, I was. I don't know. Actually, there's quite
Take
a
your
few
time.
options that I can choose from. I think.
Take your time.
You still have a couple of 12 hours more.
Yeah.
Like
I think
más tiempo.
For me, it's got to be between the maybe the train sign and the LED pixel controller. One of those two, maybe both. Okay, go on then, Tomas.
No, I have nothing to say. I was actually joking.
Oh, I thought you legit had a project.
Oh, I was joking that I was joking. I have something to say. I want to do a white noise generator.
Oh, cool.
For sleeping the baby?
Yeah. The story is that we have one of those Amazon things, Echo, Alexa,
Yeah.
and there's an app that you can get white noise from there. But this week we had a couple of nights where the internet suddenly went out, and for some reason it doesn't have the white noise locally in your device, but it streams it, so it didn't work.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I should create my own app for this. And it's.
But does it work on your case, the white noise for sleeping the baby, or?
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know. I haven't asked my baby, but the neighbors are a bit noisy sometimes, so I think it helps mask the sound they make.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
It never worked on here, but yeah. Yeah, as I see on the chat that you will have some developers, like famous developers on balenaHub, helping you.
Yeah, I assume there's some kind of app you can get that generates the noise.
Yeah, it's tons of apps on the.
I think it's so easy that I could do it now. Like there is,
right
you
now,
know,
there
is an audio player called Sox for Linux, and I think like one of the not samples, but one of the functions it has is like play white noise. So
Oh, okay, fair enough.
It's a matter of doing like socks play whatever the command is, then you get the sound playing, and then maybe throw in the audio block for extra configuration options, and that's it.
Yeah. No, that'd be super cool.
Interesting. Yeah, sounds quite simple.
So I'm glad you asked, Andrew. Thanks.
I'm sorry, I had to mute. Like they were using some tool that was just like rattling the whole house. Felt bad. I'm just like heavily nodding. Like, yeah, great.
Be right back.
Alex Buckles has got me thinking through some next level plant stuff now.
Okay. So is still everything in progress, or is anything already done, but we didn't update the progress bar?
All in progress.
Almost done.
So we're just starting the deploy, the last deploy for today of the API changes, the last changes for today. Anyway.
Thank you, Fedori. What time is it over there, man?
I mean, ask Amit, don't ask me.
Exactly.
It's like almost 2:30, Amit.
Wow.
Amit?
We don't hear you.
Yeah. 2:15. I was talking while muted.
2:15.
Yeah,
Oh, because he's in that time zone with like half an hour offset, isn't it?
Oh, 2:15. Yeah, my English become rusty at this point of time.
Thomas, can you review the app info page again?
Thomas left for a sec.
Maybe Andrea, someone.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the download image button work again. I don't know why it's not working anymore.
Okay.
Can you pass me the link, Amit, please?
One second.
Good.
I'm reviewing the merge conflicts. I'll do it in a bit.
I can find it. Hang on. This
Yeah.
one. It's the app info page, right?
Yep.
Here you go, Andrea. Oh, you got it.
I didn't review it. Okay.
Hello.
Hey, Andrew.
Hello.
Hello.
All right, blog post is staged.
Awesome.
Just need
You have the link?
Yeah.
It's on the
Yeah. I'll put it in the private.
But I thought I already approved this.
Oh.
Okay.
Damn.
Just need screenshots. We're done. Or we're not done. But... Here, Mark, if you want to check out the staging link. I did it private.
Thank you very much, Andrew.
Sorry.
This sounds very close, Andrea. Are you rebuilding? Yeah, we can wait.
We have something like 19 cards on the down column in the GitHub project page. I mean,
Can you
it doesn't sound. We have 19 cards in the GitHub project about this release party. So it's like a single day of work, maybe a bit more than that.
Yeah. I mean, that's insane.
What is it on average, like for the whole company, like every part of the company combined?
What do you mean?
Like shipping wise, like finishing whatever you're sprinting on. Like how does today's release party compare to a normal day?
I mean, the previous release party should have been like 3 or 4 pull requests.
That's true.
And we are not yet done with all the pull requests for this one. Not to mention the stretch goals.
Oh, I'm pretty sure. What's the status after stretch? Next time.
Yeah, stretch actually became next time.
Yep.
But totally,
stretch.
Nobody told you that this is a 24-hour release party. Nobody told this.
How many cans of Red Bull?
Yeah, exactly. That was the question.
I was tempted to get a second, but I try hard to not.
Only one?
Yeah. Only one.
Only one. Yeah.
But you had like a liter,
Wow.
like a.
Not even the big one, the normal one, the 250 ml.
Wow.
Wow.
Tall boy. Tomas, have you been increasing your caffeine intake since baby? Oh, sorry. Perfect timing.
No, I've been drinking about the same coffee, and actually this week, this is a no coffee week.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I needed to try it.
What inspired that?
I don't know. I was drinking too much coffee, I guess.
I got into the same, like adjustment to habit. So I went from like 2 cups to 1 for the whole week, and then today I had to do 2. Just got up way too early. But it does feel different.
I used to drink tea. Then I started with 1 coffee and 1 tea.
Oops.
And it was like 2 coffees.
It's too good.
So
slippery slope.
Maybe let's go back. Yeah.
Seriously, Chris, that mocha pot that I told you about, like,
yeah,
it's basically like 2 or 3 shots each serving, and I was having 2.
Yeah,
it's just so good. Can't do it
That's
anywhere.
the trouble. Coffee is just so tasty.
Mm-hmm. It's warmer over here, so it's harder to. You gotta like drink more water, less caffeine.
Question, Chris.
Mm-hmm.
We're not doing the sorting today, right?
No,
I haven't seen that.
No, it's in the to-do list. I think Christina said she couldn't do it because she was blocked on some other PRs that we hadn't merged yet. So I'd imagine she'll pick it up tomorrow.
The next time list.
Yeah.
So I guess it's not really next time. It's like fast follow.
So there is. Can you check the UI, the APR or Amit? I don't know. The Adobe Fleet settings.
Yeah.
Oh, I never submitted that review, right?
I don't think so.
Submit it now.
I have a stupid question. There is this new parameter in the balena YAML file, but it's version. So how do you recommend to, well, can you tell more about the version?
What was the question? Version in the balena YAML?
Yeah.
It's 2, right?
No, so the version that you specify in balena YAML will be copied into the version column on the release. So that's the version that should be in the balena YAML is the version of the application. But if it's a repo that's got versionbot installed, you can leave it blank, and versionbot will automatically add the current version to the YAML and update it whenever you merge a new PR.
Okay.
And then that's where the data comes from that we're going to show on the app page when we say version and last updated.
All right. Is there any convention of versions, like a standard? Or,
it uses semver, but yeah. So, but yeah, if it's a version bot repo, you don't even need to specify it; it'll update it for you. Otherwise, you can just put in a semver version manually.
Okay. Interesting. Today I learned about versions, standards.
Yeah, if you go into an application in the dashboard and then go to releases, you'll see there's a column there for version. And if you've been pushing any like deploy with Balena type apps, like some of the core labs projects, for example, they will have that release version populated already.
Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna update the basic station, the Things network or the Things stack application. That probably it's not an open fleet yet, right? What do you recommend for app owners that don't have applications that are yet there on the open fleet?
Well, I think we're going to put some information on the static pages, but it's kind of, it's like, I think the core part is if it's like different for each application, so it's difficult to answer that. So it's kind of like if your application needs a local UI or it has a local UI, then the developer needs to provide a way for the user to find that UI. So we've been assigning host names to the devices in the application. So something like balena.local. So then we can put on the page, once the device is downloaded, go to balena.local and you'll see the interface. But if it's an application where like each device needs its own API key, for example, because it's accessing an external service, then like there's kind of like there's not much you can do in that case because it's like each device has to be configured individually. So you've either got to provide a UI so that the user can configure it, or otherwise modify the application so it can handle that. So the train sign is one, like I'd like to open fleet that, but it's not going to be straightforward because it needs like a per device API key to access that external service where it gets the data. So it's like there's no simple fix for me to make that into an open fleet. I'll have to figure out, I don't know, like a different API or something like that, or either create this local UI where someone could register and put in their own API key. So like I guess what we need is some kind of general guidelines, but it is going to be down to the application developer at the moment to kind of figure out what they need to provide on their application to make it work in an open fleet world.
Yeah. That's interesting, yeah. I'm really looking forward to have like, probably you already talked about this during the release party, but like have a blog or something to help to accelerate the way to build these local UIs for app owners.
But I guess the thing is it's going to be moving on quite quickly because local UI is obviously one of the most important things you want to keep pushing forward. And there might be some apps that like we put in that spreadsheet that kind of they provide limited functionality in an open fleet concept, but then if you need the full functionality, then you've got to break out and fork it and deploy it yourself. So like Sound is a good example because it just does its thing by default, but as soon as you want to customize it or use a DAC, then you've got to deploy it today, but we will be able to fix that in the future.
We could all just use Tomas's premium account.
Yeah.
Spotify premium, I mean.
He can put his Spotify credentials on the open fleet. See how many thousands of devices he can have logged in at once.
He's on a family plan. Fine.
Yeah. Everyone will have to listen to my music then. It's Bon Jovi on Fridays. Whole
I mean, that sounds
entire
good.
day.
Can't go wrong with that.
I'm actually really curious about the projects that then require another service to log into, like the things Stack or whatever they call themselves.
Yeah.
Because like the open fleet might be a bunch of people who kicked off the project default, and then they all have their own logins on the side. So then it's just an open fleet of people who started the project.
Well, I for example, in the things stack, making a LoRaWAN gateway, it makes a lot of sense to have this single source of truth on the source code. So like a single entity, like it's very managed by local communities. The LoRaWAN
Hi,
gateways. Hey, bye. So I see like you trust your local community, so the members of the local community can manage the source code, and then you belong to that open fleet. I see that could make a lot of sense. On the other hand, yeah, you need a UI that it's like the MAC address of the Ethernet port, and yeah, you need then to introduce the tokens from the things stack. Yeah, they will need some local UI like default for COVID, and it will be interesting as well to get the logs from the service of the packet forwarder to see that it's working properly. But anyway, you can see that under the things stack. So. But I think it's a cool example of an open fleet, and I can see like local communities of the things network or the things stack using the open fleet. I don't know if that answers your question, Andre, for these specific app.
It does. It'll be interesting to see, because like you also have the situation where the app maintainer changes hands, right? So how does that handoff happen? How's it smooth? How's it not smooth? But
yeah. That has been some requirements, for other communities interested on submitting their application on balenaHub. Like, hey, so the owner of this application will change on time. How can we hand over the ownership of the application to another developer or another group of developers? I think that's an interesting question.
Nice. Amit, I see something.
What?
The new hub pages.
Is it live?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Is it supposed to be?
I guess not.
Oh, we deployed.
We did.
Yep. Auto deploy back.
And it doesn't seem to be working.
Is there?
We deployed the wrong version without the fix I made.
It's okay.
I think
do it again.
Just activated the auto deploy again.
Oh,
how is it auto deploy if you need to activate it?
I mean, put it back.
Hard question.
It's too late for this type of joke for you. I mean, sorry.
Exactly. Don't do it again, though. No,
I won't.
Hey, Amit, I have a question about it.
Yeah.
What do you prefer? Because on the contribute page, it's like left aligned, and then how it works, it's centered.
Yeah, I did. Like I tried to make it centered, but it was like very bad. So I made everything left aligned.
I mean, like, are we gonna eventually just pick one of the two?
I think Alexandra is gonna show us some nice design, and we just yeah.
Right on. Let's get the bare bones info out. FAQ looks solid. We'll have to get some more as folks poke around.
Thomas, also the lander issue is fixed, so.
Oh, cool. Got a busy day today. Huh?
Yeah.
That's cool.
So if we have any other open PRs, we can merge them once it's deployed.
For balena sound?
Oh,
yeah.
Wait.
Yeah, I have one, but maybe I'll do it tomorrow.
Okay.
Tomas, do you have a script to unmark public on all of the labs org applications, or shall I do it? I mean, I'll always do it in the console anyway, but if you've got one ready.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me check the list again. Yeah.
Interesting.
Let me... No backsies.
No backsies. All right, so the cards are now all active, but if you go to one that isn't set up yet, it kind of dead ends.
Super cool.
No, that's not super cool.
Well, it's...
I think we're just in the middle of...
It's progress. Yeah.
Pull apps from Hub. Let's go.
Is InkyShot the only one that's live at the moment, or open at the moment?
No, there are a few that we're going to leave.
No.
Oh, okay. I just want to see what it looks like as you click through.
Is there a reason?
It's running.
Is there a reason that we do not allow users to change the public repository URL while their fleet is marked as public?
Well, I thought that if you put a wrong one or if you delete it, then it can be a problem, no?
So for the API, it's fine.
Because you will stop it.
Yeah, if they just change the field without revoking the public permission, the public setting.
It's done, Chris.
No, I mean if you write the wrong one, what is happening? What will happen?
It will prevent you.
If I give you a public URL which is not.
Is the app already public?
Yes.
Okay, and then you want to change the public URL without making it non-public. Cool, that's fine.
It's something wrong.
Do it. Fine. The API will catch it. I mean, that's why it took that much time.
Oh no, I said let's put this check in.
I see your point. Thanks for taking me.
Tomas, we should probably take off Kyle's ones and the Minecraft server, because they're going to take over their own apps, I think.
Shouldn't we transfer application or something like that?
There's nothing really to transfer, is there? Like if it was full of devices, then yeah, I could see why, but there's no devices.
Okay. Is
So
the
I'm
order
guessing-
Oh, there we go.
still
Yeah.
on?
Let me...
Oh, also, by the way, do we need app pages for blocks?
No.
Yeah.
Oh
so-
wait, we Oh yeah, we've taken the button off those cards, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we do.
So now they do load, but the map doesn't work. And the deploy with Balena wouldn't work, I guess.
Okay, yeah, we don't want app pages for blocks.
So should the call to action just be to the repo
Yeah.
for now?
Yeah, so the card, yeah, it doesn't need the button, but clicking on the card should just go to the repo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Phil. I'm so excited to see this app page. I keep refreshing.
Like you get a glimpse of it sometimes.
You can go to blocks and see blocks pages. They look the same.
Oh, that works. I like it. Do we always want to have a map? I know that's just like one of the goodies that we know we like, but
I think so.
On which one can I see a map?
you can, if you click on any of the blocks right now,
Blocks.
all the page elements load, but the map doesn't work.
Yeah, okay.
But you can see the intent.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
And is the count different for a block? Is it? I guess it's still like is it more like projects using the block?
I think, well, a lot of that page doesn't make sense for a block.
Yeah.
That's why we shouldn't have that page for blocks.
Got it.
Oh, the map is not loading on Hub because it's not like the API key is not.
Oh, it doesn't apply to that domain.
Yeah. Yeah. The page is working now, fine. So auto deploy is live. You can see the InkyShot project to see the devices count.
Oh.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, 9 devices.
Nice.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I see the glimpse of the dots on the map and then it disappears.
That's so cool.
This is super cool to see it coming together.
Yeah. All right, now
Yeah.
I have my app. I'm so sorry. I'm very impatient. I'm just excited.
Should we do the hour update, Andrew or Chris? What do you think?
I mean,
it's a 9th hour, so we could celebrate.
All right, PR's welcome.
Sure, I'll do it. If you're actually around for the 9th hour of this live stream, we are making incredible progress. We now have somewhat live updates to hub.balena.io, balenaHub. You'll see an updated contribution page. You'll see a net new how it works page. Those are more like info related. If you go to the apps tab, you'll see a number of open fleets that are now up. All the blocks are still there, and we're just like hammering out details, bug fixes and whatnot. But pretty neat to see. For instance, if you click on InkyShot, you can see the number of devices that are on that open fleet. And hopefully we get our map game back in working order, and you can kind of see where those other devices are located.
It's so like tantalizing because you see like a glimpse of the map with the dots on, and then
I
it just goes
know.
oops.
Yeah, it's nice.
It's all right. Progress.
Yeah. Look at that, the version number, the last updated. Oh, it's beautiful.
Okay, let's share. I'll share a screen just so there's some context. Share screen. There we go. Voila. For now.
Look at that.
It'll get
So
better.
cool.
Yeah, it's neat. So what's dictating the recommendations?
I think
at
it's
the
just
moment?
the first
It's
3
the-
from that org.
Yeah.
Oh, I've heard of Blank. They're a great builder. Pretty cool. Is this from Contract or GitHub?
Contract.
Hmm.
Same with the usage instructions.
Right on.
And it's even got the customized button, look, get inspired. Oh,
it's good.
It's cool.
I need to see, wait a second. Let me see this. Wow. This part's super cool.
Yeah.
Here you go, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure your balena YAML game is on point, okay? It's the most important part.
Octoprint has 2 devices as well, but they're both mine.
I need to update my YAML then for balena plant.
I created a PR that sorts the app by. I put the one without contract on the bottom.
Oh, cool.
The other, like the sorting by. What was it? By device count.
Yep.
That's too complicated for this moment.
Okay, fair enough.
Nice answer, by the way, Thomas.
So, are you incentivizing clean contract game? Because then you'll get put to the top.
I'm not saying that.
I am. I'm quoting Thomas.
So
Hello, David.
the validation is also the API part that does the validation for the repository URL is also in production. Essentially, it's everything is done other than billing, which is in progress.
We don't need billing for today, though, do we?
No, we don't, since we do track everything.
Yeah.
So, Chris, should I pull then Minecraft and Bookstack?
Yeah, I think
and
so. Pull
AdGuard.
and Pi-hole, yeah.
Pi-hole.
And then
So
when
we will
we
end up
turn,
with 3 apps. Octoprint
we'll
is
have-
also.
Octoprint's done. I've updated that one.
But isn't that Matthews?
Did it download image?
Or is
No,
that
that's
Balena?
Balena
Yeah,
is
yeah, Octobalena says.
Flodoris, are you okay with the UI PR? I can set 35.
Yeah, go for it.
This is the one I've been waiting for.
You're gonna finally get your screenshots, Andrew.
Yeah, well,
yeah, I'm really sorry, guys.
And switch my
no.
app over. No, dude, don't apologize, man.
Yeah.
We're just poking fun.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, we want to make sure we do it the right way too. No shortcuts. I want to start my first open fleet, Chris. That's what I want to do.
Rosetta at home looks nice. Like there are like 1,500 devices live. So
really?
1,500.
Yeah.
Oof.
I mean, on that one, we're saying we haven't got the active devices code working yet, so it's kind of wrong.
Oh.
Is it the
Because
ARM
we're
one?
saying 1,500 active devices in the last 28 days, but that's not. That's all the devices.
Yeah, this map tease thing's really like, no, I want to see all 5,300 devices.
Should we update the Rosetta apps?
I thought that was our last
No.
milestone.
Yeah, that's the one
I've
Chris
purposefully
gets to
not
do
been
it.
doing it.
Yeah,
Okay.
right above Mark.
That's the one where Chris screen shares and carefully
Oh, jeez.
follows every step.
Well, speaking of which, I mean, a lot of we had 40 apps on Hub. We're slowly bringing back up open fleets. What's the plan to reach out to the other owners to tell them? I mean, some of them are on the show or the stream and they know what to do, but how are we following up with the other project owners?
Yeah, we have a list of all the owners, so the idea is to contact them when they want.
Yeah, they have to be.
So yeah, I prepare the list, and tomorrow my morning, so your night, it will be the time to contact them, pointing you the blog post that you're preparing and the documentation. So
cool.
But I guess if people just want to figure it out on their own, and they're watching this, they should be able to find the options in the dashboard very soon.
Yep. Once you see that, and your contract game is A+, you should be good to go. That's what I'm gonna work on now.
You working on the contract game for Balena Plant?
Yeah, boy.
Balena Plant?
Look at that beautiful Argentinian sunset.
yeah, Tomas, it's beautiful, the sunset.
Oh, you like it?
Yeah. Dude,
oh crap! It's actually insane.
Yeah.
Usually,
yeah,
turned around.
Usually,
yeah,
I'm
just
no.
that's the camera,
serious right
please.
now. Look at that.
Let me see if I can.
Beautiful.
No. Oh, it doesn't show.
I mean, we can sort of see.
Argentinian sunset's the name of Tomas's Instagram filter, too, by the way.
I'm gonna try and take a picture.
I'm gonna take a picture of you taking a picture. You ready?
Yeah. I'm going to take a screenshot of Andrew taking a photo of almost taking a picture.
Yeah. There you go.
Hold on.
What's with this theme of like balenistas playing with Windows this week?
Wait a sec, sorry.
Yeah. Hold on, taking a picture. Taking a picture of the screen.
Oh, wrong person.
Yeah. Is this how you do it? Is this how you take a screenshot?
It's beautiful out there. Look at that. Pinks, oranges. Oh crap. Well, don't drop your phone, man.
Yeah. Whoa.
Exactly. That looks like the same dangerous level than David getting into his roof on flip-flops.
That wasn't dangerous.
There were no spiders or scorpions on the roof, right?
There's a ton of them up there, actually.
Gross. On your roof?
Oh, yeah. I love it up there.
Are you kidding me? Yes.
So nice and hot up there. They love it.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oops, sorry.
All right, I got it. Did you get it?
The picture of you taking a picture? Yeah, I think he got it.
Yeah. I'm gonna share it now. Let me see. What?
Andrea, Thomas, another PR where we redirect the blocks to their GitHub pages instead of the app page.
Yep. Just give me 2 seconds. Let's see another problem. By the way.
Chris, so that LED dance music video?
Yeah.
It seriously makes me want to read up on the Gladiator docs. Yeah, I want to learn how to do that. That timing is so good.
Yeah.
It'd
I think that's probably outside the scope of Gladiator.
You think so?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I have to do some research then. I'll
You
ask.
need the, what's that other one that Billy was using?
Yeah,
or
I
trying
was
to
gonna
use?
say I'll ask him.
Fade Candy? Or no, that's the one.
No, that's the controller board.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, can we add the
sorry, work talk.
API key to the maps If someone has access to it. Oh, sorry, the domain in the maps.
I have no access for this.
Okay.
I don't know who would have access to that.
Maybe Carlo? I'm not sure if he's still there.
I will share Thomas' photo if that's okay.
Nice shot.
Yeah.
Wow.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not bad at all.
Oh, jeez.
This is the pizza that you're gonna have for dinner tonight, Thomas?
No, I had pizza yesterday. My wife said, like, take care of dinner. I want to eat something healthy. So I went and bought a pizza.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, look, there's a lot of healthy options there. Hold on a minute. Is vegetables over there? I see tomatoes. Yeah, of course. No problem.
Do you think anyone actually makes it into like this deep into the video when they're watching it back? Like if you're watching this moment on a replay, like many months later, leave a comment.
No, I don't think so.
No.
It'll happen. It'll happen.
Can't believe.
Chris, did you see on the forum some guy told you happy birthday in Portuguese?
Did they?
Yeah, it's on the balena plant forum post. I checked on it because Allison pinged me. She was like, "Hey, someone left a comment on the project post." I was like, "All right, I'll go answer it." And I'm like, "Oh, I should see what's going on over there." And then some dude wrote to you in Portuguese. So I wrote to him back using Google Translate. I hope I got it right.
Mourinho.
Mm-hmm. What a kind
But
guy.
He said happy birthday on February the 14th. Is that what he said?
That's such a birthday.
I don't know. Maybe the translator got it wrong. Let's see. So,
I'm going to try it. Oh, it says good. Oh, yeah, it does say happy birthday.
it might be wrong. I wonder if it's. I don't know.
Feliz aniversario, I think it's in Portuguese.
Parabéns. Happy birthday. Hey, you know what?
Wait, for February 14th, that's Valentine's.
It's like if you take the S off the end, it changes to congratulations.
Maybe that's what you meant.
I like
hey, you know what?
Better.
We'll take the good vibes.
Yeah, I'll take the good vibes.
Yeah. Amit showed me a prototype the other day.
Quail, here comes a quail.
Oh,
hold on.
Okay.
Nope, he turned around.
What?
I think it's time for an update. Andrew, how's the construction work going?
Yeah.
What's the latest?
The latest is I'm on track to having our hall bathroom again, which is great. Oh, I was going to say, Amit showed me a prototype the other day of our discourse to blog integration, and that is going to be amazing.
Babies. There's 1, 2, 3 babies. Okay, so,
dude,
sorry.
Are these wild quails?
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
Walking
out. Talk about work here.
Yeah.
Let's talk about birds. Go ahead.
Yeah, a flock of quail just went by the front window, like right in front of me. 2 adults, I assume a mom and a dad, and 4 little babies, like yay big, tiny little guys. Okay, go on. That's all. That's the update.
For those of you who watched this far and got to that point, please leave a comment.
Leave a comment that
we
says,
can-
"Hey,
give you
with your
some
quails
swag or
are cool."
something.
So the backstory is I've been trying to get a picture of quail for about 3 or 4 days now, ever since we had the bird thread going on, and I could not get a picture of quail, and finally some just go strolling by. So I was very excited.
Okay. Nice.
Jasmine's still awake.
Whoever worked on and Stinky Shot balena YAML file is contract goals. I'm using it in the blog post. It's beautiful. Is that you, Chris, or Kat? Who did it?
Which one?
Stinky Shot.
I don't know. I think I wrote the description.
YAML goals. Hey, Jasmine. Jasmine, we turned your start of the doc and the notes and the talking points, and they're now on Hub. You can see the updated how to contribute page and the new how it works page. They still need some design love, but it's a start. You should check it out. Oh, and the FAQs. Thank you for getting all that started. Fleet CTA. Okay. Oh, man. I think I need a nap. I read it phonetically, and I'm like, what the heck is Fleekta? I get it now.
I suppose it should have had a dash in there. Really.
Yeah, you couldn't have afforded a dash.
Yeah.
It's fine.
My
It's
bad.
another
My
balena band name to add to the list.
Fleekta.
Fleekta.
I'm refreshing aggressively, but nothing in the UI yet.
I know.
Where's that?
I know,
where's
I
that
know.
bulldozer? Where's that bulldozer?
They're still working on it, man.
No, he said he
I'm
pushed.
merging.
He's yeah. I'm waiting.
Yeah, I pushed it, and
Right.
it's still building.
Yeah.
At the end of the build, I have to release it actually because there is no auto deploy on the balena dashboard.
Gotcha. After I heard
It's a
you
manual
say
auto deploy.
manual auto, got it.
Only balenaHub. Meantime, I was trying to fix the download model button.
Chris, I thought of you the other day. I drove by my in-laws' house, and there's a truck, and it had I'd say 2 stories high of pallet board, because
nice.
there's apparently a wood shortage here in America. It's more of a supply clog. It's not really like a shortage. Anyway, come at me in the comments. Anyway, this is 2-story high pile of pallets tied to a truck with a cable tie, and then a 1-story high pile. They went on a hunt, man.
Yeah.
So I don't know what your record is with your dad, where you told me the other time.
I've never had that many.
Yeah.
Not in one go.
This guy looked like he raided an IKEA or something. Took all the shipment pallets.
That stuff cleans up really nice.
Does.
With some wax and some stain or wood dye. Cleans up really good.
You guys are deep into the hardwood scene.
Yeah. Well, this is softwood, I think.
Yeah. You gotta make sure you pull the nails out too. That's the biggest newbie mistake. They get pallet from someone, they break it down, and they don't clean it up properly. And then they put their saw through it, and it's like spark.
Yeah.
Sorry. See you, Jasmine. Thank you for the help and the support.
Oh, Mitt's out. His internet's gone down.
No.
What? Oh no.
Yeah, it's 4 a.m., right? So it's legit that the internet goes down.
Yay. Wait, no. Yay or no?
I'm so
confused.
Yeah.
Wait, did we celebrate or not?
Yay or no?
I don't know.
What am I celebrating or panicking?
Yeah, let's do it. I was about to celebrate it. Yeah, let's celebrate. A BR got merged.
Yay!
Or did it?
No.
That's the thing. Oh no, it was an old one. Never mind.
Okay. Do we know who can fix the map? Like, do we need to find someone who's got access to that?
Is it normal that in balenaHub now I just see 6 apps?
Yeah.
Yep, that's right.
Okay. I just lost a bit.
Yeah, we need the ops
Ooh,
for
look.
that.
Look at that sorting.
Yeah, I see it. Nice.
Always looking out for number one.
Thomas, you can approve another PR if you want.
Can what, sorry?
You can check another PR if you want. The download image button.
Oh, I saw that one.
Yeah, I don't know if you're okay with it. I can just merge it. Meanwhile, UI, where are you? Still building. Seriously? Please. Okay, so I will order a pizza meanwhile.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Remember, this one is 25% work, 75% celebrating. So we need to stay here for like, what is it, like 36 more hours celebrating.
You know it. Be here.
I think my math is off, but who cares?
Oh. Go.
I will approve it, Andrea, but my React game is non-existent. Well, merged.
Approvado.
Aprobado. Okay, so now we also have the download image. We just missed the UI. UI is still building.
Let's do a rebase here.
Serious.
So can we move the add application page to done? I think so, yeah.
I think so, but we've got some issues with it, haven't we?
Yeah.
I'll ping operations about the maps API key.
Okay. First.
So hard at work. It's quiet. All right. Oh, I'm ready. Plant is ready.
Okay.
Is that a Unicode emoji heart that is supported in the Balena YAML?
It is.
Hot dog, man. You're just A+ contract game.
Wait. Emojis are supported in there?
Nope. David, you didn't hear any of that.
Oh boy.
Please don't.
Okay. All right. I didn't hear anything.
Don't break anything.
R.I.P.
Guys, we have the settings page in the dashboard Balena Cloud.
Alright.
Now the problem is that we miss a string, and in 2 minutes I will fix this. I mean, the fix will appear. But anyway, you can start to test if you.
Oh, sweet.
If you want.
No way.
Awesome.
Hold on.
Is this a first milestone complete?
There is a string not defined. No, I'm sorry about this, but
Share
the fix will appear in maximum 2 minutes.
All right, hang on a minute.
Oh, it probably already fixed. Okay, nice. It's already fixed.
Wow, that's effective, man.
Super.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Nice job. Oops, sorry.
Beautiful.
Look at this stuff.
Yep.
That was really easy, actually. I don't know why it took so long to make.
I mean, this is the thing. It highlights the things that take a long time, doesn't it? When they don't need to. It's like it seems like we keep getting caught up with builds and tests and checks.
Like 3 hours for the SDK part. So
yeah, that's crazy.
Even more easier. But anyway.
Nice work, though. Look at that. Oh, it looks way better.
Yep.
Well, Chris, you already had this one in queue anyway, right? So I'm not going to do this one, Stellarium, but just wanted to see.
No, yeah, you can do it.
From here?
Yeah, we want to see what happens, actually. Yeah, I think
So
I agree.
if you break it, you will need to stay.
All right.
There it is. Look, that's cool. Look at that.
Well, hold on. Where are you looking? Hold on. You're in the hub. Yeah.
Where are you? Where's the stuff?
Yeah. Hold on a minute. I'm like, wait, what
wrong
are you?
hub?
Stellarium. And you got balenaHub, you got your
There you
application.
go. Nice work.
Yoo-hoo.
Awesome.
That's legit.
Wow.
Now just try to open the application.
Yeah, you might want to rename your organization.
Yeah.
And Night Sky Viewer. Click on Night Sky Viewer, please.
Oh no, David, look at your instructions.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
What happened to your instructions, David?
How did you do that?
Why are you screaming at my face, David?
Wait, how did you pull that off? Because there's no way to dictate size.
I didn't do any.
Oh,
yeah.
Hang on a minute.
You need to add extra whenever you want to break line. You need to add an extra one. Does it make sense? It doesn't, but that's the way it is.
Where's that coming from?
The YAML.
Coming from
Balena YAML.
Yeah.
So you need to add one new line. After that.
One break.
Yeah.
That's
Break.
funny.
Whatever.
Can we make a few changes to the app page before we call it a day? Like it looks like Amit didn't get around to implementing the share this stuff, so we could just comment it out.
Redirect to blocks and get a click. We still have an open PR from.
Oh, do we? Oh, that's all.
From Amit actually. There is a GitHub.
I had to revise that one, so it's retesting.
Okay, and what's the other problem, Chris?
Let's have a look. So
PR's
the
not working.
share this buttons in the top corner are not linked up yet, so we can probably just comment them out for now. And on the app card underneath the map, it's missing the org name, but that's not a huge deal. I guess it's probably an easy fix.
Okay, in the bottom card. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not taking.
So that one is missing the organization. Okay, and so let me fix this.
And the share this buttons, like we can just comment them out if they're not ready. But and then we just need to get that API key added, or the referrer, but I'm not sure who can do that. I've pinged Anton in case he's around and can do it. I guess Carlo's offline.
What button are you referring to, Chris? Sorry.
Above the map on the right-hand side, there's the share this icons. Yeah, David's got it.
There is four. There is a. Oh, share this. Okay. In the social. Okay. Sorry. Seen it. Okay, let me fix this. Refinance.
So, can I try adding a device to David's application then? It's gonna.
The updating the YAML is not being reflected. Do I have to push that in order to trigger a rebuild? Okay.
You would have to, yeah. So it uses the YAML from the latest release. So if you change the YAML, you have to make another release.
Okay.
I'm going to try. What does this app even do? Like, do I need a screen to plug it into?
Yeah. I mean, if you're just testing to see if it comes online, no, you don't.
No, I want to test the whole thing. I'm going to. See if this works.
It's nice. This was on the possible list of the actually.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Oh no! I get error downloading application image.
Uh-oh.
No. Wait.
Okay.
What? Server responded with a proofer.
No, I'm not sure why the by is not showing, like the by author. It's super weird.
For this?
Yep.
Actually, it seems like if I remove the auth token, it gives me error server, blah, blah, blah. The one that Chris just mentioned.
Did you try that? Do we have fault for COVID there? Can you try that for that app? Maybe there's
Yep.
something
I'll try.
specific to that one.
No, I've tried pretty much all the apps that we have.
Yeah, I get the same error on the fault for COVID one, yeah.
Oh, okay, got it. No way. No. No, apparently the image maker needs a token or at least a value. Let me check. Well, I can add mine for today if needed, and then we can.
Well, I got the line break, but it's still.
Can you share again your balena YAML? Right. No, but give a real break.
Real end break.
Yeah. Delete the
A real empty line.
Yeah. Yeah, delete this. Yeah.
Erase that and hit enter.
Okay. Yeah, like that. Yeah. And if you want, give. Yeah. Yeah, that should be okay. You need to push again.
Yeah, it's all right.
I'm trying to find the sketch to update the status, right? So we should be able to
pull balena push.
I wouldn't sweat it. Here, this will make people feel better. We'll just turn it off.
Adrian, why do we have a useless token in there? Andrea?
Sorry guys, give me just 2 seconds.
Man, I must be getting tired. I added some weird stuff to like one of my lines so that the logo wasn't loading. It also might be all this industrial drilling. Like, how do I do this? Almost there. I added plant, but my metadata is funky. I'm fixing that.
Back.
So,
what do you think for this?
Remove the underscore token and make sure that the version that you're passing is non-ESR, because currently that's what I'm getting.
Remove the underscore token from where?
Yes, from the form. Make it not be posted.
Yeah, but I have to remove it from rendition then. it will take a lot of time.
Can you at least try?
So, okay. Sorry?
Can you try at least posting it empty?
I cannot post it empty. The download image requires it. That's the problem.
Yeah, it should be optional.
Yeah.
Optional lens.
I know. So that's why I'm saying, if you want, I can push mine, or for now, and tomorrow morning I will fix it. And otherwise,
What's yours?
My token.
No.
So
I didn't hear that.
Okay. Just one second. I don't know, guys. The change will require at least 1 hour, so because I have to open up Yarrow and rendition and all the stuff. If I at least can eat something and then come back on this, I'll have a bit more something in mind, because it requires really a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's super late. I think if we can just leave it in a way that's, I don't know, how can we leave it so it's not as broken? What if we change the call to action button to just perform the deploy with balena action for now? And then in the morning, when we can get that through so the image maker's accessible, then we switch it back.
Sounds good. Where's the deploy with balena button actually?
Well, on the design, we've changed it to fork this app.
I wonder why is it needed? Because I remember like last week or the other I tested this, and like with the URL I could download an image and join without a token.
No, it's I'm okay with this. The problem is that I thought that the image maker was requiring a not token.
Oh wait.
I was pretty sure.
Wait.
Uh-oh, the Doors has figured it out.
Just add a non-ESR version and it will work today, as it is. No rendition changes.
A non-ESR version?
Yeah, currently, the form in balenaHub, for Rosetta at home at least, ARM, posts an ESR version. Not sure how, it shouldn't.
The default for this one is not on ESR.
I mean, just go check the form.
Yeah, but I'm not using the form that we use on Rosetta. Food for COVID.
Okay, just go to balenaHub on Rosetta at home ARM, open the model, and go inspect the form inside the model. The version is an ESR one.
Oh yeah, I see it. It is for me as well.
I'm not sure if it will work with a bad token. Provision properly, but at least you can download it if you put a valid version, a non-ESR. Actually,
what's a valid version? Like, I'll try downloading it and flashing it.
You can replace it with just latest in there. Okay. The hidden image value, I mean.
Yep.
Let's support this version.
How did you manage actually to get that?
Yep, it's downloading the image.
Oh, because we do expose the ESR versions. But we just don't allow provisioning with them, right?
I fixed the missing author from more from section.
Oh, nice one.
Oh, I was.
There's the PR.
Okay. Well, yeah, I was doing the same PR actually.
Oh, I beat you.
No, don't worry, don't worry. I was doing it in the same stuff. That's why. The same PR, but.
So in balenaHub, I guess we just need to change get all OS versions to filter, do an additional filter right after on OS type default, right?
1 second, I'm not really following, to be honest. Let me try to get the OS version. Nice type, filter version for uptype. Set phase versions.
David, it says here that you live on a highway.
I live on a highway?
Yeah, if you look at the Stellarium map, you live on
the map wasn't
on the 51.
Hold on a minute.
51 and almost the 101.
Share screen. I mean, that's relatively true, but where am I looking? Where did that
The
thing
US everything
go?
is a highway, right?
Where are you seeing? It didn't. The map didn't work for me. Oops, something went wrong.
I'm running it
something went
locally.
wrong. Ah.
Oh.
The map's not working yet.
Yeah, you have to take a screenshot just at the moment that the map
Yeah. It renders for like a second.
This is the 10-hour challenge.
Yeah.
Sorry, you need the premium account for
Right
that.
there. Whoa.
Hey Tomas, will you actually take me a local copy screenshot with the map working?
How are you doing that, Andrew?
Is this serious?
Wait, does
No,
that work?
Tomas can help you on that.
Yeah, just so I can stage and just like at least like see the real deal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm not joking.
Yeah, I mean the other way to do it would be come over here. Yep, it's about right.
I dropped it in Flowdoc.
Chris, can you confirm me that if you change device type and you put it back, it works for you as well?
Change device type and put it back. What do you mean?
So you open the model, you change the device type to something else, and then you put it the default one as it was.
Okay.
Where is yours, Chris? Why is it not online yet? What's the hold up here?
Just flashing the image right now. Do you want me to try downloading an image, Andrea? Like I can change between the two device types, and that's fine. Okay, all right, I'll try it.
It should be at least. So I don't know if the device type selected is the Raspberry Pi 3, then you select the 4 and you put the Raspberry Pi 3 back again.
on the plus side, that build did complete, and the text is now regular sized. Maybe I should update that.
No, I'm seeing an error, Andrea. They could not download application image again. Let me just try and see what's causing that. Oh, hang on, it's an ESR version still.
Can download it. We can check out.
Does it matter what my default device type is here in the application? Because my default is in fact ESR.
No, it shouldn't.
I think it seems to work for me no matter what, as long as I go into the form and change the version to latest, then it works fine. But if I don't do that, it's unhappy.
But it provisions.
I'm just trying the provision.
Oh.
Is there a certain utility you prefer to use when flashing an SD card?
Andrea, can you test this one?
The problem is that I cannot replicate it anymore for some reason.
Yes, my device is provisioned into David's app, I think.
Awesome.
Really?
Looks like it has.
There, share screen. Share. Now, will this refresh live? That's not going to. Let's just refresh the page. 2 active devices, yeah.
So in your dashboard, do you see?
Yeah.
I guess you should.
Late song. It is late.
So provision's okay if I set the version to latest. Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
That is pretty awesome.
The fix for the more from is merged already. Is there another fix we need to deploy? Oh yeah, the map.
Yeah, the map is. That's
but is that
like the key needs to be added on the Google side. Okay. I don't know if we can actually fix it. But yeah, I don't know if there's any change we can make.
So I guess we can deploy.
It was only the commenting out the share icons was the other thing. I don't know if anyone's done that.
Well, if you open the page with Firefox, it actually opens.
What,
Or
the share?
maybe I'm...
Or the map?
Let me try again.
Do you want me to just comment it out?
I'm assuming it's not built. Like, I'm assuming it's not built rather than it's built but not working. I assume Amit he didn't get to that yet.
Yeah,
so
the
in
icons
that
are
case,
there,
just
but
comment it out. Yeah.
Let me see if it works.
Oh, yours works.
Yeah, in local mode.
Yeah,
look at that map.
Oh, local mode. Yeah. I mean, there aren't that many active devices.
Yeah, it works for like a split second.
We need to do the 28-day thingy.
No, for the receiving news is not working.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm fixing it.
All right. PR for removing the social share icons. It's up.
Okay, I can review that one. Andrew, is your YAML broken? Is he still here?
Yeah,
Oh, there
I'm
he is.
here. Yeah, it was just some dumb spacing. And now I have like a merge conflict. Oh, I'll clean it up. I'm also like, I could just pick one task and do it. I'm getting torn between a couple.
Yeah. I've put the LED pixel controller live, but I'm not sure it's working yet.
Oh crap. So Dori, I'm going to rebase your PR because it's outdated.
No, don't do it.
Don't? Okay.
Yeah, it's not working yet.
All right.
Just rebase and push. It should be working.
I hate it when this happens. Like there are two PRs, and the one that finishes first will make the other one out of date. So the CI processes that are running are useless.
Keep a note of all these friction points.
We actually did have auto rebase. I don't know why it stopped working.
Auto rebase?
Auto rebase, yeah. Whatever was approved.
What's that? What's that supposed to do?
When pull request was already approved and was outdated, it would automatically do balena rebase.
Oh.
We did have that. I really don't know why we don't now. Adrian, can you give it a try?
Yep, I was trying another stuff, but like 3 years.
Seems to work.
Try. Oh shit. It was okay.
Oh, I should have been using the enum.
Is it working for you? I guess for me it's not. Let me see if I did something wrong. Oh, sorry. Okay. Nope. Fuck, I'm trying always the wrong one. Yes, it's working now. Okay.
Okay, give me a sec. I'm just pushing again.
Can we just do not check for ES servers? You can just remove it, right? After this?
Remove what?
Oh, you already did it. Okay, nothing. SES servers.
Final push.
Yep.
You guys ready for the stretch code?
Done.
Why is there a Docker file on the hub repo? Anyone knows?
Did you say why?
Yeah.
I was assuming that's how it's deployed. but I don't know for sure.
Uses open balena base as base image.
Oh.
Very interesting. I ask because that's the CI check that takes the most. The longer, sorry. The Docker build. So Carlo added it. So probably you are right. Add Docker file to create service image.
So Thomas, is yours in or nearing?
Is my what?
Is your pull request in or nearing to be in?
It should be about done. Like it's been running the Docker builds check for 5 or 10 minutes.
Andrea, can you take an extra look?
Yep.
Hey Chris, do you want to check out my YAML? I'm not quite sure why it doesn't.
I want to check out your YAML.
Thanks. In the private chat.
You're sliding your YAML into my DMs.
I am. Correct.
Smooth.
Yeah. That's a t-shirt right there. Like I don't.
The YAML slider is back.
Yep. I had some spacing issues at first when I updated it, and then I thought I fixed them. But
is this for your planting?
Yeah. Or am I just impatient and it takes a minute to catch up?
Wait, where have you put it?
I put it in the private chat.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
You have no releases with contracts, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, the YAML looks fine.
Right.
So, have you pushed again after you updated the YAML?
No.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You can tell because your app is sorted last, which means there is no.
So if I just push it to default, that's fine. Like it just needs a balena push.
Yep. Or you can use deploy with balena. The buttons.
Okay.
So are we waiting on these 2 PRs and that's it?
Yep.
Oh, and the maps. What? Is there anything we can do about the map?
I'm not sure what we can do about the map. Anton says he doesn't have access, and I guess the ops team is all asleep.
Those Greeks want to sleep.
Doris. Not all of them are up all night like you. How many Red Bulls have you had?
Come on, just one.
Yeah,
Still on
right.
just one.
No way.
Created the
I don't
monster
believe
last
it. I don't
last
believe
release
that.
Only one? Are you sure?
Ate some water. Be right back.
Yay, Thomas. Yours should be in.
Yeah. Oh no, the map is not working even locally.
Uh-oh, you broke it.
What did you change? The API keys or?
Nothing. It pull.
All right.
Oh, so did I get caught up? Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I've got to drop. I have to go pick up
worries.
children from school. So,
Yeah, that's very important.
Yeah, I can't exactly leave them there. It's 3:30.
So you don't want to be that parent.
No, they're going to be standing out on the curb. Anyone? So, all right. Good luck. Don't stay too much longer. I'm looking at the clock. You're at 10 and a half hours already. I don't know how much. Fedora said he had 1 Red Bull. I don't know if that's true or not, but if it is true, I don't know. You better wind it down pretty soon here.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I will catch you guys later. Good stuff. I mean, we did in fact deploy from mine over to Chris's, so some success there.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us, David.
Yep. All right. Bye, you guys.
Ciao.
Bye.
Bye, David.
Bye, guys.
Ciao, David.
See ya.
Can I run our base on your PR, Todris?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Okay. The version is not out.
I thought you were checking.
Yeah, I'm just checking continuously. Waiting for the version commit to appear.
Test bot. Today is particularly slow, I don't know why.
How many PRs have we put through today?
A lot.
Many.
We got the version. Let's rebase it.
2, 3, 4,
Yeah,
5, 6.
I'm pushing
7,
actually.
8,
Don't.
9.
No, not do that. No worry. I'll leave you
12.
every.
Done.
13 PRs for balenaHub only. And I'm sure
Okay.
Todoris had like 13 other PRs, at least.
Let's have a look and see how many are on the API.
Merged shows 22. But I guess... Is anyone else other than me adding pull requests in
22 in the
the
API?
release party project?
I was adding issues in there, so I think some of them are issues. They're not all pull requests, are they?
Okay, and all of those have my face on them. 22, nice.
Let me see how many are on the API.
20. That's it, 22, I think.
So did I get stuck there because I hadn't pushed or built a release since we changed the contract set?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. I'll add it to the post in case someone else is like dusting off an app they haven't worked on in a while.
Okay, now we're just waiting 10 minutes and we're done. Maybe.
That's the last time I heard that on a release party, that was 3 + 3 extra hours, right?
Don't say that.
It works very good to submit applications. So yeah, I know tomorrow I will contact the developers from the community who submitted apps in order to update their applications.
Are you gonna do probably like a happy hour episode or something, like a how-to?
Yeah, but probably we will do it next week, so we will have everything more polished. If that makes sense to you.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
That
we
might be a
were
good
talking.
one. You can get like
Yeah.
people queued up or something. You can do it live and get help.
Absolutely. And maybe we can bring some ambassadors. Yeah, we can bring again Alex from MRD with his new voice. And
Can
there is
you edit? Oh, here it is. Thanks, guys.
one thing that is missing for me, but maybe that's not an issue. It's like on the YAML file, on the default device type, it doesn't. Okay, it needs to be repeated on the supported device types. No.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that again?
So the default device type needs to be repeated on the supported device types list. Is that correct? Before it was repeated, not now.
Have you got an example? Like which app are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm looking at the basic station, for example. So this is the I didn't touch this. But yeah.
So you've got default device type Pi3, but then supported Pi3 64, Pi4 64, and Fin. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yep. Yeah, I think you're right.
But maybe it makes sense to repeat it. I don't know. So if you click on get the device, the Raspberry Pi 3 doesn't, 32 bits doesn't appear. But that's an issue that I can introduce tomorrow. Oh, I don't know if it's an issue.
Well, it's kind of weird to say this is my default device type, but it's not actually supported.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no. Maybe it's not an issue, and we had these open, on the previous version.
Yeah, like I can't remember how we did it before.
I always thought you had to do it again because it's like there's the list of supported devices and there's the one you default to, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how I always interpreted it. Sorry, I was like looking at something else.
No problem.
All right, I fixed plant. That's so silly. I was getting cute and like cleaning up my YAML, and I added some just weird extra spaces.
Yeah, I'm looking at my projects and I've said like default device type Raspberry Pi, and then I've also included Raspberry Pi in the supported device types.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah. So maybe that's mine. I don't know. I don't remember that because I think that the logo at the end is there. I don't know.
I hope balena did not get rate limited.
Oh no! Don't say that.
That was.
Yeah, I'm seeing some 503 errors.
Oh. It works on GPC or to get restarted?
What was that?
No, I meant when it's the counter restarted, you know, at what time zone it's working.
I think I'm not following.
No, I was joking.
Sorry.
So you're building your toilet. So I read a tweet long time ago, Andrew, on your timeline. So are you creating sensors for your future toilet, or?
Yeah. Yes, some sort of like water sensor.
Looking forward to get you on the IoT happy hour and explain your experience.
Maybe like
and get more.
Maybe after I fix it in like a year after, so it's more of a funny story and not a painful event. It's still a painful event status.
Okay, you don't want to remember that, right? Yet.
So if we can't find anyone to help us with the map situation, do we roll that back or like just put some kind of like background for now?
Well, I'm guessing Ops will be able to fix it like first thing in the morning, which is what, like 8 hours from now for them.
Yep.
So
Okay.
we can probably just wait until then.
All right. And then you were saying the share buttons didn't work, and then Sidori said they do work.
No, I don't think they've been coded. Tomas has done a PR to comment them out, which should be in progress somewhere. Like whether
Which
it's
PR?
testing the one to remove the share buttons or comment them out.
Oh, it's merged.
Okay, so we're
But
just waiting.
we can
for
wait
deploy on that
for.
one.
Yeah, we can wait on Todori's PR to deploy once only.
Mm-hmm. Oh, are we still auto manual PR?
Yeah.
Auto manual merge deploy, even whatever it is. How many different repos is this project involved? like I can think of 5. It's like
At
hub,
least 5, yep.
UI, rendition, SDK, API.
Add OpenBalena as well.
6.
Why do I have this feeling that I need to I want to pad my open fleet numbers now. I'm gonna get
You're
everyone.
gonna add your own devices.
Yeah. That is kind of cool though. You get that feeling of hey, can I build a big fleet? Who's gonna join me? Is my project worthy enough? Interesting enough? It's cool.
Yeah, like I've already, like the apps that I've put on, I've moved my devices into the open fleet. So like the LED pixel controller's got 1 device in it, and that's my actual device.
Tomas, if you actually make that white noise app, I'll let my daughter use it.
I'll do it tomorrow.
She loves this one. It's by this company called TM Soft. But she thinks they're saying it's Tim Soft, like a man named Tim Soft. She's always like, can I have
Mr. Soft?
Yeah, she's like, can I have Tim Soft's white noise? I was like, sure. So now she could say,
Yeah.
I would like Tomas's white noise. They're like, okay.
Yeah.
The preferred 5-year-old app.
It's a lot better.
Yeah. 5 out of 5 5-year-olds approve.
Andrew, like a pro hack for you, you can rename your organization to A-Dogs Epic Apps or something.
How do I do that?
In the dashboard.
Go
Go to the dashboard,
preferences,
organization, click the org, and then there's an edit one.
Oh my gosh, you're right. Wow, my brain. No good. What was our fake plant company, Tomas? It was like Plant Co, Dumb Plant Co.
No, I don't remember.
I'll go with Chris's recommendation. A-Dog's Plant Emporium.
So while we wait for
Yes. So good.
While we wait for the CI.
Oh, it updated.
We wait for the CI to be fixed.
Bingo, to say that. Yeah.
While we wait, I think it's time for our sponsor, Squarespace. Squarespace is the all-in-one solution, blah, blah, blah.
We could have built balenaHub on Squarespace in 15 minutes using one of the predefined templates.
Use the code.
Isn't our sponsor truly GitHub today?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. And Red Bull.
And Red Bull. Fedori only drinks
Cheapest
tall boy
sponsorship.
Red Bulls. Wait, do you drink the tall boys, Fedori? Do they ship those over to you?
Is there a tall boys?
Yeah, there's a tall
ones.
Is it the bigger one or the smaller one?
Yeah, the bigger one.
Oh, yeah, you don't. He doesn't.
I try to stick on just one per day and just a small one.
Man,
So you're trying to quit.
You sound like a recovering addict.
He's one. When we had our kiddo, we had a lot of sleep trouble, and I was hooked for a little bit. I can taste the tang. I know that one note that Red Bull has, that flavor. Oh, I can feel it back of my tongue. I know exactly what it is. So Thedori, next summit, you and me, it's like vodka Red Bull. Is that it? Do you mix
vodka?
Vodka Red Bull, yeah, that's a college kid drink. I haven't had that since.
Yeah, we do it here too.
Vodka Red Bull, yeah. I go
We
for
do with Ursus.
You ever
Not
tried
vodka.
Fernet, Andrew?
Try what? Sorry.
Fernet.
Fernet.
What?
The
serious,
mouthwash of liqueurs.
Shut up.
But I'm sure that Dolores is a boss of the Uso.
So we do it with this. The Ursus router, the red one.
Ursus, yeah.
Ursus
The
router.
red one.
Ooh, that looks Russian.
You don't mess with the bear, man.
No.
I want one.
Yeah.
I'm guessing this button that says add to cart. Is that correct?
Probably. Yeah.
I'll use Google Translate. What are you gonna tell me? Translate to English. Add to cart. Yeah. Let's do this.
Is the CI even running?
No.
Nope.
Oh,
really? Are you serious?
No. I mean, yes. We're serious. CI is not running at the moment. Anton is fixing it.
Hey, we might surpass release party 1.
No.
Dude, I think it was 11 hours, 20 something minutes, 27 minutes.
Was it?
I'll tell you what.
The first?
If
the first
not
release party
12
was 11 hours?
It's something like that.
Yeah, I'll look it up right now. Don't believe me?
I'm just saying, if Chris, are you an admin of the balenaHub repo? Because you could merge with your admin superpowers.
Without waiting the CI.
I mean, that's an option.
You should have texted him that. You can't just say that out loud and then have him take the
no,
dark
I'm not. That's not even an option.
This is being recorded.
That's the dark side.
Yeah, but no one's going to watch 10 hours and 48.
If you watch this, leave a comment, please.
But it would still not work. Because you depend on Balena CI for it to get the new version. The version commit.
Deploy?
And do the
Oh,
deploy.
yeah, that's a true story. Yeah.
Everyone now sad because we can't use admin superpowers.
How long was it, Andrew?
I'm trying to find it. We have so many videos. Holy moly. Goodness gracious. Where's one? Oh, here we go. 11 hours, 38 minutes, 40 seconds.
11 hours.
What's
I don't want to beat the record.
No.
I don't want to either. They're so close. No.
What was the release party 1 again?
It was the device metrics in the dashboard.
Yeah.
Oh, the device metrics. 11 hours. Okay.
Yeah, that was a long one. I think it felt longer because like the final 3 hours were just waiting for tests. So whereas this one, whereas this one, at least we've been busy with stuff the whole time.
Yeah, that's
CI
true.
start again.
All right.
I mean,
CI is back.
Come on,
It seems so. It seems so.
Oh.
You're right. Yep.
Yes, the CI is back.
Let's do it. Rebase, retest.
We just missed the build, and then
don't do anything.
This should be auto-deployed actually. You don't want to write balena CI retest, maybe?
No, it works.
No.
Keep it as it.
I will fly to Europe and kill you if you do that.
Are you sure I'm in Europe? 100%, Thomas?
Yeah.
It's getting feisty.
The church bell.
Yeah, gave it away.
All in Europe. All in Milan. I've also sent you the Google Maps position before, so yeah.
Milan. Is there anyone in Italy but not in Milan?
I don't think so. think that all the Italian are in Milan at the moment. Well, Giovanni is not in Italy at all, but
he's in London. Yeah.
Yeah.
Traitor.
That seems a bit extreme.
Creating optimized production build.
we are all watching the logs. Is this the first Docker stage or is this the second? No, this is the first one. Still needs to go through 14 steps on the second stage.
Is it me, or does it feel faster after the restart?
It's possible. For sure, the build step it seems faster, yeah.
It's moving. So what happened to the CI? Did we kill it?
Don't know.
Loading layers. It's done.
The blog post looks really good, yeah?
It's merged.
Yeah.
Yep. It should
Hit
do the
deploy.
auto-deploy. Should do it in automatic, I think. No?
Maybe.
balenaHub is back on auto-deploy, no?
I've been hearing, but let's see.
Seeing as well. But we don't show the version on balenaHub. We should put the log inside balenaHub as well.
Yeah.
To know which version is running. But yes.
Seems like it's deploying because it's not loading. No.
So your PR is merged for sure. Is deployed for sure. Because the over now is fixed.
Which one?
The PR that you opened for the offer by David, blah blah blah. The name of the organization.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think that one was in already. The
Okay.
latest one was the share, the one that removes the
share
social.
this. Okay. He can.
Now I gotta work on the lander for A-Dog's Plant Emporium. It's like I need to live out the whole vision. I can't just half-ass it. Tomas, will you be my CFO of the company, of the org?
Only if the F does not stand for financial. Let's find something else like.
Oh man, ladies and gentlemen, the stream's over.
Chief Fortunate Officer. I don't know. I can't think.
It's fine. No one can. We're
Chief
almost there.
Flower Officer.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, yeah.
Good, clever guy.
Firewall. You should say.
Ficus.
Fern.
So where's your project? 8 Dogs Plant Emporium.
Blame Chris. He started it. Just wait. Wait till my investor presentation, and you see my product roadmap.
A chart with like numbers go up.
It's just a straight line.
Revenue. It's straight.
Actually, the line starts off the page and it just runs through the slide. That's it.
Ah, jeez. Should we manual auto deploy?
Let's do it.
I feel
how.
Yeah.
I'm doing it. Give me 1 sec. I'm just getting back the version. balenaHub 0.9. Okay. Build. Let's go.
Where can you link me?
Yeah, it's what. Yeah, sure. Sure.
The worst thing with the map is that it teases you with like a brief.
Yeah, it does. It's like
1 second, half a second. Like you could have this, but no.
Yep. Sorry.
Isn't there like a development key? Like it lets the map work, but it says development on it all over it or something. Like I think that would be better than oops, something went wrong. But at least this way, as soon as ops add the domain to the key, it'll start working.
Do OpenStreetMaps require the same thing? Probably not. Like type of.
No, I don't know.
API?
I don't know how that's implemented.
Yeah, probably yes.
Well, now we know for next time when we're trying to be super clever and get all the keys, all the secrets ahead of time. No. This one's because the hub domain wasn't added or whitelisted.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
I think we have the key, but you have to add the domains that you want the key to work for in the Google console.
That's right.
Hitting refresh like a madman.
There we go.
Nice. I see 24 done items, 3 in review, 2 in progress, 3 to do. That's pretty solid.
Let's also bring in the other pull requests, like from the SDK, for example.
Not sure if it's working actually. Pretty sure it's not working. Might be the time to call Anton and ask him what is happening.
Ooh, we have to update the login screen again at some point.
Oh, yeah.
Because the app card on the login screen still shows the GitHub repo, GitHub org, sorry. So I've clicked deploy Balena plant, but it says Balena Labs incubator. It doesn't say ADOG's plant emporium, which is very disappointing.
Yeah.
Oh, because it's not pulling the org name.
Yeah. But otherwise, those changes that we made at last week. Oh, cool. Otherwise, the changes that we made at the last release party still help in the case you're forking an app, which is awesome.
Sweet. Oh, that's good news.
David needs to improve his org name.
Yeah, he does. It's terrible, isn't it?
What is it?
It's terrible. David _Tischler 1 organization.
It's very exciting.
It's not even the original David Tischler. It's David Tischler 1. How do I log into that Jenkins? I guess I don't have a user.
You should be able to log in with your GitHub account, yeah.
But there is no option.
Like, wait, find it back.
I need to see some type of progress bar or something.
Hi, girl.
I can give you some screenshot every second.
That's probably more efficient than sharing the screen.
It's too easy. Let me find Carlos' message again, and I share with you the login page. Right.
So, Chris, how many applications do you have in your main org?
In Chris's world, I have.
In Chris's.
I have 21 applications.
Only
21? Only 21? That's impossible.
Yeah. I mean, with active devices, you know.
Only one of them is public so far.
I thought you were gonna say like 200. I have 45.
200. Jeez.
I mean, if I have 45, you've been around for at least twice the time I have.
I'd like to clean up.
Yeah.
Sweep up occasionally.
I have one application that's called TTTTTTTT. I have no idea what's that.
I think my oldest application was created in 2018, and I still use that one. But after that, there's a couple in 2019 that I still use, and then all the rest are 2020, 2021.
How do I see that? Oh, here.
There's the created on column.
Yeah.
But the oldest one I have is actually the LED pixel controller, because that's the project I worked on like pretty soon after I started, and it's still got the same device in it.
It is online.
It is online.
balenaHub, yes.
Cool, we're gonna sleep.
Yay!
Share the screen, please. Let's do it again.
Or is it?
42 PRs in total, I think. Plus
42.
one.
That your count? Jesus.
Not the total for this project.
Okay, that's good. I was going to write a message to the team, so 42 is good.
So it's actually 43 because rendition is not included over there because it's in a different org, GitHub org that is.
Are these all PRs though, or is it issues as well? I think the ones with the red thing, they're closed issues, aren't they?
Yep.
But then I know I created at least 3 PRs that are not in here.
Mm-hmm.
Please go at them.
The social removal thing and the...
I'm just going to say more than 25 PRs.
For sure.
That sounds reasonable and arbitrary.
A number of different PRs.
Greater than 1.
How did you end up from 43 to more than 25?
More than 10.
So it's like almost double.
Increases its world. Numbers don't mean much.
More than always works fine.
Well, because the 43 isn't
than
PRs, is it?
More than 40?
Okay.
You can say between 20 and 50.
I'm going to say including more than 40 different PRs / issues. There we go.
No, 43 is only PRs, not issues.
Is it?
Not issues.
Only
but 43
PRs.
Is more than 25, so it is right.
Where are you getting 42 PRs?
Are you looking at the done column?
Yeah, I'm looking at the done column, but there's a lot of issues in there.
Yeah,
there are a couple of issues. Yeah.
Filtering by is merged.
Look at that.
Yeah, 42 is a nice number.
But the query is matched.
I see 29, Theodoris. If I filter by is merged.
Oh yeah, I see 29.
Like, on the top it says 42, but then a bit
then it says 29
further down
results.
it says 29 results, which is almost 25, right? You were right, Chris.
More than 25.
More than 25.
Nailed it.
Yeah, you're right.
But in that case, we can say more than 30 because there are some, as Tomas said, that aren't even in that list.
No, I checked and they were. The 3 I thought.
Should we wrap this up?
Yes, we should. Let's wrap this up. I think we're at a good state. I think like what we've achieved
I mean, we
today
could wrap
is
up,
awesome.
or we could stay for like 20 more minutes and beat the record.
And I'm not about
Bye,
beating
guys.
I have the post. Can we end on that note?
Yep.
Right on.
It's fine.
One sec. Not share screen. It's all staged.
You had your pizza, Andrea?
Yep. Yep.
And we'll probably hotfix in different images.
Just
and
5
whatnot.
minutes right now.
There's some jump links to what are open fleets, how to join fleet, how to add a fleet or a block.
Look at this.
Some stuff grabbed from your big mind dump, Chris.
Mm-hmm.
I'll probably slip in some more links to like Balena Cloud and whatnot, but as far as like how to inform the user, make sure your contract game's on point, and when you're ready to roll, hop into Balena Cloud.
It's very nice. It's very informative.
Some extra details, and then try it out. Wham!
Bravo.
Very detailed.
We definitely need
Nice.
We need a video though, for sure. So
yeah,
Once the dust is settled, we can show people how to do this proper.
Yeah.
A video that's not this video.
Yeah. Todor is. Oh, look at that.
Oh, he's still here.
Todor is about to collapse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay,
we'll roll
let's
this
call
out
it.
and we'll hotfix tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank
Good
you
job,
everyone for your help.
Good job.
Thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you,
job.
everyone.
See you tomorrow.
Have a good night.
See you
See you tomorrow.
Get some rest.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
See it.
See you.